Wallace, the coach, at third base, and they get him at second base with the tag. Good play there from Shirley.
Yeah, it was a nice rete slide, and was trying to Omar Whanoki steal a base, but unfortunately got caught stealing for the second out.
He sure did. Well, George McCarroll will pop up to right field where Leroy Sherry will make his second catch of the game, and that's a quick 3 up and 3 down for the Stream Boys as they go back into the dugout to get themselves ready to go out to field. It's Shirley up to bat in the bottom of the first up against St. Patrick's College Silverstream. We're back here at Dynasty Ballpark, ladies and gentlemen, for day 3 of the 2023 Softball New Zealand Secondary Schools Championships. We had the Wahine Tour on Diamond 1 yesterday, and it's back with the boys for day 3. Well, here's the fielding lineup for St. Patrick's College Silverstream. On the hill, George McCarroll throwing to behind the dish, Jericho Whatahinga. Noel Crinan is at first base. Second base is Keenan Easthope. On the hot corner is Jude Dawson. At shortstop, Zarshaw Wallace. In the outfield from left to right. In the left is Tyrone Robertson. Thompson Tukapua is in centre field, and Cruz Maui Kia is in at right field. And the batting lineup, Joe?
Yeah, okay. The batting lineup leading off, the centre fielder, number 21, Fergus Sincutt. The left fielder, number 11, Dane Jorgensen. The shortstop, number 35, Hapane Kumaroa. The right fielder, number 22, Leroy Cherry. The catcher, Cairo Isefo. The second base, number 6, Nakao Kennedy. The pitcher is Rico Ratu. The designated player is Reese Kosa Asefo Stowers. The third base, Yuki Mori. And the first base, Bronson Mackley Flutie.
Fantastic. A couple of those surnames I've seen around the traps throughout the season. And a few of those boys have some sisters that were at clubs just a couple of weeks ago at Fraser Park.
Yeah, that was a fantastic tournament.
It sure was. Well, first offering from George is at 1-1 to 1 ball, 1 strike to get him started here. The Fergus Simcock picking up the hit by pitch to get on base first. George usually a shortstop or second or third or outfielder or wherever you put him, but he can throw the ball as well.
Yeah, he's a great little utility player. Plays for Hot City United Club, but also is representing his school at this tournament.
He can do it all. Can George McCarroll.
Opatahi, ball 1.
Dane Jorgensen, the left fielder, in a bat now. Got a runner to work with, does Shirley boys. They get a good lead there. Yeah. But the ball will go foul.
Yeah, a little hopper, foul ball. Brings the count to 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, they have a little quick corridor on the mound here with the pitcher. I'm guessing there's some techniques that they want to tweak with George. Liam Stewart is the base ump. We'll just find out who our man is behind the dish. I can tell you that Sherry Dimes is the scorer for this one.
Yeah, I think they just wanted to have George hold for a second longer.
The old pause.
Releasing, just that pause.
The 2-second full stop pause. Gets a lot of pitches these days, actually. Just wanting to get into their wind-ups. Well, that's going to go foul. I'm sure we're going to hear a bang on the roof there, and we do.
Yeah, up foul ball.
George McCarroll on the hill here. MVP of the Under-17 tournament at Nationals in January. Throwing to Jericho Wharahinga behind the dish. Jorgensen seeing some pitches here. 1 ball, 2 strikes is the call. Simcock getting good leads at first, keeping them honest here. That's fouled away. Depending on the chemistry that Wharahinga and Krynen have at first base, I know Jericho does love to throw the ball. I do say that as his coach.
Yeah, it's interesting doing the commentating in color, and you know these boys pretty well.
Oh, absolutely. Well, good hit there from Shirley, from Simcock. They get it over in time, does George McCarroll to Zarshaw Wallace at shortstop, who tries for the double, but the Jorgensen is safe on first base with getting the out of the lead runner of Simcock.
Yeah, they got the Matua Oma force play at second base. And the runner beat the throw at first.
Well, that's going to bring to bat the shortstop, Hapeni Kumaroa. Goes swinging for the high rise there.
Hokatahi, strike 1. Good swing.
0-1 the count here. Down in the dirt. Wharahinga bounces up and chases the ball that rolls away from him. Jorgensen safe on second base, giving them a runner in scoring position early. 1-1 the count. Slam down first base. That's going to be fair ball. Going over the first base. They're going to score their first run of Jorgensen. Is Shirley Boys. And with Kimaroa safe on second base. Well, Joe, that was a good smacking hit down the line.
A beautiful pow down the right field line. Great hit. He came up swinging. He was always going to be aggressive. You could see that from the first pitch. And he hit a nice double down that right field line.
Well, just the one out. Now with another runner in scoring position. Shirley take the lead 1-0. Early days, though. These games are timed here at this tournament. 1 hour, 30 minutes. Here's our man Chopper behind the dish trying to fix the GoPro. I'm sure he's on tiptoes as well. I usually get those jobs, Joe.
One of the things is the weather's looking a little bit better than it did the last 2 days.
We can clearly see the Port Hills, which is a reference to how good it's going to be. If you can't see the Port Hills, of course, we're in trouble. But we can see it clear as day at the moment. Trees aren't moving like they were yesterday either. So we got the breeze out of the way, hopefully, yesterday as well. And then the gazebo starts blowing.
Yeah, there's a
commentator's cursed.
There's a sprinkle of blue sky out there, so I'm expecting it to be a nice day.
Yeah, look at those. Look at those hills. The Port Hills here and Christchurch. Carol just clarifying the call here. Fouled away. We'll take the count to 2-2. Well, Joe, it looks like both teams have come here to play
Yeah, they're both swinging the bat, being aggressive. Shirley
tries
boys
to pull the strings on that one, but it goes up high for the ball, and there will be the walk, giving them 2 runners on base now.
Yeah, Shirley boys had 2 wins out of 2 games yesterday, and St. Pat's also had 2 wins out of 2 games. So this is going to be a sort of top of the table clash at the moment.
Well, hit down to Keenan Easthope at second base, who pops it up to Zarshaw Wallace. The throw wasn't exactly on the money, but Noah Cronin at first base makes the play to retire the side, leaving 2 runners on. Well, no, one of them was a double. So, leaving 1 runner on, but already scoring 1 run. Shirley Boys High School with 1 completed innings lead this one 1-0.
The decisions we make matter. The cloth you put on your back, that comes from somewhere. Ours is Ecotech, and it comes from here. One of these equals 38 of these, not in landfill. High performance fabric worthy of what you stand for.
So sponsorship from New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic for our sports teams actually who went away to tournament week. We're a community who's driven by sport, but often money and the cost of travel and the cost of accommodation and uniform can be a barrier for some of our students. So to be able to have the support of New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic this year.
It's been used to get new uniforms and all that sort of thing. It makes us look a lot better than being in older uniforms from 2000s. It's good that it's reversible as well. Yeah, so you don't get confused with the other teams. Yeah.
One of the things that our students get down on, if you like, in sport is not looking as good as the other team, and to come out with a new uniform for a number of sports, particularly our basketball teams who have been away at nationals, has been uplifting for the students, for our students and for our community. The support from Carbon Farming has been wonderful.
Big thanks to New Zealand Carbon Farming for everything they've done for us.
Without them, then we wouldn't look like this.
We're back here at Dynasty Ballpark, ladies and gentlemen, for the 2023 Secondary Schools Championships. Up to bat now for St. Patrick's College Silverstream is Jericho Whatahinga. The catcher batting in the 4th spot for this one. He's really come into his own later in the season. Some big hits later on in the season. And yesterday, massive hit on the open diamond. Where he leaves the outside pitch.
Yeah, Poitoto, ball 2. Poirua, ball 2.
Goes swinging at the high rise there, which will take the count to 2-2, according to the scoreboard. Vantage point isn't as great as the caravan that we had at NFC. Whatahinga leaves it down low to load the count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Inside pitch for the ball. Whatahinga will take the walk to first base.
Yeah, good at bat by Whatahinga to reach first base.
Always good when your catcher knows the zone. And that's going to bring to bat Keenan Easthope, the second baseman for the String Boys. Hato Patariki. We go swinging at the first pitch.
Hokatahi, strike 1.
Keenan Easthope, confidence player when he gets going. There's not a lot that can stop him. another member of that national championship Hutt Valley under-17 team. Was down here in second place for the under-19 Hutt Valley side.
Who was coaching that? Was that you, Damien?
The 17s? No,
Yeah.
just manager, mate.
Oh, just the manager for the 17s. Who was the coach of that?
It was Bodie Foley and
Bodie
Scott
Foley.
Robertson.
Oh, right, yeah. Oh, you did a
I was just
fantastic
the guy.
job.
I was just the guy that did the washing, Joe.
You did a fantastic job managing that team.
Thank you, thank you. Well, up top for ball 2, or 3 actually.
Yeah, Porturo.
3 balls,
Okay,
1 strike
Tahi.
on Kenan East Hope.
3 balls, 1 strike.
With a runner on 1. None down, bottom of the second. Gets it, slams it down, third base. And surely Craig Wallace put out the mitt to stop that. No, he didn't.
No.
Ended up in the back, so... Joe, looking at this diamond, the new artificial here at Dynasty Ballpark, and I got to say, mate, I wish we didn't go for green at Fraser Park.
Oh, well, I tell you, you read my mind because this is a beautiful diamond that they set up here.
Kenan East Hope just popping up to centre field Fergus Simcock there, who makes the catch for the first out. Jericho Whatahinga tags up on 1.
Yeah, once the seeding takes place on the edges, it'll look fantastic. But boy, oh boy, the brick color does look very nice on both diamonds.
Yeah, absolutely. They just finished off Diamond 2 yesterday, actually, so they're getting to play on it. First people to be playing on it today. They were working in between showers yesterday to get it all prepared. So the first teams have been playing on Diamond 2 for this one. And it looks like Kaipoi's over there taking on Noah Kreinen into bat. Big hit into left field where Dane Jorgensen is under it to make the catch. And that's going to be the second out. Even Jericho Whatahinga still stranded on first base. Noah's going to come out and do the running for him, surely. And that is going to bring to bat Tyrone Robinson. Well, I got to admit, Joe, looking at that team, that's pretty much my Hutt Valley under-17 team there, right there. Tyrone just turned 14 2 weeks ago. New Zealand developing Sox player for the last couple years. Handy pitcher, works really hard on his craft. In at right field for this one. I'm sure Mum and Dad, Mike and Sam are down there watching as well. Down in the dish there for the ball.
Watching both of these teams, you could see there's a lot of talent out on both sides of the diamond.
Absolutely.
Shirley looked like a very polished team, and St. Pat's obviously have some good Hutt Valley representatives in that squad.
And two junior Black Sox.
And 2 junior Black Sox,
But
yes.
I was overhearing a couple of the Shirley boys before this game, so definitely talking up what they were looking to do against George on the hill. So I'm guessing they all know each other. Robinson hits it down the hot corner where Yuki Mori makes the play to first to retire the side, leaving 1 runner on, unable to convert his stream, but they'll go back out to the field to try and keep the donut in the next innings for Shirley, but they still lead this one. Shirley boys, 1 to Streams 0. Well, we're getting ready for the bottom of the first here, bottom of the second here, in game number 33 on the schedule. After a bit of a mix around there to get the games in that were cancelled on the first day. Stream got a game in on the first day against St Bernard's, winning that one, coming all the way to Christchurch to play your neighbours down the road. Upper Hutt, Lower Hutt battle. But then the weather gods opened up and said no ball today, pretty much just like every other Saturday during the season. Well, George McCarroll gets the strikeout there for the first outs. And with one down, that is going to bring to bat the pitcher, Rico Ratu. Ratu in Christchurch. Oh, well, puts the ball down. Wharahinga comes up, scoops it up, and gets it over to Noah Krynen, who can't get glove to ball, unfortunately. And that is going to be a runner on base for Shirley boys.
Yeah, beautiful tookie. Nice bunt by Rico Ratu to reach first base. Showed good speed there.
Yeah, absolutely. Rakos Osefo Stowers into bat now. Stepped up with a bit of confidence there. Like, he's here to hit dingers.
A very good aggressive swing.
He's set in the box. McCarroll into his windup. Gets him swinging for strike one.
As I was saying before, this Shirley team is definitely going to be aggressive. They're swinging at strikes and taking their cuts.
They sure are. And even the base running, just when they have someone on base, bouncing off the base, not just the little couple steps, ready to give everything they can to get those extra inches and bases.
Yeah, well coached. You can see their technique is spot on when they're taking the lead off the pitch.
Shirley boys with the early lead here in the bottom of the second. After that first run, batted in the first innings. Slamming it down first base, did Jorgensen. Sorry, Kamua. No one at one. Did he beat him? No, he didn't. Noah Krynen scoops up the ball, tries to get himself back to the base in time. Keenan Easthope was there ready to get it, but unfortunately they didn't make the play. But good for Shirley boys because now they have two runners on. And they are ready to score some more runs. Here's the Shirley Boys High School. We see here on the replay, they're just gassing it. That's why you run it out. Doesn't matter where it goes. Oh, very close. But that's why you run out everything. Hit the ball, gas it to first always.
The umpire made a good call on that. You could see on the replay that he just beat the fielder to first base. Great camera work showing that.
Big swing and a miss there from Yukimori.
Yukimori made a nice play at third base in the last inning. Now comes up here to try to drive in some runs.
Well, the outside pitch. Wharahinga tries to get the pick off at 3 with the steal from Shirley boys. Bounces off the glove of Jude Dawson, but Zarshaw Wallace is there to tidy it up. And Shirley boys now with runners on the corners. One down here in the bottom of the second. 2-2 count. Slammed to Zarshaw Wallace, who just a little bobble there. Tries to make the play over to first. And Yukimori with the gas is safe at 1. He's going to score the runner for Shirley boys. And move the runner to 2. Well, Joe,
Yeah,
Shirley boys here to play.
Yeah, they're playing aggressive softball. They're going up there and swinging the bat. A nice bunt by Rico Ratu to start the inning going. And then a couple of good base running and just timely putting the bat on the ball.
Well, in a bat now is Bronson Mackley Flutie. Right-handed batter. 0-1 count. Through the zone for the strike called. 1 ball, 2 strikes is the call. Well, he goes down swinging, does Mackley Flutie for the strikeout, and Stream needed that one. Still with 2 runners on, Shirley boys, 2 down. They're going to bring to bat the top of the order, Fergus Simcock. Did we miss the player, Joe?
Yeah, I think.
Oh, it's the internet, of course.
Bronson was had been
That was
DP'd
Ferguson,
for,
yeah.
and Fergus Simcock
Got you,
had the
got
K.
you,
So
got you.
Dane Jurgensen's up now.
He sure
Two
is.
runners at first and second.
That 10th player mixed me up there. I guess you're not allowed designated runners in this competition. Totally forgot you could have DPs. Well, he squares up and thinks against it to go on the outside pitch. Takes it to 1-1.
Yeah, putting the bunt on just puts a little pressure on the infield.
Well, gets that, hits a foul down the left side. Count remains 2-2. Dane Jorgensen, the left-handed batter, hits that down foul ball. The pop-up from the first base coach. Put me in. Dane Jorgensen smacks it down the first base line. Noah Kreinen unable to get to it. Cruz, Maui Kia gets it in from right field to home. But Shirley boys score another run.
Another great pow down the right field line for a hit. A long single.
Well, Shirley boys 3-0 up on the St. Patrick's College Silverstream team. We see here on the replay the left-handed hitter getting it early, smacking it down first base line. Noah Kreinen tried to get the glove to it, but just unable to make it. But good attempt from the first baseman. 0-1 count here. Well, another hit down the hot corner. That's going to roll into left field where Tyrone Robertson is going to scoop it up and get it into Keenan Easthope. But that's another 2 runners scored by Shirley. And they're starting to feel comfortable in this game in the bottom of the second.
Yeah, Shirley definitely swinging the bats, being aggressive.
Leroy Sherry in at bat now. Pops it up to center field where Thompson Tukapua is under it to make the play. And that will retire the side, but not before Shirley boys add another 4 runs to their total. They lead this one 5-0.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
We found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
Number one for all the best throwbacks, 90s and more.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, here at the 2023 Softball New Zealand Secondary Schools Championships on day 3 for game number 33 at Shirley Boys High School. Out on the field, Natama o Ruaparoa taking on St. Patrick's College Silverstream Hato Patariki. Leading off for Stream is the right fielder Cruz Maui Kia. Plays his ball for Te Aroha. And I think senior ball for Dodgers, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think I did see him in the Dodger colours.
You'd love that, wouldn't you, Joe? Yeah, plays his age group for Te Aroha and his senior ball for Hart Valley Dodgers. So a few boys in the Hart Valley system that get to play senior ball, unfortunately, not for their club, but they still get to play senior ball, which is important, and continue their ball with their junior club, which is always special. Cruz hitting it down the hot corner where the ball is pulled in by Mackley Flutie from the throw of Mori for the first outs.
Yeah, nice play by the third base. Ball just got a little away from him, but first base made a nice play and got the first out of the inning.
Well, that's going to bring to bat Jude Dawson from the hot corner. Good kid, Jude. From Hutt City United. From the famous Dawson family.
Yeah, families. Softball is a family affair.
Absolutely.
And he's in a long line of Dawsons in the Hutt Valley.
Two balls count on Dawson. Leaves it down low for the 3-0.
Poituro. Ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes. Dawson looking to get on base and possibly start a rally.
Very close on the inside, isn't he? The way he sets up, right on that line. And that will go on the inside pitch.
Okay,
for the ball.
Strike 1. 3 balls, 1 strike.
Hits it down the hot corner, but that will go foul. Keeping his counterpart on his toes. Tell you, when that grass grows in that in between the outfield and the infield, it really is going to be a picture at this diamond. Both of them right next to each other.
Yeah, Canterbury Softball have done a fantastic job with that.
Swung on a miss there for the strikeouts. So Dawson goes down for the second outs. And that's going to bring to bat the top of the order, shortstop Zarshaw Wallace. Pitcher turns around and tells his outfield to go back to the fence. Zarshaw Wallace, current junior Black Sox. From not bad pedigree. Dad played for the Black Sox. Mum played for the White Sox. And, of course, Nan, a world champion.
Hall of Famer.
Multiple Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Now, winning captain in 1982. I'll never forget that year, considering it's the year I was born. easy to refer to it. It's another one of those good kids that is just growing up around the ballpark, loves playing the game. Always see him down doing the extras at Fraser Park.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about.
100%.
Putting in the time and coming out here and representing your school. It's a fantastic honor to be doing this.
Well, he gets it early, sending it down third base for the foul ball.
Plenty of softball being played by ZA this year with all of the different tournaments.
Absolutely.
All of the different age grades.
Yeah, you can't get enough, that kid. Some Bernards down here watching the game. Another team that's here to play. Oh, Zark getting it out past his counterpart at shortstop to roll into centre field. Shaw Wallace now safe on first base and getting a runner for Stream, which they need in this one. They're going to bring to bat Thompson Tukapua, the centre fielder, who made the last outs to get themselves out of the innings in the last.
First hit of the ball game for Stream.
Well, the first offering to Tukapua is a strike called. 2 outs here in the top of the third. Up top will take the count to 1-1. I say so confidently. Tukapua hits it to shortstop, who makes the play over to first. Kimirua over to Mackley Flutie for the third outs. And Shirley boys showing they're here to play and doing it well over the Stream boys. They still lead this one, 5 runs to 0.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay and App to speed on through. Ooh, yeah. Feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, here at Dynasty Ballpark in the Garden City, Christchurch, for the 2023 Softball New Zealand Secondary Schools Championships, brought to you by our good friends at Whakata Māori on the Māori Active YouTube channel, in association with Ballpark Broadcasting and Atiawa Toa FM. It's an absolute privilege and honour to bring you our up-and-coming stars here in Christchurch. Well, first offering from George McCarroll is a strike called.
Yeah, hoke tahi, strike one. No balls, 1 strike. Poetahi, ball 1.
Leading off for Shirley Boys High School is Cairo Usefu.
Okay, Rua, strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
On the scoreboard, it says 2 and 2 though, Joe. Oh no, they've just corrected it.
And it's a pow down the left field line this time.
Beautiful throw there from Noah Krynen, who's been moved out to left field to try and get the tag to Stream, but Sefel, the catcher, is now safe on second base. Tyrone Robinson's now coming to first base for Stream. And with 1 runner on, That's going to bring in Nako Kennedy, who puts it down, the short game down where George McCarroll has to come in, and they move the runner, which was the intent, and now they have another runner on with Kennedy safe on first base.
Yeah, good base running, good Tupai making a nice play. He was safe at first base, and it's first and third.
Rico Ratu up to bat now. The pitcher.
Yeah, Shirley staying aggressive.
They are indeed. Well, the umpire just having a quick talk to Craig Wallace, the coach of Stream. Up top for the ball. Bottom of the third, Shirley boys up over St. Patrick's College Silver Stream 5-0. Big hit to centre field. Thompson Tukapua is going to slam it into home. Cut off by George McCarroll. So Shirley boys will score their 6th run in this one with a runner on first base. They score 2 then? No, not on the tag. Well, they definitely scored 1. And that's what the board says as well.
Now, was the other one, George made a nice play on a cutoff to hold that runner. Still a lot of ball game left in here.
Oh, absolutely.
And St. Pat's just got to get back to work when they're hitting. This Shirley team has been aggressive all game, swinging the bat.
Oh, absolutely. Standouts. Just doing everything right here. Bounces off the glove from Wharahinga. They'll advance their runner, Kennedy, to first base. Oh, second base, sorry. Rakos, Asifo, Stowers will take the base with the hit by pitch.
The umpire just going over to check on him. It was a bit high. Just wants to see where it hit him. Looks like it just grazed. Umpire wants to check. It's important that these young athletes are well looked after.
Oh, absolutely. Well, 2 runners on for Shirley boys. 1 run, 1 out at the bottom of the third. And now stepping into bat is the 9th batter, Yuki Mori. From the hot corner, the left-handed hitter goes early at that one. And that will advance the runners. Now with two runners in scoring position. Squares up for the bunt, which will go foul, putting him in the hole 0-2.
Yeah, Yuki Mori handles the bat really well. Hits with is a good hitter, but also can play that short game, which is important.
So important in today's game. Goes early, fouling that one off as well. Count remains 0-2. Just the one out here in the bottom of the third. Shirley boys, 2 runners on. Mori looking to move the ball. Goes swinging at the rise pitch. And that will be the second out here of the bottom of the third, and that's going to bring to bat the top of the shop. Centre fielder, Fergus Simcott.
Yeah, Yuki Mori being a bit too aggressive, but they want to stay aggressive. I guess the coach has said if they think they can hit it, have a good swing and have a go.
Absolutely. That's some good coaching right there. Have a go, boys. I got your back. Fouled away.
And the aggressiveness has paid off for them, with them taking a 6-0 lead.
Well, they had a big couple wins yesterday, did Shirley. Dunstan, they beat 16-1. Kaiapoi, 19-0. And that will do it for the side there with the out there. But not before Shirley boys adding another run to their total. They lead this one as we go to the top of the fourth. 6 runs to 0.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Ladies and gentlemen,
This isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. Going once, going twice, no more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Dynasty Ballpark for the 2023 Softball New Zealand Secondary Schools. Brought to you by Whakata Māori, Ballpark Broadcasting and Atiawa Toa FM. Damien Collins in the booth, calling the play-by-play along with Joe Fariso on the colour, and we're joined in the booth by Phoenix Wardell from St. Bede's. How are you, mate? Very, very well. Well, as an ex-Stream boy, I know this is one of your traditional games against Stream, so how are you liking seeing them go down by 6 at the moment?
Oh, it's actually great, to be honest. It's good to see the... Oh, there's a shot. Yeah, no, it's good to see the South Island teams getting up, but honestly, I just like watching softball.
Excellent. Good answer. George McCarroll safe on first base to lead off. That's going to bring to bat the catcher, Jericho Wharahinga. Well, George, pitcher, Jericho catcher. You're a pitcher.
Yeah, I am.
How did you get into that, mate?
Well, I started when I was about 11,
Yep.
and honestly, I was very bad. So my mum wanted me to quit, but then she told me to quit, but no, overnight it just happened, and I started actually throwing the ball down the middle. So then she let me keep going for a little bit longer, and then I fell in love with it. So until this day, I've just been throwing, training, and now I'm here.
It's a pressure position. How do you handle the pressure?
Oh, I have some pretty good coaches at PCU with Shah and JK. They just talk to me quite a lot, and it's just all about I just try to hide my emotions and just keep to myself and only worry about myself, so then I don't get sidetracked with other things.
Yeah, good stuff.
Well, it can definitely happen on the hill for sure. Parklands City United, correct? Yes. Great club. Been doing some great things. How do you find that transition from club ball to this tournament playing for your school?
Yeah, it's good. We have one of our coaches actually managing our St. Bede's team, Shah, and she's good to have there, just because I normally see her on a Saturday. But no, we have quite a few newbies in our St. Bede's team, so it's just a bit of fun getting out there, trying your best to get a hit, and then when someone does get a hit, it's a lot better,
Yeah, absolutely.
It's great playing for your club, but then also an honour to play for your school.
Yeah, definitely.
I know back in my day, which is I'm not going to throw out the years here, but we were very much a cricket school, and then looking at the Stream team today, it's very much a softball team. So, what's the ratio, ballers to other players?
Oh, there's only about 4 of us that actually play ball.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but nah, the other boys, they're doing really well. I mean, we're definitely getting better. Our scores are getting better. We're all having a bit of fun. It's pretty good.
Oh, I love seeing the non-ballers step up because they just seem to just get it. They just seem to swing and hit, so it's good.
Yeah,
definitely. Cool. Well, this tournament's underway. How are you finding it so far?
Oh, it's going great. We haven't actually done too well. We're not doing too well on actual scores, but in games they've all been close games. So I think our team's doing well. We're all getting better.
Fantastic. We are at the end of the season. Do you have a good season this year, Phoenix?
Yeah, we did pretty well under 19s for Canterbury. We won that, obviously.
Not bad.
Throw that in there to us, Hutt Valley guys.
Yeah. Who came second in that tournament?
Hutt Valley. And then at 17s we had a bit of sickness, but we tried our best and we came, I think, 4th.
Who won that one?
4th place. Nice one. Hutt Valley took that one.
Popped up to right field does Noah Krynen, tagging up at
a fly ball.
Tagging up is George McCarroll, who's going to score at home, and Noah Krynen's going to come out and do the running for Jericho Whatahinga. So we've got St. Pat's College Silverstream on the board here, and up to bat is Tyrone Robertson. Well, Phoenix, I appreciate you coming in, mate, but we are at the end of the season, so what does winter look like for you, mate?
I'm going to be playing football for St. Bede's and most likely Christchurch United, so it's going to be quite good. I'll obviously be doing some training in the off-season for softball, just getting ready for next season, but yeah, no.
Does a pitcher ever really stop?
No, never.
No, he doesn't. No. Well, do you still have the traditional against Stream in first 11, or is that first 15?
No, it's more first 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're playing them it's about a few weeks, I think. We're going up to play them.
Outstanding. Well, mate, all the best for the winter. Thank you for coming in, and all the best for the rest of the tournament. Go well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Phoenix.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done.
Thanks.
Phoenix Wardell, the pitcher for St. Bede's, in the booth.
He spoke very well.
He sure did.
And for a young player, playing for his school, representing his school and also his clubs down in the Canterbury region.
Yeah, PCU beaten finalists in the women's clubs a couple of weeks ago, but absolutely outstanding to see the club going through. In a bat now is Tyrone Robinson. He's got a 3-1 count. Down low, he'll take the walk and advance Noah Krynen, who's doing the running for Jericho Whatahinga, to second, with Tyrone going to first. And that's going to bring to bat Cruz Maui Kia, the young man from Te Aroha. Another one that's grown up around the ballpark, I'm sure.
Yeah, Streamer on the board now to have first and second.
Sometimes you just got to break that donut to get the rhythm on. Oh, I love the pick-off attempt from Cairo Asefo.
Yeah, good throw down to first base. Keeping the first base runner close.
Tyrone having to fix his belt after that slide in. Cruz off the handle will pop up to the catcher, and that will be the third out. But not before St. Patrick's College Silverstream scored their first run, but some Shirley boys lead this going into the bottom of the 4, 6 runs to 1.
100.9 and 94.9 Atiawa Toa. When the radio's on and the sound is hot, you just have to enjoy. There's no way to stop. That's where it sounds like the best every day of the week. Better than all the rest. We let the music speak. All the best throwbacks, 90s and more. Atiawa Toa. All the best throwbacks.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybuys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Dynasty Park here in Christchurch for the 2023 Softball New Zealand Secondary Schools Championship. It's game number 33 on the schedule. It is Hato Patariki, St. Patrick's College Silverstream taking on Natama or Orua Pairoa, Shirley Boys High School. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count on the lead-off batter.
Just seems to be getting a little brighter out there, and the sun just is starting to peek through. Hopefully we can get a nice piece of that sun coming out and starting to warm up these diamonds. The boys seem to be handling it really well.
They just want to ball out. No doubt whatsoever. Up top for the ball from McCarroll. Takes the count to 2-2. Drew Jorgensen into bat now. Has cross home plate with his first 2 at bats. Hit it up the middle in his first. Smacking it down the first baseline in his second. And ready to have another hack at this one, I'm sure. And he does. He gives it a good swing. It's a full count, though. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Of course, if it's there, you go for it.
He's got a great swing on him. Good lefty hitter. Good speed.
Lefty hitter with speed. Dangerous. Well, he goes at that one. It's going to pop foul, but 3 streamers try to get there to get it. Unfortunately, unable to make the play. Count remains 3-2.
A great effort by St. Pat's fielders to try to get that foul ball. All of them converged, but just found a little grass.
Well, takes some speed off that, and 1 bounce to Cruz in right field. We'll have Jorgensen with another base hit. And going off previous experience, that's not what Stream want, because Jorgensen knows how to cross home plate. And especially with Hapeni Kumaroa into bat now for Shirley boys. 1 runner on. Bottom of the 4th.
Second base hit for Jorgensen.
I'm a big fan of Dave's Mo on the screen there. Well, they get the tag out there with the arm from Wharahinga. Yeah, it tells you.
Great throw to first base to get the out.
He's worked hard, has Jericho. He's got a cannon on him. He loves using it. Keenan Iso with the routine out at second base. And a quick 1-2 for Stream, and this is what they want. But coming up to bat is Leroy Sherry.
Well hit ball to second base, and a nice play by the second baseman to get that out, 4-3.
Goes swinging at the change. Gets Wharahinga as well behind the dish.
Yeah, that was an Ipe Maminga changeup.
God, pie Joe. Or Hohepa. 0-2 count now. Leroy Sherry from the right field, who's made a couple catches and done his job out in the right field. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count now.
Yeah, he's playing Romato, right field.
He heads it down the hot corner where Jude Dawson makes the play over to first. And that will be the first time. It's a quick 1-2-3 for the Shirley boys. Stream going into the top of the 5th with Shirley boys leading this one 6-1.
So sponsorship from New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic for our sports teams actually who went away to tournament week. We're a community who's driven by sport, but often money and the cost of travel and cost of accommodation and uniform can be a barrier for some of our students. So to be able to have the support of New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic this year.
It's been used to get new uniforms and all that sort of thing. It makes us look a lot better than being in older uniforms from 2000s. It's good that it's reversible as well. Yeah, so you don't get confused with the other teams. Yeah.
One of the things that our students get down on, if you like, in sport is not looking as good as the other team, and to come out with a new uniform for a number of sports, particularly our basketball teams who've been away at nationals, has been uplifting for the students, for our students and for our community. The support from Carbon Farming has been wonderful.
Big thanks to New Zealand Carbon Farming for everything they've done for us.
Without them we wouldn't look like this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here at Dynasty Ballpark. Shirley Boys High School taking on St Patrick's College Silverstream. North versus South. Leading off for the Stream Boys, Hato Patariki, is Jude Dawson, who got that last out to retire the side of Shirley Boys in the top of the innings. Goes at the first pitch, fouling that back. And bouncing in the field of play. The start of that, I thought it was going out of the park, but no.
Must be still a little breeze bringing that ball back in. Don't want to.
Nothing for us, Joe.
Nothing for us. Not like Wellington weather. Or the last 2 days that you've experienced.
Or October.
Or October.
No, I think it's very cool that we're back where the season started with our national tournaments, especially the broadcasting side. You know, obviously weird times having NFC in October, but there was a point to that, to getting our boys ready for the rest of their season. Let's not talk about how that went. But no, we're back where it all started. We had all the seasons in October, and quite possibly might have it all this one as well. Well, Dawson hits it down to his counterpart, where it goes out of the field to play for a foul ball.
Yeah.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Thinking that well, it looks like it might just start to warm up a little bit and get over the 15-16 mark.
Well, going off my commentary yesterday, mate, every time I talked about that blue sky, it disappeared. So maybe we'll leave that there. Dawson swings at the rise for the strikeouts, and that's going to be the first downs. But that's going to bring to bat the top of the order, Zarshaw Wallace, the shortstop who hit it out of reach of the shortstop into left field in his last bat. Caught by right field in his first at bat. And we know Zar can move the ball. And now's the time to spark something for his team. The Junior Black Sox. But Shirley Boys haven't changed a thing, and they don't need to. Chipping away quite nicely throughout this game. About an hour 10, hour 15 into this game, I think.
Yeah, it's a little bit different with not playing a 7-inning game, and you do need to be mindful of this time. What did you say, Damien, we're into? 10, 15?
I think about, yeah.
Hour 5? It's important that the scorers, they are the ones that they're the timekeepers when the game starts.
They sure are. Wallace leaves that one for the strike called. 3 balls, 2 strikes to call. Hits that foul, gets that away, gives him another at bat. Shaw Wallace, confident about going deep in the count. Type of player he is. He's in the leadoff spot for a reason, not just because Dad told him to. That's outside for the walk, and that's a runner you want on. And that's why he's in the lead-off.
Yeah. Zah takes a hikoi, a walk.
Hikoi.
And St. Pat's are looking for a rally in this inning.
They sure are. Thompson Tukapoa sees the first pitch go through the zone for the strike called. Zarshaw Wallace safe on first base. Thompson Tukapoa heads it down to Yukimori. And Tukapoa safe on first. Shaw Wallace safe on second base. And could this be the Stream Machine coming back here? Well, up to bat now is Jericho Wharahinga. We had Phoenix Woodell from St. Bede's in the booth at his last at bat, and we didn't get to mention it, where Jericho slammed it up the center field. No, sorry, that was George McCarroll. How did I get those two mixed up? Well, George, the second out, grounding out to second base, who took the out of McCarroll at first, letting the runners advance around. So with two down, two runners on, Jericho Wharahinga grounds out to Hapeni Kumaroa. And just like that, what looked so promising for the Stream boys, Shirley boys, bring them back down to earth, retiring the side as we go to the bottom of the fifth, with Shirley boys still leading this one, 6-1.
This is an opportunity that we can't pass on.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, for game 33 of the 2023 Secondary Schools Championships here at Dynasty Ballpark in Christchurch. It is Hato Patariki, St. Patrick's College Silverstream, taking on Natama o Oroa Paro, Shirley Boys High School. And at bat now is Kairo Sefo, the catcher, hitting it foul. He's got the 1-1 count. Down low for ball 2, 2-1. Sticking with McCarroll on the hill here is Silverstream. Sefo fouls that away to level the count, 2-2. Grounded out to shortstop in his first at bat. Big hit to left field in his second, and scoring a run himself as well. Tries the change-up, does McCarroll. Sefo will take the walk, though. And with one on, with none down, that's going to bring to bat Nako Kennedy, the second baseman, into bat now. wearing a green belt. Surely that's a club belt. Sees it through Main Street for the strike called. 0-1.
McCarroll's still battling on the mound.
Oh, he's a soldier.
And there's one of Kaiwawo's, the umpire.
Yeah, I've got to talk to Dave about what he uses to twirl that mustache, since mine's in that state as well.
You're getting there. Not up to Dave's standard just yet.
No, I don't think I've actually trimmed the mow this season. Definitely the beard. We're almost at winter, surely shave off. Well, he goes for the bunt and the 3-1 counts. Jericho guns it down to his club mate Tyrone Robertson, both from Totara Park Softball Club in Upper Hutt. Played a lot of years together, these two young fellas. Jericho 15, Tyrone 14. Zar gets the ground out to shortstop Keenan. Unfortunately, just have to make sure the ball was in his hand first before he threw it over to one. Kennedy's going to be safe, but they get the lead runner. Asif was safe out at second base.
Yeah, they tried for the Potaru double play, but made Matua Homa force play at second base.
Love it. Well, the pitcher's into bat now. Rico Ratu, who fouls off his first offering from McCarroll. Pitcher against pitcher. Always good fun.
Rico Ratu, probably from the Ratu family in Christchurch, I'm sure.
Well, I'm sure he's from a Ratu family.
Ratu family, no doubt.
Is he from the Ratu family?
The Ratu family.
Yes. And thank you, Adrian Royal, behind the scenes, giving us the snippets. It is, of course, Stephen Ratu's son.
Very talented family, softballers.
Absolutely.
Black Sox.
Stephen Ratu, of course, was coach of that PCU Angels that made the final at Women's Clubs a couple of weeks ago. And Kaya, the non-travelling reserve for the White Sox this season and their upcoming ventures around the world. Rico Ratu heads it down the hot corner. Jude Dawson makes the play over to Kenan Easthope. Unfortunately, unable to make the double play, but they get the lead runner again. Does stream with Rico Ratu safe on first base. And that's going to bring to bat the designated player, Raikos Yosefo Stowers. And they're not going to let Ratu do some running. They're going to send out, he's even got a PCU sticker on his helmet, so I'm sure that's his club as well. Asifo Stowers in a bat for Shirley boys now.
Did they bring on Keegan Piper for the pinch runner?
Keegan Piper.
Number 9.
Fouled away. Does Asifo Stowers. So one runner on, 2 down here in the bottom of the 5th. Shirley boys leading this one 6 runs to 1. Asifo Stowers hits it out to centre field where Thompson Tukapoa is under it to make the play. That will be the 3rd out. In it, centre field. Well, are we going to the 6th or are we out of time? The coaches are on the diamond. The players are going out. Hour and a half with a 1/4 start. Give or take 10 minutes, Joe, you reckon?
Yeah, there's about 10 minutes left in the ball game, I would say. Stream will have to get the bats going and getting them early. I think if they don't finish the inning, then it'll go back to the last inning. So Stream will have to score and score quickly to extend this ball game.
I sure will. Well, we're into the top of the sixth here at Dynasty Ballpark. Shirley boys taking on St Patrick's College. Silverstream, not to be mixed with Wellington. Bitter rivalry there.
Yeah, St Pat's Silverstream and St Pat's Town, as they're called.
Indeed. But we all hold fast to the faith with Sectari Freedom as our motto. If you hadn't guessed, St Patrick's College Silverstream is my old school. Well, the first offering to Keenan Easthope, the second base. He's down low. If you know any of the Easthopes from the Hutt Valley, they may be small in stature, but they know how to ball out. His father Blair, Uncle Scott. Way bigger on the inside than they are on the outside. I love going to the ballpark. Here's Edward Hardy. Seeing old friends. It's always a good time. Well, Keenan Easthope gets the walk. And with none outs, runner on. Noah Cronen's going to come up to bat. Now playing in at left field. We're looking to spark something for his team here. Noah, I forgot to mention though, he was in under 17s as well. First day, Joe, we turn up. We think, well, we'll just go and look at Pukekohe. Well, the boy gets a hit to one bounce to the fence. That's going to score Keenan. Noah rounding second. He'll go sliding into third. I think he just wanted to. He definitely didn't need to.
Oh, it was a well-hit ball. I was just going to say, he looks like a power hitter, and sure enough, pow, he hits one out to right field.
Well, that's exactly what they needed. Another run on the board here. Noah Cronin, I just finished quickly what I was saying. We turn up on the first day in Pukekohe, we go out, we get some lunch. This young man eats 6 burgers on day one of a national tournament. That a boy. Love it. Well, the little brother of the group on that tournament was Tyrone Robertson, up to bat now playing first base. Good kid, this one.
He also pitches, doesn't he?
He does indeed. Yep, New Zealand Developing Sox pitcher utility. Works hard, gets the up high pitch where Leroy Sherry goes sliding in to make the catch. Noah Cronin's going to tag up a home and score. Tag up at 3 and score with one down. And another runner in. Might just be too late for Stream, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Now batting is Cruz Mallory Kia, who grounded out to the hot corner in his first at bat. Pops that one up again. That's going to go shallower than the last one, and that's going to be caught by Marco Kennedy at second base. And what looked like a bit of a rally going has Shirley slowed down. Shirley.
No, it's good to see St. Pat's fighting back. I mean, Shirley boys were up 6-1. Stream now got 2 back, make it 6-3. It's a close ball game. These look like 2 of the top teams in the grade. We'll look to see some of the others playing later today. And they may see each other later on in the tournament.
They sure might. Well, Jude Dawson in at bat now. 1-1 the count. Jude Dawson from Hutt City United sees that pitch go through the zone for the strike called. We'll take the count to 1 ball, 2 strikes. No runners on. Dawson will be looking to finish this. We go swinging for the strikeouts. And that is going to be the 3rd out, ladies and gentlemen. And with the score that it is, I'm not sure there is going to be some more fielding.
Surely that'll be the end of the game.
Sure.
Sorry.
I am serious. Don't call me Shirley. Well, having a korero, they're sending them out to complete the innings. About 4 minutes left on the clock. I think the white flag has been waved though. And that will do it, ladies and gentlemen, for this one.
Yep.
With Natama Orua Pairoa Shirley Boys High School getting the win over Hato Patariki St. Patrick's College Silverstream, 6 runs to 3, game 33 in the books of the 2023 Southland New Zealand Secondary Schools Championship. On the behalf of our team, Tara Collier on the first base cam, Ignacio Gatti on the high home cam, Adrian Rule in the booth, Joe Friso calling the colour, and myself, Damien Collins. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for viewing. Stick around. More games to come on the 2023 Softball New Zealand Secondary Schools Championship.
opportunity that we can't pass on.
When the radio's on and the sound's hot, you just have to enjoy. There's no way to stop. That's where it sounds like the best every day of the week. Better than all the rest. We let the music speak. All the best throwbacks, 90s and more. Atiawa Toa. All the best throwbacks.
Well, kia ora koutou katoa, no mai hara mai, ki te Kemua Pōuka here on day 3 of the National Secondary Schools Championship. Great to have you along for it. Big match up here on day 3 between two very quality sides will be taking the field here. It's Alfriston from Auckland in game 38, taking on one of the local high schools. It is St Bernard's. Of course, not so local to Ototahi because they're from the Wellington Hutt Valley region, but that's fine because we're going to get through that in a second. I'm Jason Gerbies, AK Chop. We'll have us joining us in the booth shortly will be Craig Wallace, head coach of St Patch Silverstream. Let's give you the lineup for both teams first anyway. Alfriston, the team that is batting first. This is batting order for them is Jason Tapiki, who'll be leading off the second baseman. Cohen Bailey will be at shortstop hitting 2 today. Carlos McCabe, who'll be in the catcher's spot. If you see that bunt down, safely down to first base. He'll be in the 3 spot as McCabe. But hitting clean-up today, Nate Murray, centre fielder. Richard Murray Terude will be pitching and hitting in the 5 spot. Hunter Bailey, Villain Tapiki were batting 6 and 7. Jerome Mika, Jason Mauricio, and we'll round out the batting order, the left field. That's Alfriston 1 to 9. St Bernard's. Now they are a really good school. Coached well as today. Hemi Orupi is in charge of the team this season. And if I'm just going to get their positions for you. We're just going to catch up with those and I'll come back to you with their fielding lineup. But we're just underway here in the top of the first innings. I mentioned a top matchup because these two teams we've seen already over a day and a half's play. Day 1 of the competition was affected through weather. And now we're underway on day 3 with fantastic conditions here. A little chilly here locally, but all in all, not too bad. Defensively for St. Bernard's, see that one pop up. Now ranging over for the second baseman. Nice catch. Taken just in foul territory by Arlo Cross in the infield. He's paired up the middle with Jason Williams Baldwin, or Jackson I should say. Third base today is Jerome Pierce-Orupe. Over at first base in the other corner is Mason Carey. Outfield now for St. Bernard's, left to right in the outfield. Angus Little, Taikaha Cross, Wilson. And at right field for them is Tai Mariri. Doing the catching today is Mason Carey. Sorry, first baseman was Shaquin Roberts. Doing the catching is Mason Carey. For the starting pitcher, it is KP Karapori Wanoa. Well, there you go, introduction for both teams all taken care of for you. Just underway here in the top of the first innings. And I mentioned I've got a special guest in here for the booth for this one. He's going to stay as long as he can because he's got to coach the next time slot. It is head coach, softball extraordinaire, won tons of titles across different types of age group. It is St. Pat's head coach, Craig Wallace.
Hey, Chob, how are we doing today? Thanks for having me.
Good, bud. Hey, are you enjoying how warm it is in the booth compared to outside?
I was just about to say it. I actually just took up your option to come in and help so I could get out of the car. But yeah, it's pretty chilly out there. But yeah, it's good to be inside.
Well, great to have you here as well. Fantastic to have your knowledge and insight. Secondary School Nationals, Craig, here, presented by Whakaata Māori and Softball New Zealand. What is secondary school softball all about?
Yeah, Chop. It's a bit different to, obviously it's a bit different to when you're coming out to the rep program or even your local club stuff. You know, you're getting a lot of kids that are just good athletes out here. A lot of teams will have players that don't necessarily play softball sad days, but are good athletes come along. You tend to get a few rugby boys playing the outfield, playing right field, or standing out there taking the hack. So it's good. I mean, you know, anytime you got out there with a bit of school pride as well, brings a different intensity as well.
Different intensity. It's great to have that. I like the culture of school softball. You know how well they're proud of their school or their kura. And the way that they show it, it's different to normal kind of club or representative stuff, isn't it? Yeah,
for sure. I mean, you can see which teams have, you know, there's a. Well, I guess they all got the pride in the school, but you know, there's a lot of teams. The intensity is different than what you see those kids on a sad day or a normal tournament you see them at. So it's good to see.
Fantastic to see indeed. Top of the first innings here, one away, and Alfriston with the bases loaded at this point have got themselves off to a fantastic start.
Yeah, they came out really aggressive to start with. Obviously got the first runner on. Then Cohen Bailey came up, put a nice little running bunt down.
Hard hit ball. And that'll find the gap in the Elliott centre. Left field, one comes in, two comes in. Alfriston off to a red hot start. They lead this one 3-0. Well, dream start here, Wally.
Yeah, perfect.
For Alfriston. Right man up at the right time.
Yeah, like I was just saying, they put some pressure on St. Bernard's early. You know, got some runners on base, and then obviously their big clean-up hitter came up, drove the ball in the gap to centre left, and drove all three of them in.
Richard Murray Turude, he found the middle of the bat, didn't he? And but he's got a face, as you see on screen here. KP Karapori Wanoa. He's got those locks flowing in the wind today. Gotta love it, eh? It's the style these days. Up the bat now is the third baseman, Hunter Bailey.
I think Hunter pitched the earlier game. The younger brother of Cohen.
Yeah.
He threw really well this morning. I watched a bit of that game. The St. Bede's game.
Only 14 years of age is Hunter. So a young prospect coming through, of course, as you're mentioning, the younger brother of the leader of this team, Cohen, in year 13. Bunt is down and it's perfect. Sacrifices Terude over to third base. So Alfriston now with a possibility of grabbing another run here, still in the top of the first innings.
Yeah, they just come out attack from the start, like you're saying, Chop, just putting the ball in play, making St. Bernard's come up and make that play. So
that'll bring up to bat now Valen Tarpiki, first baseman for Alfriston today. Kaitaponi Wānoa, starting pitcher here for St. Bernard's. This one's up and it's high. It's got icicles on it. What a catch by the shortstop from St. Bernard's, ranging over his shoulder, turning around almost in 360. Fantastic job done by young Jackson Baldwin.
Yeah, nice catch. He went a long way to go and get that. It looked for a little bit there it was going to drop in no man's land, but obviously Jack's taking control, getting out there, making a great catch.
Well, that'll do us through the top of the first innings. Alfriston didn't get off to a hot start. They lead 3-0. Fantastic to have you along. Thank you so much for tuning in here to Whakaato Māori presentation on, of course, the Māori Active YouTube channel and Softball New Zealand's event page. It's fantastic to have you along. But hope you are enjoying the talents that are on offer here of these young rangatahi and kura at the National Championships here in Ōtautahi, Christchurch. Just have a look at the offensive lineup now for St. Bernard's as they'll come out. Bernard's are playing in their navy shirts today, and it'll be the pitcher, Kaitaponi Wānoa, will lead off in the top spot. Jerome Pierce-Orupe, third baseman, will be hitting two. Jack Roberts is at first base today in the 3 spot, and then the talented shortstop, Jackson Baldwin, with that catch over his shoulder. He's hitting clean up today. Watch out for him. That kid does not take any second chances lightly, for sure. Arlo Cross hits 5 today, the second baseman, Mason Carey. He's doing the catching in the 6th spot. Tai Mariri will be at right field hitting 7 today. Kingsington Wright will be the designated player hitting in the 8th spot, and Taikaha Wilson.
No, Taika Cross is actually identical twin to Arlo Cross.
Okay.
Close to Taika Wilson, who obviously plays in the Hutt Valley. But
yep. Taika Cross playing centre field today. The designated player hitting the 8th spot, that was Kingston Wright. Remember, he's hitting for the left fielder, Angus Little. Defensively for Alfriston, out there in the field, left to right in the outfield, and it is Jason Mauricio with Nate Murray and Jason Tarpiki left to right in the outfield, as we mentioned. Hot corner third base, we're about to get underway, is Hunter Bailey. It's ready for the first pitch here, bottom of the first innings. Shortstop today is the brother of young Hunter, that's Cohen, the year 13. At second base is Jackson Tarpiki. First base today is Jalen Tarpiki, so it's the Baileys on the left side of the infield and the Tarpikis on the right side of the infield. Good family heritage here at Alfriston College. Catching today is Carlos McCabe, and on the hill, Richard Murray Turude. So some fantastic to see the year 13 Cohen Bailey on the screen here. Craig Wallace joining me in commentary for this one. Wally, players like the shortstop Cohen Bailey, as we see a shot of the second baseman now, players like Cohen Bailey, they haven't been able to play this. It's his year 13. What does it mean to kids like that?
Yeah, I think it would be a big for him. Obviously, watched him a little bit. He's really taking charge of that team.
Slow roller here to second base, and over in time, Alfriston, a well-drilled team. You were saying?
Yeah. I guess with the interruptions that COVID provided, these kids were probably like year 10. Now they're year 13.
Yeah.
They haven't had an opportunity to go away and play in the Nationals. This would probably be his. I'm not too sure if Alfriston had been previous years pre-COVID, but it'll be the first year that he would have been out with them anyway.
Bottom of the first innings continues to work here as we see a bunt play down, and it's a bang play at first base, but putting on the afterburner is Orupe. He is safe. That kid is quick, Wally.
Yeah, interesting to see Jerome hitting left-handed today, because he's naturally a righty. You've probably seen him at the 17 rep team for Hutt Valley this year hitting right-handed. A couple of years ago he was hitting a little bit left-handed, but interesting to see. I hadn't seen him hit lefty for a while, but interesting he's back out hitting left hand today.
We'll bring up to bat now the first baseman as Orupe takes off on the first pitch. Boy, oh boy, I tell you, he's in a hurry today. It's quickly down to first.
He's always been quick, Jerome. He doesn't run like his dad, obviously. Must get some speed from his mother, but he's always run well. You know, once he gets on base, he can be a bit of a threat. So it's actually probably good seeing him out there slapping the ball on ground and using that speed. So.
Well, so runner in scoring position here for St. Bernard's. As this one pops up, ranging over, and a great catch at right field by Jason Mauricio. Boy, that was good. The fence was coming large too.
Yeah, he made sort of just kept tailing, didn't it? I thought it was made good ground to get to it.
2 outs now. And I'll bring up to bat a couple of the big boppers in the team. It'll be Jacqueline Roberts, followed by Jackson Baldwin. Roberts playing with, of course, is at first base today, so Baldwin now the shortstop. Remember, he made that fantastic catch over his shoulder to complete the bottom of the first innings. This one inside, looking to come home. Orupes just too quick. Boy, that kid is lightning. And just like that, the blink of an eye, Bernards. They scored their first run. It is 3-1 now.
Yeah, he's like you said, he's very quick. Same with Jackson in the box. If he can put something in play, he's going to be lightning on the bases too.
Next pitch to Baldwin is right down the edge of the pipeline. 2 balls and 1 strike now. This one's a little low. So hitters count here for Baldwin. The format this week, Wally, is an hour and a half matches, so a little shorter than normal. With that in mind, we see a ground ball here to third base, and Bailey, with a strong throw over, will erase Baldwin, but not before St. Bernard's. They get on the scoreboard with a pass ball while Baldwin was batting. And the score is 3-1. Alfriston leading this one. Top of the second coming up next. See you all soon.
Ladies and gentlemen,
this isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. Going once, going twice, no more offers. Scored!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here. Top of the second innings, off to a hot start on a day 3 game that's on the diamond here. Alfriston's taking on St. Bernard's out of the 04 region. Game 38 on the schedule. 63 games in total scheduled here in Otautahi, Christchurch at Dynasty Ballpark. And day 1 was affected with a bit of weather, and we got through about half of the matches. And now, though, we are under good weather, good conditions. Don't think we're going to get any changes. Cool day today, 12 degrees Celsius, heading for a high of 15. But the good thing for me, there is no rain on the radar, a little bit of breeze. Today scheduled 28 kilometres an hour coming from the southwesterly. But at the ballpark, it actually right now, Wally, feels a little still.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not like it was. It was really cold yesterday. Obviously, we did well to get through some games and keep on track. But obviously, had to re-change around the schedule and change the draw up just because we lost so many rounds on day 1. So.
Was really impressed with the rangatahi, the athletes out there, especially on day 1, playing through those extreme conditions. But they weren't deterred, were they? They just wanted to be out there.
Yeah. I guess any time you get 4 days off school, right?
I hear you. Well, for Alfriston, it'll be Jerome Mika, the designated player, Jason Mariso, the left fielder, and then at the top of the shop, Jackson Tarpiki. 1, 2, 3 here as they get underway. First one goes down on strike, so one away here in the top of the second innings.
Yeah, I watched a bit of the Alfriston team play yesterday and then again this morning. They've been really impressive. They sort of built around that county's rep side, down to 17.
Yeah.
Sort of rep team. But they've been really impressive all year. The county's got a good crop of kids coming through at that age group. It'll be interesting to see where they go from here. Hopefully, keep them all together and rebuild that county's program and be a threat for a little while.
It's 100%. It's amazing the opportunities that schools or kura around Aotearoa, New Zealand, they offer them in different sporting codes. Counties, Manukau, as you're talking about, are one of those regions, that Papakura area, they just breed talented athletes, don't they? They could be playing fast pitch softball at the national championship. They could be at the volleyball championship. They definitely could be at the touch championship. They are just so talented, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely. It's one of those regions, a bit like over the years within softball, the Hawke's Bay region, Gisborne up Tairāwhiti there, they're always really good athletes out there. You kind of get the same. They always come to play. They play hard. They're aggressive. They run the base as well. Good athletes.
Hard hit ball down the line. We're talking about good athletes, and just on cue, Jason Mauricio rips one down the line for a double.
And that's what I was saying about the aggressiveness. Like he hits the ball down the line straight to the left fielder, but going 2 bases out of the box and turns that single into a double.
Top of the shop now, Jackson Tarpiki, second baseman. Getting his second look at the starting pitcher here for St. Bernard's. Bunt is down. Throw is over in time. Well fielded by Wanoa.
Yeah, KP's always really tidy off his own pitching. He's good. He's a good fielder in general, whether he plays a bit of shortstop or whether he's playing the outfield in the rep program. It's always handy when you got someone on the mound who's pretty tidy defensively as well.
Alfriston now, they'll hand it over to their year 13 captain of the squad, Cohen Bailey. One all now. This one fouls back to the screen.
Yeah, Cohen Bailey's been a tidy player for a little while now. He's obviously one of the better young players that have come through the county system over the last probably 10 years or so. Currently in the under-19 Junior Black Sox squad.
Fantastic young athlete. Again, could probably be playing basketball, volleyball, probably run the 100 metres too in 10 seconds. But this time, it's KP Wanoa from St. Bernard's gets the better. And we'll strike him out to leave the threat runner on third base. No scores come in the top of the second. We'll be back with more action here live from Ototahi Dynasty Ballpark on day 3 of competition at the National Secondary Schools Softball Championships. 3-1, Alfriston leading. Day 3 of competitions really starting to heat up here in Atiawa Dynasty Ballpark, Alfriston, taking on St Bernard's. Alfriston with a 2-run lead here in the bottom of the second innings. Bunt is down and will go foul.
We were talking about earlier. Arlo and Tiger. Little story. Obviously identical twin boys. One's left, one's right. So, but Arlo being left-handed is the second base.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And Tiger's obviously playing out in right field. So, twins have actually one of my good friends from school, Lisa, now Cross. Her sons and her husband Stephen Cross, who was a really good cricketer, and in the Lower Hutt Wellington region, played for Wellington for a little while, from my understanding, and really good rugby player as well. Plays
slap and play from Cross. Te Ruri on the hill though, is nice, calm and collected as he throws it over in time for the first set. So talented family.
Yeah. So they come from good bloodline, obviously. Good athletic family. Like I said, Stephen played top level cricket for a long time. Premier Rugby. I think he's still involved with the cricket and rugby through the New Zealand Police. So
fantastic. Up to bat now, St Bernard's. As this one pops up, it'll be their 2 tear. A backstop here. Mason carries. He fouls that one first back. Starting pitcher with a Kai Ippa for Alfriston. Delivers the next pitch. Ground ball to Bailey at shortstop. Over in time. Oh, this Alfriston defense looks tight.
Yeah, they're really tidy. Like I said, I watched a bit of them play yesterday and watched them this morning. And there's a big difference between, the top teams at this tournament and the teams, the teams that aren't maybe up the top. And a lot of it's defensively. You watch them play. They've obviously got a full team of kids who played softball and have done for a long time. And obviously their infield's really really sharp. So same old adage. You play good defense, you usually win a lot of games. So I like with them they're really intense as well. Like the intensity's good with their team. Defensively they're talking a lot.
That's the key, communication. Knowing where to be, but also letting your mate know where to be and how to be. Makes a big difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we're one of those games it's just in general, you see good teams, they're loud, they're engaged, like the intensity's good. There's some things that are always the same when you watch a good softball team play. That's some of the teams that may struggle, they might go quiet, or they start to doubt themselves a little bit, get a bit nervous on it, whichever, then they go quiet. It's pretty good indication when you see.
Hard hit ball down the line, and it's Goody as he's off to the races around the corner, and a head first Superman dive, getting her done. St Bernard's runner in scoring position.
Yeah, nice little hustle too from Kingston, right? Hustled out of the box, exactly what we saw the other half inning from Alfriston.
Fantastic. Great to see the talent on show here for sure. Alfriston with 2 outs here, runner in scoring position. Got an opportunity. Sorry, I should say St Bernard's got an opportunity here to try and pick up another run. I got the feeling these 2 teams are really good. This one's going to be a close one.
Yeah. I mean, St Bernard's, they always come out like lots of energy, as long as they can keep themselves in the game here. And apologies, it wasn't Kingston Wright. This is Kingston Wright that's come up to it now. So
Kingston Wright, designated player, hitting for the left fielder, Angus Little. In the 8th spot here, Taika Cross will be next, the other twin.
They've done well to fight their way back in, St Bernard's, to be fair. Like Alfriston jumped out, and sometimes when you get behind early, it's hard to fight your way back in. But they've stayed in the fight, and they can come up with a base hit here and get themselves right back in the game.
Shirley leans back now. 2 balls and 1 strike to count. Late swing will go foul. That'll level the count now 2-2.
Another thing too with the Alfriston team, they've got 2 accomplished pitchers. You know, like they don't let, you know, both are really good pitchers on the mound, which is big. At secondary schools, you don't get too many teams that have 2. A lot of teams will have 1 good pitcher, but not many teams have 2. So.
I love the opportunities that secondary school provides, Wally. You may not be a main starting pitcher in a normal club side, but at secondary schools you can get an opportunity, and I think it's those opportunities that really make the tournament. That one just misses outside, so the designated player right will head down to first base. 2 runners aboard now, all bet with 2 out.
You also get those kids that think they can pitch, right? Like,
yeah.
My son's one of them. Thinks he's going to pitch this afternoon, but I don't think he
before you
is.
throw your son under the bus.
He's been begging me all week to get some innings on the mound, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Taikaha Cross now centre fielder here for St Bernard's. St Bernard's, whereabouts is that in the 04 region?
So they're right in the middle of Lower Hutt.
Right.
Like if you're familiar with Lower Hutt, right down the mall, they're about probably 500 metres down the road towards straight down Waterloo Road.
Swinging bunt, tough play defensively, but read super well by the starting catcher, Carlos McCabe. That's not an easy play.
No, it's a great play. Great play. They got them out of an inning too. St Bernard's obviously coming back up to the top of the order if they get on. KP would have been coming up, so it was a great play to get out of the inning.
Big defensive play for Alfriston, keeps the score where it is. 3 runs to 1, more action to come. When we come back to the top of the 3rd innings. Opportunities with plenty, and that's what day 3 is given to these colleges Kura that are here in Otautahi, Christchurch for the National Secondary Championships. Great to have you along for it. Fantastic to have you all here. You can see that defensive lineup for St Bernard's now. Little, Cross and Mariri left to right in the outfield. Orupe in the hot corner. Baldwin is the starting shortstop. Arlo Cross is the second baseman. Roberts over at first base. Carry behind the dish, and KP1 or designated player Kensington right. So they're all ready to go again here in the top of the 3rd innings. Alfriston, they've been very good, especially in the 1st inning, scoring 3 runs. You can see their offensive lineup. I want to draw your attention to the players in the 2nd spot there. Cohen Bailey, he is dangerous, the shortstop, year 13. But McKay Davis, I really like him, and the pitcher, Richard Murray Terude, hitting in the 5 spot. Those are some of the kids. All of them I'll watch out for, but one earmarked I think that you should really pay attention to in this game. Alfriston, setting up their clean-up hitter here with 1 down in the top of the 3rd innings. And that is the centre fielder, Nate Murray. Outside set by the catcher. So I'll take it a little bit high. Craig Wallace joined us in the booth here, the head coach, but also softball extraordinaire, but a head coach of St Pat's Silverstream. The pitcher here for St Bernard's, Karapoti Wānoa, what type of pitcher is he?
Yeah, he's been pitching a long time. He'll move the ball around a lot. He kind of changes his pace a lot.
Mm-hmm.
KP used to he's one of those kids that grew up pitching every game. Over the last few years, he's probably backed off a little bit from pitching all the time and kind of increased his time playing out in the field. He plays, like I said, he plays a lot of shortstop for his club. For Dodgers, he played a lot of the outfield for the rep program, that sort of stuff. He's still pitching at their level, but he's probably not pitching as much as he used to. But as you can see, he can still come out. He throws strikes. Varies his speed up a lot, which is good.
Swing and just taken in foul territory. Murray will get a chance to come back into the batter's box. These kids, when they've got the opportunity to play at a national tournament, what's some of the key factors for them that's required?
To get here, or just to...
Yeah, let's talk about getting here for starters.
Yeah, I guess it's a bit different. In regards to, your usual stuff, your rep programs run by your province, your club programs run by your club, but... coming to schools, event like this, it's a different, there's not too many schools that probably softball's the main sport at their school, if that makes sense, so it has its own issues sometimes around funding wise and getting here, and I know when we were looking into coming for a start, it was going to cost the kids sort of $900 each to come down, so obviously school did a great job getting us some funding, and the price obviously decreased a lot, but it's a bit different because it's not you probably got to have someone within the school that has a bit of drive behind them for the softball stuff. Obviously schools, their rugby programs are big, your netball programs are big, yes, your football.
So really important to have a good teacher in charge of kaimahi to support the sport program.
Yeah, for sure.
Excellent, well, fantastic. So you see that little pick off down there. Murray obviously headed down to first base. Now it is the pitcher was one of the players we were earmarked to watch here. That's Richard Murray Te Ruri. This one comes off the end of the bat. He'll have to hustle, and he'll get her done. So Alfriston, in the top of the third innings here, only one down, and they've got two runners on.
Yeah, he looks to be a good athlete. Obviously pitching today, hitting in the 5-hole. As you can see by there, he hit the ball on the ground and was quick up the line as well.
Hunter Bailey, third baseman.
Pretty big part of the game here for St. Bernard's. They need to restrict probably Alfriston here. Make sure they don't score any more runs. They're kind of fighting their way back in. But a couple runs here might blow things out a little bit too.
Bailey playing in Papatoru, third base today. Steps back in to go to work. It's the Kaiepa pitcher. Swing over the top of a drop ball by squeezes away from the catcher. Alfriston will move their runners over to second and third now. Baldwin, the shortstop, just comes in for a couple of quiet words with the pitcher. Wānoa, there's a bit of a smile there. 1-1 the count. Bailey straight to Baldwin. He'll have to go home, and he does. And the tag is perfecto. Kia mauta wehe. What a defensive gem.
Yeah, got the ball to the right guy, didn't they? Their best defensive player. Jack's made a really nice play. Good throw to the plate, and a nice, received it well by Mason Carey. Made a nice tag at the out at home.
Oh, we've seen good defence from Alfriston. Now good defence also from St. Bernard's. That'll bring up Valen Tāpiki in the position of Papatahi, first base. Inside outswing, pops up. And running out of real estate, and that one will go foul. And the umpire just explaining a little bit here. I think I've decided to put the young man on. So loaded bases now for Alfriston. It'll bring up the bat for them. So Tapiki is put on first base. Now Jerome Mika, designated play, is hitting for the right fielder Josan Tapiki. There is 2 away here, so St Bernard's, Wally, they just need to squeeze out another out.
Yeah, interesting move. I'm not not too sure if they fell behind the count there, but yeah, they've obviously gone with trying to make a play at any base and make things easier for them to get that third out.
Lots of communication. You talked about communication being a key. You can see lots of it out there. Baldwin coming in again to the Kaiepa pitcher, Wano.
Yeah, Jax is really good. I've had a lot to do with Jax over the years. Obviously, he plays for our local club team. But he's always a little ball of energy. He's really good. Has some great leadership skills. He obviously captains his team. And just over there talking to KP, just calming him down, making him throw, talking to him, trying about throw strikes. Probably just trying to say, get the ground ball to me. I would be saying to the Jets, to be honest. But definitely the leader of this team, provides a lot of their energy too.
Well, there's a big couple of pitches to come here now for St Bernard's. Loaded bases, 2 outs, 3-1 count. Hitters count here for the designated player, Jerome Mika.
You are probably running into the, when we put the base runner on there, we lead the bases, which makes it tough on the pitcher having to come out throw strikes. Getting behind, there's no real room for error there too. So he's fought his way back here to 3-2 count, which is good.
Ready now for the challenge. Runners will be in motion on the pitch. Off they go. So does the swing. So does Karapiri 1 or the Kaiepa for St Bernard's. Tidy. Woo! Avoids the ducks full on the pond there, Wally. That was tight.
Worked out perfectly for them, though, didn't it? So, good move by coach.
Yeah, good strategy indeed there, as we will do us through the top of the 3rd innings. It is Alfriston still leading St Bernard's 3-1. Back soon. Ladies and gentlemen, in the bottom of the 3rd innings here, and it will be top of the shop for St Bernard's. Karapiri 1 or the pitcher, Jerome Pierce Orupe, the 3rd baseman, and Shakun Roberts, Papatahi, first baseman. 1, 2, 3 here. Only trailing by 2 runs. I've got Craig Wallace, head coach of St Pat's Silverstream, in the booth with us. 2 runs in a game of softball. Is that a big margin?
No, not at all, especially with the top of St Bernard's batting order coming up, this is a really good opportunity for them to fight their way back into the game.
Ground ball to the 3rd base. Bailey gets it over in time. 1 away here in the bottom of the 3rd innings. As you so rightly mentioned, top of their order. This is number 2 in their order now, the 3rd baseman, Orupe.
Yeah, see how I said before, he hits left-handed, he's come back in, this time he's in right-handed, so I'm not too sure. I would have thought after the last at bat when he beat out that ground ball, he would have stayed left-handed, but he'd probably get the ball down and beat it out again.
Maybe looking for a little bit of pop. And first pitch is just over the top of the strike zone.
Yeah, so I'm looking down to Dad as he walked into the box to almost like, what side do you want me to hit from?
Te Rure with a smile on his face as well. I like that about this. The kudas here, the schools and high schools, and you can just see these young players. Actually, I want to talk to you about this, Wally. Nice pitch through the bottom of the zone. Who's count 1 and 2? Wally, after a couple of years of hiatus of the national championships through COVID and other things that have been happening around Aotearoa, New Zealand, I've noticed just in observing and talking to a few of our rangatahi as Te Rere comes through the zone to pick up his second out. I've noticed though, just talking to some of our rangatahi and observing them, they're just loving being out here and having the opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the downside of what COVID provided was we just didn't get to get out and see our friends and see, like a lot of these kids have played against each other for a long time. They see each other at rep tournaments. They're really good friends off the diamond. Some of them didn't see each other for 2 or 3 years, when we weren't able to get to the national tournament. So it's good for them to get back out, connect with, people that they hadn't seen in a while.
Well, it's about connections, and that's the thing, you're right, connecting again. And we saw after COVID that our rangatahi, young athletes, is tough play here. Bailey's got to be quick. The transfer's elite. Alfriston have looked silky smooth in the field. That'll do the bottom of the third. Top of the fourth coming up. Alfriston leading 3 runs to 1. Back soon. Beautiful day here in Atiawa, Christchurch. It's always like this. I don't know what you've been talking about, Craig Wallace, joining me in the booth here. He loves coming to Christchurch, don't you?
Oh, usually I do, but I was actually caught up with Gareth Cook last night. I was having a chat with him and said, this is probably the latest I've been here in the softball season, and usually we're down here around Christmas time, sometimes Club Nationals, and the weather's still pretty good, but it hasn't been great this week. It was really nice Monday. Really nice. We actually flew on Monday. We were going to take the boys to the beach. And then
scratch that.
Yeah, no, it was nice. It was actually warm here.
The beach came to you, buddy.
And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it was like the middle of winter. Or Tuesday, Wednesday, definitely. Today's right.
Starting to ease off now, but KP Wano is not, as he picks up the first strikeout in the top of the 4th innings here. Craig, I want to talk to you about, we were just talking about before we went to ad break, about these kids coming back and making those connections. One thing that's really stood out to me, after COVID, our kids were disconnected from each other. Our rangatahi were disconnected. The only way they could interface with each other was digitally. They couldn't even see each other in person. Kanohi to kanohi, face to face. And so what I'm trying to get at here is what I've noticed and observed this week. It's not necessarily about the winning bunt down, but it'll go foul. It's not necessarily about the winning. It's about making those connections. Sure, they want to win, but I believe the real winner this week are those connections again. Kanohi to kanohi.
100%. The good thing too about the secondary school stuff is the pressure of what a provincial tournament provides. It kind of goes away. Like they're out there having more fun than what they would. The pressure doesn't seem to affect them as much, and they seem to be enjoying just being around each other,
Fantastic indeed. And really is a sight to see. Well, Karipari won, or he's come out on fire here in this innings, isn't he?
Yeah, he's done well since the first inning was a bit rough. You know, they put a bit of pressure on that St. Bernard's defence, but he's done a really great job of regaining his composure and just shut them out for a couple of innings, and he's working his way pretty quickly through this inning as well. Sitting down 2 in a row here. And we'll bring up to bat shortstop, Cohen Bailey. 2 away. Bailey watches on, he tries a quick sneaky bunt, can't quite get her down. Yeah, second one they've tried to put down this inning. Wonder if they're trying to identify just getting the ball back in play, trying to get some speed back on the bases. Well, Alfriston. Hard hit ball. Oh, the second baseman, though, left-handed, as you were saying, makes a fine play. Yeah, great play by out across there. Ranged aside. Obviously, probably more for a right-handed kid that's a backhand play, but for him, just reaches over, makes a nice play. Over to first base, gets out of the inning. Well, there you go. That'll do the innings. As you can see, the replay will be back with more action here live from Autotei Christchurch at Dynasty Ballpark for the National Secondary School Softball Championships. Kia ora koutou katoa, no mai, hara mai, ki te kemo o Puiuka. Welcome back into what should be a fantastic conclusion to this match between Alfriston and St. Bernard's. Alfriston out of the South Auckland region, St. Bernard's are from the Lower Hutt region in the 04. You can see the young shortstop here now, Jax Baldwin. Lead off here at Bernard's, and he gets a comeback at Tarure. I tell you what, we've said it a couple of times already today, Wally. This Alfriston team is slick in the field. Yeah, it's probably been the difference between the two teams so far. You know, they haven't put a foot wrong every play they've made. You know, where St. Bernard's probably didn't make those plays in the first inning. Alfriston's been making them the whole game, so making a big difference. Second baseman, left-handed, Arlo cross. Just made a nice play to finish the last inning, obviously. Make a play, get a hit. I just been informed from Arlo's mother that all softball talent comes from her, doesn't come from Dad. So all softball talent from the Cross Boys is coming from Mother Lisa, not Father Stephen. Well, fantastic for Lisa to pass on that talent to her two twin sons. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying today's broadcast. Of course, on behalf of Soccer New Zealand for Kāta Māori, produced to you by Ballpark Broadcasting and Atiawa Toa FM on this one. It's a complete privilege and honour to do that for you. Bunt is down from cross. Off to the races. The dive head first. It's bang, bang at first place. Alfriston, though, still silky smooth in the field. Yeah, another nice play. I thought he'd, you know, Arlo runs well. I thought he might have got that down close enough that he was going to get there, but they made a great play to get him. Nice little bunt. Again, athleticism from the pitcher off the mound. You know, we talked about him hitting in the middle of the lineup. He was quick up the line before, makes another nice play. Pretty much doing everything this inning, isn't he? Mason Carey now.
Makai Hopu, apologies, catcher. Watches one go low. Levels the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. Two away here, bottom of the 4th innings. Hard hit ball. Looking for the alley, it'll find the alley like a cat. And like a cat, he will skirt around first base all the way sliding into second.
Where'd that noise come from?
That's coming from a Diamond 2 here. Over on Diamond 2 is a Division 1 women's game that's on at the moment, and that's between Westlake Girls and Rolleston. And it looks like Westlake may have just crossed the home plate to score a run, and has set the girls into hysterics.
Yeah, it sounded like there was a girls' team watching this game there. I thought young Mason Carey might have had some fans out there. They were really loud, but it was obviously coming from Diamond 2.
Well, I tell you what, I'm a fan of Mason anyway, so that, I'm sure hopefully that counts for something. Carlos McCabe now batting. Carry on second base, and his head goes to the sky. Oh, I just missed that one.
Yeah, if they can drive the run in here, get themselves right back in, you know, St. Bernard's have done a great job of fighting their way back in here, you know, a couple opportunities. Again, comes out, gets another strike out there, right? Stop that right there.
This game is moving at a great rate of knots as we're 3 runs to 1, Alfriston leading. St. Bernard's will take the field, see if they can keep that scoreline close. Back soon.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go once. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
The Rangatahi finding their way to home plate to tack on some more runs. It's Alfriston leading 3 runs to 1 here at the moment. And they will look to try and add on to that lead against the pitching of Karapari Owanoa. Alfriston will send to the plate Carlos McCabe, Nate Murray and Richard Murray Terude. 1, 2, 3 here in the top of the 5th innings.
Yeah, it seems like every time St. Bernard's are getting a sniff, Alfred's just getting out of the inning, getting that crucial third out. You know, Bernard's have had a lot of opportunities to get and just haven't been able to get those runs back across the plate.
St. Bernard's middle infield and the right side there, first baseman and second baseman. Preparation for the delivery from Karipoti. And it's a good one too that sees them on the front foot.
I don't know if it's just me, Chop, but is the mullet running wild at St. Bernard's? Like you got, well, KP's isn't really mullet, it's just flying, but first base, second base, shortstop, DP, left field.
It's a real thing. Apparently it's Atahua. It's handsome these days to have a flowing mullet. I wouldn't know, because if you ever got to see Chopper in real life, you'll know that there's no chance of a mullet whatsoever.
You and me both, mate. We don't make much. Those days are well gone.
Yeah. Nice. Texas league at a centre field. Going for the second base. Nice. Oh, I love the pace of these young rangatai here in attendance. That's a great double.
Yeah, like we were talking about earlier. They push the boundary. They come out. That's just a base hit to centre field. Just comes out, hustles out. It seems like a way that a lot of the county's teams play. They play really good defence. They're really aggressive on the bases. But kind of like what a lot of the Hawke's Bay teams play like over the years. When I was growing up, they all played that way. As you'd well know, Chop.
Tino Tere, real quick around the bases, aren't they? And just if they can just get a glimpse of an opportunity, both hands, they're off to the race as well. The athlete up the bat now playing in the Rohe Hanga centre outfield. And up the bat now, Nate Murray.
Yeah, came up early, obviously, in the game with the loaded bases and drove all 3 runs in. So here's all 3 RBIs for them for this game.
Big reason why Murray's hitting the cleanup spot. First pitch is up. Skyscraper, and the catcher looks for it. And a great catch in the grandstand. Now, if I'm not mistaken, we got a message in from the mother, Lisa Cross, about where the talent came from. Well, guess who caught that ball in the grandstand?
I was just about to say. Yeah. Like I said, he's a good athlete.
Maybe the dad's got a bit of talent too, eh?
Yeah. No glove on, see? Easy. He's got those cricket hands. He's all good.
Come on, Mama. Look after Papa. He's got a bit of talent too.
What about how you came up and saw us in between innings? Thought I was going to be in trouble, Lise. You get me in trouble.
That's not hard to do, that's for sure. As Karapati Wano continues to work here against the dangerous hitting Murray. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. Hard hit ball from Murray going deep, all the way back and off the top of the fence. It just stays in the yard. He got every little bit of that one, and Alfriston grab an insurance run here to lead 4 runs to 1.
He hit the ball hard again, drove in another run. I think he might have thought he got that one out though.
It was close. It hit the top of the fence and bounced back. I mean, like 1 more millimetre and she's gone.
He hit the ball hard. Second time today he's hit the ball hard.
When Murray's got the Larko or bat in his hand, woo, watch out. Be on guard. The Widow, the challenge has been laid, that's for sure. Of the bat now, pitcher Richard Murray Terure. Looks to shape for Bund here. Alfriston, though, they just keep on trying to apply some sort of pressure through this match, don't they?
Yeah, I guess the big difference between the 2 teams at the moment is Alfriston, every time they've seemed to get an opportunity, they've taken advantage of it. You know, like they've probably had about the same amount of base runners on today. You know, St.
Bunters down. Karipoti is cool, calm, clear to get the out at first base. Doesn't allow Murray to come to third base. You were saying, Waller?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, every time they've got an opportunity, they've made the most of it. You know, they've been lucky enough, I guess, or not lucky, but to come up. You know, their cleanup hitters come up in big situations and come through both times. You know.
Hunter Bailey's got that big time opportunity right now. They have picked up a run here in the top of the 5th innings. If they can pick up 2, maybe the margin could be large enough for them to hold out the victory. We'll find out as we go through this one. It's only top of the 5th innings. It is an hour and a half time slots. At the end of an hour and a half, they'll complete the innings first. If they're tied after a completion of innings, they will go to tiebreaker.
Yeah, they got roughly half an hour ago, so maybe 2 innings at best. They probably get through a full game here, but
because they moved through quickly, haven't they?
Yeah. St. Bernard's actually need to they need to get out here. They can't really give
hard
up
hit ball.
More runs.
And the third baseman regathers, makes a fine out at first base. That was top level. Amazing that he stopped the ball for start with, but Alfriston do convert another run here. They now lead the ball game 6 runs to 1.
The good thing to see too with Alfriston here, they were always going on that situation.
5 runs to 1, apologies.
You know, nice and aggressive. They hit the third base. The base runner was coming home with the lead. I guess they can afford to be more aggressive, but nice good play again.
Hard hit ball down the line, and this hitting machine from South Auckland, Alfriston, they just don't know when to say quits, do they? Fantastic.
Yeah, they're looking pretty tough out here at the moment, aren't they?
Designated player now. Full swing on that one. Hey, Jerome Mika. And Mika gets a wood on this one. Second baseman, little bobble. However, the base runner was too close on the fielding play, and the umpire will signal him out. That'll do the innings, top of the 5th innings. Not before, though, Alfriston. 2 valuable insurance runs. They lead 5 runs to 1. Bottom of the 5th coming up next. St. Bernard's here to get her going. We'll find out when we come back. Actually, we'll stay up here, Wally. I want to ask you, we're talking about before, there was only a couple of runs in the game. It doesn't mean much. Now we're at 5 runs to 1 for St. Bernard's against the silky smooth defence of Alfriston. What are going to be some of the key factors for them to get back in the game?
Yeah, I mean, I guess they need to just make sure they're being patient, you know, in their at-bats. The worst thing they could do now is panic and try and chase the game, if that makes sense. Just come out, have some really good at-bats, looks like. Is there a pitching change here?
Tududi back on the hill.
I know. But yeah, they probably just fight through some at-bats here, you know, be a little more patient, swinging at good pitches. With good defensive teams like this, it's not like you just put the ball in play and you have an opportunity to get on. You got to hit some holes out there, you know. It's tough to put pressure on a good defensive team because, you know, a team that doesn't create great defense, you could put some bunts down, you could put some balls in play and hope to make up some runners there. But Alfredson, you know, everything that's hit, they're making plays on.
So complicated strategy required for St. Bernard's. And I'll bring up here for the Bernards team, Kensington Wright in the designated player role today. And 1 to the 5-6. I'll need a quick play. The throw is just a little low. And just what the doctor ordered, Wally.
Yeah,
lead off batter on here for St. Bernard's.
Might have put the hex on them, with the defense. But good hustle from Kingston. Good out of the box. Put some pressure on the other team. Not known, well known for his speed, but he's a good little athlete, Kingston. Good little. Oh, I remember him. He used to play rugby actually with, if you can believe him, Keenan, all in the same team. So I'm not sure how that works out now, but he's been playing softball for a little while. Really, I know him and young Angus Little are really good friends. So.
Fantastic. We're going to see a pinch runner come out here for Wright over at first base. And off the bench is Hadley Barber. He'll be the new runner now, so injected a little bit of pace in for the runner here.
Hadley Barber was Dodgers premier bat boy for a long time when we were there. So for you boys out there, this is where Hadley is now.
Yeah, he knows the game then.
Yep. Yeah, he's been around the game forever. He probably picked up the bats for our team for 5 years.
Wow.
So good to see him still playing out there, obviously enjoying some. He must be year 9 now.
Well, Taika Cross, the St. Bernard's. Their first baseman, just a smidge in. Casey's a bunt. First pitch is a hard swing, though. Will go foul out of play.
Exactly what St. Bernard's needing, getting some runners, getting some traffic out there, coming back up, you know, almost back at the top of their order.
So the pinch hitter, Barber, down at Papatai, first base running. Tududu continues the pitch, does the Kaiepa. This one outside. Hemi Urupe and Damien Wan, all their coaching staff for St. Bernard's. So they got good experience there. Pick off attempt to 1, and Barber is back quickly. Got a good head on his shoulders.
Yeah, Hadley. Funny story. He used to be our bat boy, and we'd turn up to like random club nationals tournaments, and he'd be there. Like we'd turn up in North Harbour and he's there. And his mum and dad had flown him up. They brought him up for the week, and he would turn up at the park and still be the bat boy. It was awesome.
Fouls this one off into the leg, but in the batter's box. So, as you can say, arms are up by the home plate umpire. Dead ball just means the strike on the batter.
It's good to see a little bit of fight here coming from the bottom of the St. Bernard's order. Like good at bat from Taika here, fighting his way through it. If he can get on base here with the top of the order coming up, they can, a couple of runs, he'll get them right back in.
That is the key, isn't it? If they can get a couple of runs in this innings and you're reaching the top of the order is after this, then you never know.
Yep.
You really never know, because 4 runs can come back in the blink of an eye.
Yeah. This is exactly what you want out of your 9-hole hitter, I know he obviously hasn't come with a hit, he struck out there, but, he's made the pitcher work hard. Tough little 6-7 pitch at bat. Probably, with KP coming into the box now, probably see dividends here of that tough at bat.
1-1 now, facing Te Rure. He fouls this one off, go out of play, but first pitch swinging. The whittle, the challenge has been laid here, that's for sure.
I mean, how many times do you see like that? Hit it before 6-7 pitches and pitcher just wants to come out, get ahead, Comes out, throws a strike. KP obviously couldn't take advantage of that, but happens all the time.
And that one comes off, gets away from the catcher, and young bat boy from back in the day, Hadley Barber, skims on down to second base.
Yeah, I'd like to see Karapuri just bear down a little bit here, drive the ball the other way somewhere like that, get on base, keep the line moving.
Hokoi Rua, 2 strikes, and this one's close. It's close enough indeed, as he'll pull that one through the zone to get the strikeout. And Wanoa is back to the dugout. So 2 away now for St. Bernard's. We'll hand the opportunity over to Jerome Pierce Orupe. Left-handed this time.
Yeah, Jerome's coming back up left-handed today. So left then right, now left again. So
and swinging at the first pitch. Tell you what though, you see young Orupe coming back to the batter's box. Big smile on his dial. He's enjoying it, isn't he?
Yeah. Like I said, it takes a bit of pressure off the schoolboy stuff, there's not the pressure of what you'd have when you're out there for the provincial, where everything's, seems like a big deal at that age, when you're in your schoolmates, it's a lot more, they seem like they're having a lot more fun and enjoying themselves.
Rupe. And Baba just catches them a little there, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Down to third base. Love the base running. Love it.
It's like he's been watching Joe Evans.
Fantastic. Now, 60 feet away from their second run here is St. Bernard's. This one fouls back. I tell you what, we just need a couple more pitches, and somehow Hadley Barber's going to find his way home. I don't know how, but he's going to find it.
Yep, stealing bases.
Oma Whanoke, steal a base. Can he steal home? That's the question, and unluckily enough, Alfriston's second baseman's just too good, and they take the third out before Barber can pick up their second run. That'll do us through a 5 complete here. It is Alfriston leading. We'll wait to see what the umpires will do. Looks like we are still playing here. Plenty of time. We're back with you with more action here live from Ōtautahi. It is Alfriston leading St. Bernard's 5 runs to 1. Actually, in saying that, Wally, let's carry on here, because I know you've got to go shortly and get ready for your next match. The rangatahi that are here, how do you prepare them for playing this competition?
Yeah, well, it's a bit different. You don't have the time that you do, at club and provincial based stuff. I mean, we haven't even been able to have an opportunity to get in and have training. School calendar's really busy this time of year. You don't get as much time with the team that you normally would. But and also in saying that, the school pride kicks in a little bit too. So they already all know each other, so that makes things a lot easier as well.
Well, back to the action here in the top of the 6th innings. Alfriston with a 4-run lead at this point. Time clock has got to be getting close. Maybe the last innings, we may get to the 7th. We'll see how we go. And Katapoti 1, or the Kaiepero pitcher for St Bernard's, continues to work hard. He's gone the whole way here for them. Alfriston will send up the number 9 hitter, Jason Mauricio. Then back to the top of the shop, Jackson Tarpiki and Cohen Bailey. 1, 2, 3 here. This one pops up, and it'll just go foul out of play. What have you thought about Alfriston in this match, Wally?
Yeah, I've been really impressed. I like I said, I watched them the other day, and from today, saying the same thing again. They've got lots of energy. They come out, they're running the bases hard. Their defense is good, 2 good pitchers, and they've controlled this game from the outset. They got ahead early. Once St Bernard's had a couple of opportunities to fight their way back in, they stayed calm. They made the plays they needed to. So probably seem a really mature, that's weird to say, but a really mature team for this sort of level of competition. It looks like a rep team out playing in a schools comp, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. It sure does. Well, they're coming out of Group B here in the round robin section. Their draw got adjusted after the rain-affected day 1. And they're joined by St Bede's and Rolleston, and that real tight tussle in there, especially between Rolleston, St Bernard's and Alfriston, trying to get the top 2 spots. This is the top 2. They get a chance to advance through to the semi-finals and grand final, which is scheduled for tomorrow morning. And of course, on the other group is where your team is in Group A, Wally. Of course, you're joined by Shirley boys, Southland, Dunstan, and Haiapoi, one of the local colleges here. What have you thought about the competition that you guys have been able to face?
Yeah, I mean, it's good. That it was a real shame with the weather. For these tournaments you come to, there's there can be quite a big difference in the top teams to the bottom tier team. But for myself, coaching that sort of thing, when you play those teams that are kind of down the bottom, it's a great opportunity to bring the kids that are year 9 or year 10 in to play a lot more sort of time. But some of the teams are good. I was really impressed. We played Southland boys yesterday. I thought they were a good team. Obviously, Shirley touched us up a little bit this morning. They beat us pretty handily. They were good. It was good to see that they were a good team. I think all 4 teams in the Group B, they're all pretty tight. So that seems pretty level as well. So there's some really good teams. I don't know. Alfriston to me probably looks the team to beat at the moment. Shirley boys obviously as well. They look really tidy. So I think one of those 2 teams at the moment probably look like they'll be walking away with the spoils tomorrow. But there's probably 3 or 4 other teams out there that can also come through and win as well.
The format for the crossover after round robin play at 1:45 today is the boys section. We'll see 1v1. Those games are played at 5:15. 1v1, the winner of that will go straight to the grand final. 2v2, the winner of that will go to the sudden death semi-final at 8:45 tomorrow morning. So you finish second in your group, you've still got a chance to make your way right to the grand final.
Yeah, that's good. It's a bit of a shame with the rain out, because the initial draw had everyone playing around a full round robin, which is awesome. You get
to see all the different schools.
It's so good. We never get to do that these days, So it was really good to see that. Get to play everyone at the tournament in the top 2. Would have been awesome.
Yeah.
Obviously with the weather, you've had to change things around a bit, and the format we've come up with works as well, and I really like the fact, I thought it might have just been straight semi-finals, but the fact that it's 1v1, you should deserve the right once you top your pool to have 2 lives, you know? So
Yeah, dead right. Yeah, 1v1. If they drop a game, they can still make it to the grand final. Hard hit ball, and boy, oh boy, the third baseman for St. Bernard's, Steely Orupe, with a fine grab indeed. So that'll be 2 away here. In the top of the 6th innings. And it's the shortstop now, Cohen Bailey, playing in his last secondary school national championships. I got a chance to catch up with his father, Regan, a few weeks ago, and I asked him, are you taking the team to Division 1 Nationals? He said, yep, otherwise Cohen will have me. He really, really wanted to come to this tournament, so he's got his opportunity here to represent his kudo as he swings over the top of that one. It's fantastic to have great families like the Bailey family. Lots of good whānaus are here, and lots of great schools or kudo that are involved as well, giving these rangatahi the opportunity on the national stage. Hard hit ball from Bailey. Looking to go deep underneath it, though, is the centre fielder. Nice catch taken by St. Bernard's. And that'll complete the top of the 6th innings. It is Alfriston leading the ball game, 5 runs to 1. Back soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Otautahi Christchurch here on day 3 of competition. Alfriston taking on St. Bernard's. South Auckland taking on Lower Hutt. Great to have along for it. I'm Jason Gill. There's AK Chopper. Joining me in the booth is Craig Wallace. The whole way through on this one so far. In game number 38 here on day 3. And the scoreline is 5 runs to 1 at this point. But to be fair, Wally, this game's felt a lot tighter.
Yeah, definitely has. Like I said, Alfriston did a great job earlier of taking advantage when they got their opportunity. St. Bernard's had lots of runners on base, just haven't had that, come through with that clutch hit that Alfriston has. So.
Shagan Roberts now. Big lad. So if he can get a hold of it, maybe Roberts could be like Nate Murray from Alfriston and almost lift it out of the yard. Big swing. I say though, the starting pitcher who's gone the whole way here for Alfriston, Richard Murray Terure, the Kai Epa, he has been aggressive throwing at these batters, hasn't he?
He's been great, like coming out, throwing strikes, getting ahead in. And big thing too, when you get ahead early in a game, well, the worst thing you can do is walk people. He hasn't done that. He's come out, he's thrown strikes. He's got ground balls. He's got good defense behind him. He's good off his own pitching defensively. Just come out, throw strikes, which is exactly what you need when you're playing with the lead.
And again, another strike, another foul ball. Count is full, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, just busting him hard inside. He kind of don't know if he was trying to get out of the way to start with and thought he might take a swing.
To do this, set now, full count. Change of pace, it's a beauty with a bow on it. Ties the knot and gets the out.
Yeah, great pitch. Well, it obviously looked like he was looking, Hitter Roberts was looking for something in again, you know, and completely tricked him with the change-up. So.
Jackson Baldwin now, starting shortstop for St. Bernard's. Sporting the, what do they call those things? It's not a scarf.
Gator?
Gator? Yeah. He's always got all the bling, doesn't he? Young Baldwin, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got the Hutsy one, but I think he's rocking the white one, not the blue.
Hard hurt ball for Baldwin. That's why he's got the goods. He's got talent to burn and respects the outfielder's stroke. He'll trot back to third base. But that's what St. Bernard's need. They need base runners, and he's there now.
Yeah, good heads-up play too from Jax. You know, usually in a situation, a tight ball game, he'd be going 2 bases easy, you know, or like pushing anyway. Yeah. But obviously realising they're chasing a bunch of runs and he can't get thrown out. Throws the brakes on coming around first and gives his team an opportunity to drive him in.
Well, the twin son. Inside out swing will go foul out of play down the left side. The twin son of the very talented Lisa Cross up the bat now. She's had a lot of love in this broadcast, hasn't she?
Yeah, she sure has.
Fantastic. I know she will be rooting hard here for St. Bernard's to come back. Only trailing by 4 runs here in the bottom of the 6th. Good pitch through the edge of the zone. To do that. Tough play and a great stroke by Cross as he'll get down to first base, and just like that in the blink of an eye, St. Bernard's 2 runners on.
Yeah, he's looked good both the last 2 times up in the box, putting the ball in play like that. Last time he was unlucky, he got thrown out at first base, but put the ball in play, put some pressure on the pitch, and with the speed, create a bit of pressure and come up with the error and keep the line moving, as you say.
Now the Kai Hopu catcher for St. Bernard's.
What are they doing?
And Baldwin.
It literally looks like they've left base on purpose to get out, but I don't understand the way when they're trailing.
Wow, I tell you what, I don't know what you say, but the manager from St. Pat's Silverstream, they don't come any better, Wally. They do not come any better.
To be fair, Chopper, she probably heard you complaining about how you didn't get a Moro for the last 3 innings, so she's given in.
Yeah, it's just delivered one. Well, there is leaving early again, so 2 leaving earlies here for St. Bernard's. And I believe what they're trying to do here is force a 7th innings, give them a full innings to try and come back in the games. We start the 7th innings, looks like we are going to do that. Well, St. Bernard's will have the full 7th innings to try and get themselves back. They did have 2 runners on. There was only 1 down. Maybe that was the innings to get the run. We'll find out when we come back. It is still 5 runs to 1. Alfriston leading. Here we go in the top of the 7th innings. It all rests between Alfriston and St. Bernard's here. Big matchup. And there's a Group B crossover teams. 5 runs to 1. Alfriston, we're looking for an insurance run. Carlos McCabe Davis will lead off here. And just with that, of course, we know that St. Pat's Silverstream will take on Kaiapoi in the 1:45 game out in Diamond 87. So, Wally, I know you've got to take 3 Ubers and 2 taxis to get out to your Diamond for the next game. I want to thank you for coming in and helping out with the broadcast here. We wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, mate. It's on the plus side of that, we've actually had our game move to Diamond 2, so it's been amazing.
Watch out. See, he comes in the commentary booth and boom.
Got some pull now.
Yeah, fantastic. We wish you the best of luck.
Cheers,
and
mate.
of course,
Thanks for having me.
With the playoffs later on tonight, get yourself into the grand
hopefully.
final. Looking
Cool.
forward to that. Okay,
Thanks,
mate. Cheers, Wally. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Craig Wallace, head coach for St. Pat's Silverstream. Jumped in commentary for us, did a fantastic job. Made the lineup for his next game while he was in commentary. Now he's heading down to warm up the boys and give them an opportunity, the Rangatahi, to perform here at the national stage at the Whakaata Māori Softball New Zealand presentation of the Secondary Schools Softball Championship. Nate Murray now, he's been amazing today with the bat for Alfriston. Drove it in 4 of their 5 runs. One that almost just left the yard, and a big swing from Murray. Aggressive, power swing, power pitches for Karapati Wānoa as well. Just time called here from head coach Regan Bailey. Pass on a message. See, it's being delivered now as Murray will come back to the batter's box. No balls, 1 strike to count. Change of pace. And he won't want to swing at that one. And doesn't either, so 1-1 now the count. 1 away here, top of the 7th innings. It is Alfriston leading 5 runs to 1. Hard hit ball again from Murray. It's sailing, but all the way into the left fielder's glove for the second out. Nice catch taken by Angus Little. 2 away here. We mentioned the game was an hour and a half, so we're at that time already, so they will complete this, the 7th innings. Hard hit ball down the line. It'll go foul though. Karapati's got the ball back. He's got the whole distance here for St. Bernard's. Is Karapati Wānoa. This one just down in the dirt, skids to the back. 1-1 the count now. St. Bernard's, if the score remains the same, they'll finish on 5 points. And it'll be the result between Rolleston and St. Bede's. Could be a deciding factor. On who gets the second spot? Will it be St. Bernard's or Rolleston? Hard hit ball, 5-6. Oh, it's a goodie too, a real goodie, as that'll skid its way on out to the outfield from Richard Murray Terure. 2 outs now, and a runner at first base for Alfriston. I'll bring up the third baseman, Hunter Bailey. Just going to try find the result for you for St. Bernard's and Rolleston. That will have a bearing if they are tied on points. Rolleston, if they can get the win over St. Bede's, they should, in essence, yeah, they will grab second spot. So St. Bernard's have to win this game. Hard hit ball from Bailey. Centre field, left field, ranging over. They'll communicate and get the job done through the top of the 7th innings. So St. Bernard's, they wanted the 7th innings to try and come back in this game. They finished the 6th quickly to do that, and now they've got their opportunity right here, right now, as the 2 teams will come out to get ready and get set for the 7th innings. It's been a real quick start to this game. Top of the 1st innings, Alfriston Bang, bang, bang. 3 runs, especially off the bat of the centre fielder, Nate Murray. Then another run for St Bernard's. Was in the bottom of the first innings until all the way fast forward to the 5th. Murray involved again, knocking in a run. They score 2 there though, so they take the lead 5 runs to 1. That's the way the scores remained all the way now to the bottom of the 7th innings. 4-run differential in the match for St Bernard's. If St Bernard's can squeeze 4 across in this innings, you go to tiebreaker. If they can score 5 in this innings, they can take away the comeback of the tournament. So it's all left to happen here between St Bernard's and Alfriston. Alfriston, of course, with the lead here, 5 runs to 1 in the bottom of the 7th innings. Richard Murray Terure, the Kai Epau pitcher for Alfriston, has gone the distance so far. Pitched all 6 innings, now entering the 7th. For St Bernard's, they wanted to go to Mason Curry, Ty Mariri and Kingston Wright. And Curry hits the first one straight back to Terudi on the hill, and they're 1 down just like that in the blink of an eye. Ty Mariri now. St Bernard's, they wanted this bottom order to bat to give them the best chance to win. So they must have something up their sleeve. This pitch is down low to Mariri. That result earlier between St Bernard's and Rolleston, found it for you. It was 6 runs to 3 to Rolleston. So if they finished tied on points, Rolleston would go ahead of St Bernard's. So it's 100% for St Bernard's here. They must win to have a chance to get to the semi-final. Or quarter-final tonight, I should say, because they'll be in 2nd place. This one comes through. Terude has been aggressive at the batters the whole way through. 2-1 to count. And Mariri will watch another one. 3 balls and 1 strikes out. It is count now. The tail trying to wag. And it's down low, and Mariri is focused and steady. He'll head down to first base. 1 away here for the replacement for the designated player. Remember, that was Hadley Barber, came on to run. Well, he'll now bat. Goes to the first pitch. It's a catch by Bailey, the shortstop. So 2 outs here. St Bernard's down to their last out in the bottom of the 7th innings, trailing by 4. Alfriston, they win this match, will book their place. Should do, book their place. We'll just see what the rest of their draw is today. Yeah, they had the win this morning against AB, so they'll book their place in the 1-1 game. That's scheduled for 5:15. We'll be live streaming that game. If they can win that one at 5:15, they'll go straight to the grand final tomorrow. Swing and a miss there. Ty Ka Cross with an opportunity now for St Bernard's. On the girls section, it's a tight affair as well. One Tree Hill, Westlake girls playing really well. So is Rolleston. And looking for a play from Bailey, the third baseman. And he gets her done. And just like that, it's Alfriston who will run out victors in this one. Game number 38 on the schedule here between St Bernard's and Alfriston. St Bernard's tried everything they could, some coaching strategy in the bottom of the 6th innings. In this case, this time, Alfriston just too strong. 5 runs to 1, they win it, and they will march on to the major semi-final at 5:15 tonight. Well, Alfriston, St Bernard's will drop into a placement round after this. But coming up next, more action to come here live from Ototai Dynasty Ballpark. Great to have you along for that one. It'll be Shirley boys and Southland boys, a battle in the South Island. Shirley, by the way, outstanding. They played St Pat's Silverstream earlier today, and they cleaned them up. big game coming up on Diamond 1. That one's scheduled for 1:45, and it should be about starting right on time. Not too far away, so plenty of action to come here live from Ōtautahi Christchurch on day 3 of competition. Day 3 of competition as we sign off for you and back with the next game in just a short moment. Thank you so much for watching.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, kia ora and welcome to Dynasty Ballpark in Otatahi, Christchurch for the 2023 Softball New Zealand Secondary Schools Championships. Damien Collins for Ballpark Broadcasting, calling the play-by-play in this one, and we'll be joined calling the colour by Joe Ferrito in the booth shortly. Well, we are in day number 3 of this tournament, and it is game number 44 on the register. Southland Boys High School are taking on Shirley Boys, and this should be a good one. Both teams doing really well in this tournament. Shirley Boys getting some big wins over the last couple days, including a 6-1 win over St. Patrick's College Silverstream this morning. Southland have had just the one win, a big one over Kaiapoi. I hope you're enjoying the action here with this one, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get underway, and the first pitch is a ball. The Southern boys are in the field. Shirley boys are batting with their lead-off, Fergus Simcott, the centre fielder. Leading off for Shirley Boys High School. On the hill, Lincoln Tetai doing the pitching for Southland Boys High School. Behind the dish is Tate Forbes Merch. At first base, Asaya Karutai. At second base, TJ Gallen. In the hot corner, third base, Thomas Jennings. At shortstop, Lockie Forrester. In left field, Tyrese Kennedy. Centre field, Matt Johnson. And right field, Ryan Wells. Well, the ball goes down from the lead-off batter, Fergus Simcott, who puts on the Jets, and he'll be safe at first base. And with one runner on, that is going to bring to bat Dane Jorgensen, the left fielder. Had a good game against Stream earlier today. We'll be looking to continue the form. Puts down the bunt, goes straight back to the pitcher, who gets the throw off to first base, but unable to just keep the foot on the base for Southland Boys. And Shirley Boys now have 2 runners on base with 2 hits, 2 batters. Both going back to the pitcher, Lincoln Tetai. And with 2 runners on and none out, that's going to bring to bat the shortstop, Hapini Kumaroa. You see that ball in the replay just going up, where the second base just had to just jump up and make the catch, unable to keep his foot on the base. Fouled away. Hapini Kumaroa also had a good game this morning. First time seeing a few of these players for myself. No doubt I've seen a couple of them at age groups, but getting used to the names is always a new one in the commentary booth. Definitely a few to watch for the future around the traps, and especially in the Shirley Boys High School team that did so well this morning. Ball the call. Down low on the dish will be another ball. Just looking from the official count from the umpire. Looks like 3-2. Well, ball slammed to the second baseman who did all the work to get to the ball. Unfortunately, unable to keep the ball in the glove. That will load the bases for Shirley Boys High School. Through the hit of Hapini Kimarua. And that's going to bring to bat the right fielder, Leroy Cherry, who can definitely get a piece of ball, bat to ball, and give his team a chance of scoring their first run. But good catching there by Tate Forbes Murch. Not the easiest of catches to make, and he stopped that really well behind the dish. That one just going past the glove. Bounces back up to make the play. But Shirley Boys keep their position on bases. 2 balls to the count. That one will go past the catcher, who gets up and pops. Ooh, safe at home. They did all the hard work, did Southland Boys. Good reactions there from the catcher to bounce up and get the ball back to the pitcher who come up to make the play. But good running from Shirley Boys, and they've scored their first run in this one. 2 runners on, none down, 3 balls. And he goes swinging on the 3-0 count. Takes the count to 3-1. Leroy Sherry, the right fielder. Good glove in the outfield. Here you go on the replay. Yes, safe. Good sliding home, base running from Shirley Boys. And he'll go swinging on the 3-1 count to load the count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And leaves the outside pitch to take the walk. And that will load the bases again for Shirley Boys High School. Fergus Simcock with the great base running to score the first run for Shirley Boys. Jorgensen on 3. Kumarua on 2 and Sherry on 1. And with bases loaded, that's going to bring to bat the catcher, Kairo Osefo. Quick corridor on the mound there by Southland Boys, just telling the boys to just breathe. Early days. And a bat. Kairo Osefo squares up. Ball goes back to the dish. Run down. And they get the run down. Safe at 3. Safe at 2. But Southland Boys getting the first out. Getting the tag with the run down of Hayne Jorgensen. Here you see on the replay. Squared up for the bunt. Ball goes down on the dirt. But good pop there for the catcher. Runner Jorgensen puts on the brakes, and the rundown pursues. Little bobble of the feet there, and gets Southland Boys get the tag, and that's important. They don't want to leave those bases loaded, and getting the lead runner trying to take home is always a good one. Good outside pitch there. Gets him swinging for the second strike. Two balls, 2 strikes. 1 down. Popped up for a foul ball. Count remains 2-2. Let's see for the catcher. He'll be looking to get the sticks going like he did earlier today. Shirley boys having themselves a tournament so far. Day number 3, the penultimate day of the 2023 Secondary Schools Championship. Well, ball gets past the shortstop. That will score the runner for Shirley boys, taking their total to 2. Now with runners on the corners through the hits of Cairo Asefo. And with 1 down, 2 runners on the corners, that's going to bring to bat the second base, Marco Kennedy, who sees the first pitch go through for the strike called. It's turned out to be not a bad day here at Dynasty Ballpark in Christchurch. We've had all kinds of weathers in the last couple of days. A rejig of the draw that had to be done with the rain out on the first day. Makes it a bit difficult for some of the teams to book their spot in the grand final, but we roll with the punches in our sport. We must get on. And that's exactly what these teams are doing. Shirley boys undefeated at the moment. Southland with that loss to St Patrick's College Silverstream. Down in the dirt for the ball. Two balls, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Is the call. Hit straight back to the pitcher. Tries to get the tag at home with the safe call. And Kennedy just showing absolute gas to get from home to second base. And another score. And another score for Shirley boys. In a bat now is Rico Ratu, the pitcher. Good handy player, this one. Had a blinder against the Stream boys this morning. Did all the right things on the hill and had his team backing him up as well. Three balls, no strikes. Hitters count with 1 out. 2 runners on the corners. What can Ratu do? He'll take their 4th ball and he'll make his way to first, and that will load the bases. And with loaded bases, 1 down, that's going to bring to bat Rakos Asefo Stowers. Whose first offering to him is a ball. Behind the dish, Tate, Forbes, Murch. Calling the calls for his pitcher, Lincoln, to tie. Fouled away. Down the first base line. with Shirley boys leading the charge going into this one. By all accounts, you'd assume that they would book their spot in the 1v2 with a win here. Back to the pitcher who gets the force at home, and they turn the double, do Southland boys, getting the lead runner at home through Titai, throwing it to Forbes Merch, who gets it over to Karatai, and that will be the third out, but not before Shirley boys score 3 runs. We'll be back with the bottom of the first. Shirley 3, Southland 0. Welcome back to Dynasty Ballpark here in the Garden City, Christchurch, for the 2023 Softball New Zealand Secondary Schools Division 1 Championships. We had the Wahine Tour on the Diamond 1 yesterday, and it's the boys' turn for centre stage. Well, here's the lineup, the fielding lineup for Shirley boys. On the hill, Rico Ratu, he'll be throwing to Cairo Sefel. At first base, Bronson Mackley Flutie. Second base, Nako Kennedy. At third place, Yuki Mori. At shortstop, Hapeni Kumarua. At left field, Dane Jorgensen. Centre field, Fergus Simcott. And at right field, Leroy Sherry. Doing the designated batting as Rykos with Sefel Stowers. And here is the batting order for Southland boys. In the one spot, leading off is Lincoln Tatai, the pitcher. Left field, Tyrese Kennedy is in the 2 spot. 3 spot cleanup is Tate Forbes Merch. In the 4th spot is Thomas Jennings. 5, TJ Gallen. 6, Ryan Wells. And 7, Matt Johnson. And Asaya Karatai and Lockie Forrester round out the batting order for Southland boys. Well, Lincoln Tatai. Lincoln Tatai, the pitcher, leading off for Southland boys. He sees that first offering as a ball. Rico Ratu on the hill for Shirley boys. Fouled away from Lincoln Tatai. Will take the count to 1-1. Lincoln Tatai, the Kaiepa, the pitcher for Southland boys. Got the full count, 3 balls. Rua strikes. Gets it down past the shortstop, does to tie, and he'll be safe on first base. And with the runner on for Southland boys, that's going to bring to bats the left fielder, Tyrese Kennedy. And Kennedy's out at first base, moving to tie to second. And with one down, that's going to bring to bat the catcher, Tate Forbes Murch. Sees the first offering down low for the ball. Gets a piece of it. Shortstop doing all the hard work to get that. Can't make the play, but did a heck of a job to make that catch. I'd love to see a replay on that one. Just the angles here. Makes the catch for the second out. And that's going to bring to bat the third baseman, Thomas Jennings. Gets a swing early, which is a big foul. Hitting just behind the caretaker shed behind us. Now with the new ball in. Sees the pitch go outside for the walk. And Southland boys with runners at 1 and 2. And that's going to bring to bat the second base, TJ Gallant. They move the runners on the pass ball. Now giving them 2 runners in scoring position with Tatai on 3, Jennings on 2. One count on Gallant. 2 runners on, 2 down here in the bottom of the first. Shirley opened their account early. Southland will be looking to do the same, converting these base runners into runs on the board. Thank you for joining us wherever you are, ladies and gentlemen. It's a complete honour and privilege to bring you our next generations coming through. Our future tamariki for our sport. Some teams have a few ballers in them, and some teams have a whole team of ballers. But nevertheless, having the secondary schools tournament back is absolutely amazing, and always good having those extra players coming over and playing for their school colours. And who knows, they might turn up for a club next season, which we always hope for. Good way to end the season with this tournament. here where it all began back in October for National Fast Pitch Championship. Into bat now is the right fielder, Ryan Wells. With Gallen on first. Jennings on second. And to tie, they haven't replaced them yet with the 2 down. The pitcher's still out there doing the running. But loaded bases, and he will go for the first pitch, which is the high rise, for strike 1. One count now. Ball goes down to second base. He forgets about all the other runners because all they have to do is get it to first for the 3rd outs, and that's exactly what they do. Shirley getting out of jam there, leaving 3 runners on. Did Southland. We have 1 completed innings in this one. And we'll be back right after these. Welcome back to Dynasty Ballpark here, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the 2023 Sky Softball New Zealand Secondary Schools Division 1 tournament. It is Shirley Boys High School taking on Southland Boys. Bunt goes down to open up, and Southland able to get the first out of Yukimori. Good thinking there from Shirley Boys High School. And the second out there with the lead-off batter, Fergus Simcott. And that's where Southland want to roll, get those quick outs. But we saw how dangerous this Shirley team can be, going on 2 down rallies earlier today. Dane Jorgensen in a bat, the left fielder. Ready to have a cut for his team. Been putting back to ball throughout this tournament. Hit it back to the pitcher in his last at bat. Shirley already gone through the batting order. And he makes his way to first base. And with a runner on, 2 down, that's going to bring to bat the shortstop, Hapeni Kumarua, who also hit it back to the pitcher in his last at bat. Or I like how the catchers are keeping them honest in this tournament. Going for the pick-off, always good. Ball gets it. One bounce to the centre fielder. That will move the runner of Jorgensen to second base. Kumarua has been outstanding with the bat, doing some really good work for his team. And that's going to bring to bat the right fielder, Leroy Sherry. Tamu or Roa Pairoa. Shirley Boys High School. Gets him swinging for the first pitch for strike one. Goes for the pickoff at second base again. Great work by the catcher, Tate Forbes-Murch. Leaves that one up in the zone for the ball. Gets a piece, sending it to right field, where Ryan Walls picks a spot, makes the catch, and that will be the third out of Leroy Sherry, heading into his counterpart in right field. And the Shirley Boys leave 2 runners on. Better innings there from Southland Boys. They're going to come in and use the 6 in the bottom of the second, back after these. Welcome back to Dynasty Ballpark here in Christchurch for the 2023 Softball New Zealand Secondary Schools Championship. Damien Collins here for the play-by-play for Ballpark Broadcasting with Atiawa Toa FM, Whakaata Māori, and the Māori Active Plus. Leading off for Southland Boys is Matt Johnson, centre fielder. The outside pitch from Ratu will take the count to 1-1. Hits the outside pitch, goes deep. Is that gone? Yes, it is, ladies and gentlemen, out of the park. Home run from Matt Johnson, hitting the outside and up pitch and sending it straight over centre field to get the first run for the Southland team, clawing one back. Definitely what a leadoff needs to do. 1, get on base, and 2, scores runs, and he does it with 1 swing of the bat out of the park. Ratu straight back on the mound, ready to go again. Asaya Karatai, the batter now for Southland boys. First base. Sees a couple pitches which are balls, leaves them. Karatai coming in after that. They're still buzzing in the dugout as Southland boys. Well, the change up gets him swinging, which will dribble down third base and make the play over to first. Did Maury to Mackley Flutie for the first outs. And with one down, that's going to bring to bat the shortstop in the 9 spot, Lockie Forrester. Ratu sends the outside pitch for the ball. Hitters count with 3-0. And with 4 straight, he's going to make his way to first base as Lockie Forrester with the walk, and gives Southland boys a base runner as they bring back to bat the top of the shop, the pitcher Lincoln Tatai. Lincoln Tatai, the Kaiepa, the pitcher for this team. Kaioma on base. They've got a runner. Tatai leaves that one. Asefo keeping him honest. Tatai, the pitcher in the leadoff spot, gets a piece, sending it to left field. That's going to move the runner to second, who thinks against having a go at third. So Forrester now safe on second base. The tie safe on first. And that's going to bring up to bat the left fielder, Tyrese Kennedy. Out in his first at bat. But now he's got 2 runners to work with. We're in the bottom of the second here. Huri Pau Raro, bottom of the innings. Ratu sends it down, it goes foul off the bats of Kennedy. Hapa is foul. Gets a piece, sending it straight up in the sky with second base Kennedy catching it. Nako Kennedy catching Tyrese Kennedy. Kennedy catching Kennedy for the second outs. And with 2 down, That is going to bring to bat the catcher Tate Forbes merch, the Hohopo. Ratu checking the seams on the ball there. Knows how to use them. I'm sure he's been taught a thing or two around the ballpark over the years. Well, that ball goes foul back behind the park. Tate Forbes merge to the catcher in at bat now. Rua down here in the bottom of the second. Big swing on for the strike. One ball, two strikes. The counts on the catcher. Gets a swing with a dribble down third baseline. Well, they keep them. They make them force the throw with the ball just bouncing off the glove of Mori at third base. But Southland boys, who started a little slow on this one, now got loaded bases as they bring to bat their number 4 hitter from third base, Thomas Jennings. Southland boys going on their own little rally here. Hopefully they can convert. Well, they send it down the hot corner where makes the catch for the third out, leaving 3 runners on base, but not before Matt Johnson sends one out over centre field fence to give Southland Boys High School their first run, but Shirley still lead this as we have 2 completed. We'll go to the top of the third. Shirley boys 3, Southland boys 1, back after these. We're back, ladies and gentlemen, here at Dynasty Ballpark for the 2023 Secondary Schools Championships. It's Division 1 time, boys, on Diamond 1. Shirley Boys High School taking on Southland Boys High School. With the little flinch there, moving from the ball by the batter, Kairo Rosefo. The glasses go flying off, and the coach says, "I'll grab those, kid." Pulls the strings on that one for the call. Rosefo with the PCU sticker on his helmet. Kairo Rosefo, strong hitter, and there he goes, slamming it into left field, where he will lead off with a single, standing up on first base. And that's a great way to start for this Shirley team. Let's just fix those colours, eh? And about now, Nako Kennedy, second baseman. Still keeping them honest on the bases. Love to see it. Love the aggression here from the catchers here at this tournament. The backup from everyone is always good. Great hit. Caught by the shortstop. Do they get in time? No, they didn't. Well, what a play there from Southland boys, making that catch, which looked, by all accounts, it was going to go to the outfield, but not today. And having the awareness to get it back in time, well, get it back fast to keep Asefo honest on first base. Of course, having to tag up after the catch. Now batting is the pitcher, Rico Ratu, who got a walk in his first at bat and left on base. Rico Ratu has 2 balls. One runner on. Shirley Boys High School, undefeated, looking to continue that role, but it looks like Southland Boys are here to play as well. Good South Island battle. Up top for the ball, trying to inch away at that strike zone. Just bouncing off the glove, where they try and get the runner going, and they do. So Sefo now safe on third base. Having a runner on the corner, they're going to send Ratu to second base. And with Rykos, Asefo Stowers in at bat now, fouls that away. He's got 2 runners in scoring position, which could tie this ball game up. No, sorry. Saw it around the wrong way. I'm seeing the colors. I need to change that. But no. Oh, great play by the second base, who managed to throw the ball lying on his back after making that dive to scoop in the ball. Runner was safe from this angle. Looked different. But no, he's called him safe. But TJ Gallen did all the work. Well, that might be dead ball, with the ball going straight down, bouncing straight back to Shirley still with runners on the corners. Managed to score that extra run. Through Asefo, who led off with that hit to left field. Yuki Mori from the hot corner. In at bat now. Ball goes over the catcher. Asefo Stowers will make his way to second base. Ratu safe at third. And they'll be looking to add another run to their total. Like they did this morning, just chipping away. Couple runs here, one run there. Adds up very quickly. Well, it's drilled down the first base line. And Karatai makes the play by tagging up at first base. But Yuki Mori did what he had to do, was get that runner home, and that's exactly what they did, taking Shirley's total to 5, moving the runner of Sefo Stowers to 3. And with 2 down, that is going to bring to bat the top of the order, Fergus Simcott, the centre fielder who grounded out to first, but then was safe and scored the first run for Shirley Boys High School. Grounded out to the second base in his second at bat. This is his third, with a runner on the corner, third base to be exact, who gets a piece, sending it out to right field. Right fielder unable to get to it, and that's going to score another run for Shirley. And Simcott goes sliding into second base for the double. RBI double even. Shirley up to 6 now. Well, he gets a piece, sending it to shallow left field. That's going to advance the runner from second to third. Does Simcott. Safe on first is Dane Jorgensen, the left fielder, with that shot to left field. And that's going to bring to bat the shortstop, Hapene Kimaroa. Another dangerous hitter, smashing it to second base in his first at bat, scoring a run, and then hitting it up the middle, who scored another, hitting it up the middle in his second at bat. But he hits it straight back to the pitcher in that one, and that's going to be the third out, but not before Shirley score another 3 runs to their total. They lead this game 6 runs to 1. Howdy, my ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Dynasty Ballpark for game number 44 of the 2023 Secondary Schools Championships. Great to have you along for this one, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we're at the bottom of the third innings. Horepo Raro, bottom of innings. Pulls the strings on that one with the changeup to get him looking for the strike called. leading off for Southland boys is the second base, TJ Gallen. Got a walk in his first at bat and left on base. Hits it down the hot corner and gasses it to first base where he'll be safe. And that's what you got to do. When you're down and you're the leadoff, get on base. Ryan Wells is up to bat now, the right fielder. Grounded out to second base at his last at bat. Catcher sets up straight away for the pickoff. You knew he wanted to throw it and he sure did. Working well is the first in catch. Must be cold. First base has a hoodie underneath his playing shirt. Well, hit back to the pitcher who makes the play to second and in time to get to first for the double play. Patarua, double play. Outstanding stuff there from the Shirley boys. Getting the lead runner first and then getting the out of Wells at first base. Well, with 2 down, that's going to bring to bat the centre fielder, Matt Johnson, who sent it well over centre field fence in his first at bat. We'll be looking to do the same here. Change it for his team with a quick 2 up and 2 down. The down on the scoreboard, they'll be looking to do something here. Little dribble down, third base. Oh no, they call foul. Did they? No? The arms went up. Maybe not. Okay, well, he's safe on first base. Is Johnson. May not be an automatic home run, but it is on base, and that's exactly what Southland boys needed. And they're going to send up to bat now Atiawa Toa, who goes at the first pitch, hits it foul, and that's caught by Bronson Mackley-Flutie. And that will retire the side with a quick 4 up and 3 down. We have 3 completed in this one. Shirley leading this one, 6 runs to 1. We're back, ladies and gentlemen, here at Dynasty Ballpark in the Garden City, Christchurch. You are watching the 2023 Softball New Zealand Secondary Schools Championship. Division 1 boys here on Diamond 1 today. It's the undefeated team of Shirley boys taking on Southland boys. Shirley boys in a bat now. They got the sticks hot in the last innings, scoring 3 runs, adding to their total of the 3 that they scored in the first. Southland boys will be looking to stop that. But Shirley boys are definitely come to play, ladies and gentlemen, getting the sticks hot today. Leading off for Shirley boys is going to be Leroy Sherry from the right field. Leroy Sherry. He got the walk in his first bat, caught in right field in the second. Fouled away from Leroy Sherry. One ball, 2 strikes the call. Fouled away again. Count remains 1-2. Tahi ball, Roa strike. Well, gets him swinging for the strikeouts. Hako Puta. And with one down, that's going to bring to bat Kairo Osefo, the catcher, who grounded out to the pitcher in his first at-bat. Smacked it to 7 and scored in his second at-bat. And he sees the first offering for the download ball. Fouled away, takes the count to 1-1. Hoki Patu Puetahi. Ball 1, strike 1. Download in the zone for ball 2. Popped up. And the ball goes down. Gives him another bat. And that will take the count to 2-2. That's another one fouled away. With the one down in the top of the 4th, Shirley and at bats. 6-1. Southland boys will be looking to stop this one. Good innings in the second, and then they bounced back. Shirley did in the third. So will we see that seesaw, or will we see some more runs? Well, the ball pops up. The shortstop, Lockie Forrester, gets back to it to make the catch in time. And that will be the second out. And with 2 down, that's going to bring to bat the second baseman, Nako Kennedy. Well, he caught his opposite Kennedy before. Maybe it's the opposite Kennedy's time to catch him. We'll see. Leaves the first pitch for the outside ball. Gets a piece, sending it what looked like to right field, but TJ Gallen just hops up and plucks it out of the air to catch the third out, and that will retire the side. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth, with Shirley still leading this one, 6-1. We're back, ladies and gentlemen, here at the bottom of the fourth innings. It's Shirley Boys High School taking on Southland Boys. And Shirley leading this one 6-1. Southland going to get the sticks going here. They had a good innings a couple of innings ago with their hits from Matt Johnson, keeping them in contact with the Shirley team. But then the Shirley Boys got the sticks going. So Southland are going to need to do something here. Start getting warmed up, unlike people in the stands, because it is cold here, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that's a good hit. That's going to go to left field, and Jorgensen makes the catch in at left field. Making a few meters there, but a clean hit there from Lockie Forrester. And that, with one down, that is going to bring to bat the pitcher, Lincoln Tatai. He has hit both his shots to left field, been left on base. Yeah, left on base at both of his turns at bat. Hopefully for for Lincoln, that this is his time to cross home plate. Well, he started off, he's done the right thing by smacking it into centre field. Lincoln Tatai doing everything on the mound that he can for his team and with the bat. Has his third hit to the outfield today. And that's going to bring to bat Tyrese Kennedy, the left fielder, ready to have a hit. First pitch fouled away for the strike. Well, catcher pops up and the runner goes sliding back to first base. I don't think he had any intention of actually throwing it, but at least keeping it honest, telling him, I will if I have to. They square up for the bunt, goes down to the pitcher. Does Kennedy. Ratu comes up and scoops it up, making the play to first, but not before they move the runner with the sacrifice bunt. And that's going to bring to bat the catcher, Tate Forbes-Murch. With two down here in the bottom of the fourth. Goes in the outfield where centre fielder Fergus Simcott had to make some ground to make that catch, but he does. And again, Lincoln Tatai, third at bat, left on base. That will retire the side. We're going to go to the top of the fifth. Shirley still leading, 6-1.
100.9 and 94.9 Atiawa Toa. When the radio's on and the sound is hot, you just have to enjoy. There's no way to stop. That's where it sounds like the best every day of the week. Better than all the rest. We let the music speak. All the best throwbacks, 90s and more.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybuys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go once. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Dynasty Ballpark in Ototai, Christchurch. You're watching the 2023 Softball New Zealand Secondary Schools Division 1 Championships for the boys, right here on Whakata Māori. Along with Ballpark Broadcasting Atiawa Toa FM, we are proud to bring you all the coverage here from Dynasty Ballpark. Leading off for Shirley boys is the pitcher, Rico Ratu, who's been doing a job out here today for his team from the PCU club, Parklands Christchurch United here in, obviously, Christchurch. Right-handed batter gives a big swing for the strike. Top of the fifth here, ladies and gentlemen. Shirley boys have that 6-1 lead. But Southland will get the last bat. Maybe the last laugh. But there's still a bit to go on this one, ladies and gentlemen. We're almost nearing time with the hour-and-a-half games here. Starting a little bit later than that quarter to time slot that we were supposed to. But we're on the home stretch for sure. Ratu leaves that one up high for the ball, and he'll take a walk, his second walk of the game. Looking across home plate again. And that's going to bring to bat the designated player, Raikos Sefu Stowers. He's got a runner to move. Ratu safe on second base now. Good lead off for the team. Goes for, squares up, but it goes foul. Back to the catcher. So, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pueroa, ball 2. And Hawkai Rua is strike 2. Well, he hits it back to the pitcher there, who makes the play over to first base. Karatai for the first out. Ratu now safe on third base, well in scoring position, and that's going to bring to bat Keegan Piper is coming in for a hit for Yuki Mori. First offering to him through the zone for the strike called. Ratu 60 feet away at third base. Down and inside for Piper. Swung on a miss for strike two. Piper coming into the game for a cut. Didn't appear in the first game of the day against St. Patrick's College Silverstream, but he's in here now with 2 balls and 2 strikes is the call. Ball goes past the catcher, but Ratu stays on third base. Piper with a 2-2 count. Oh, must be 3-2 because he is running to first base and he'll take his spot, which will put runners on the corners with 1 down here in the top of the 5th. And that's the one you come into the game and you get on base and they're going to send Yukimori back out there to do the running for him with the pinch hit. And looks like they might be making another pinch hit come in, but no, it's correct. Dane Fergus Simcott, number 21, is in at bat now. The leadoff batter for this Shirley Boys High School team. He hit it out to right field in his last at bat, grounded it out to second base in his second. And the trick play does Southland Boys with the runners on the corners, but they'll let him run to second base with Shirley now with runner on 1 and 2. Simcott scored the first run for Shirley. Will he help score another one, or at least load up the bases for his team? They went to get the lead runner to tag up, with Ratu still safe on third base. And with that, they're going to bring up their number 2 batter, their left fielder, Dane Jorgensen, who has also been having some fun with the stick. Was the first out, hitting it back to the pitcher in the first hit. He with a double in the second and hitting out to left field in his third. So he'll be looking to continue his. Well, back to the pitch. Lincoln Tatai makes the catch for the second out, and he'll throw it back over to third, where Riku Ratu thought he was going to be able to run home there, but that is side away. So Shirley leave 2 on, but they still lead this one as we go into the bottom of the 5th. Shirley 6, Southland 1. We're back, ladies and gentlemen, here at Dynasty Ballpark. It's the bottom of the 5th between Shirley Boys High School and Southland Boys High School. Southland Boys with the last chance. Big hit out to left field, where both the centre fielder and left field go for it. I'm guessing not letting each other know it was mine, but they make the catch anyway for the first out with the blinkers on of Thomas Jennings slamming it into left centre. And with 1 down, that's going to bring to bat their second base, TJ Gallen, who got a walk in his first at bat, hit it to the hot corner in his second, and that's the 2 bats that he's had so far. 1 down here. Shirley versus Southland Boys. Shirley leading in this one, 6 runs to 1. Another big swing, sends it to centre field. I'm sure there's no call needed for this one, where Fergus Simcott is under it to make the catch, and that is going to be the second out. So with a quick 2 up and 2 down, that's going to bring to bat Ryan Wells, the right fielder. No, it's not, because that's not his number. Number 11 coming in for a pinch hit, Jerome Buckley for Toa. Is this the last chance for Southland, or are they going to go on a hitting spree? Well, grounded out on the first pitch to second base, Nico Kennedy, who makes the play over to first to retire the side. And they'll just quickly check time. And that does it, ladies and gentlemen, for this one. Game number 44 in the books here at the 2023 Softball New Zealand Secondary Schools Division 1 Men's Boys. Third day, with Shirley Boys winning this one and staying undefeated over Southland Boys, 6 runs to 1. Thank you for joining us wherever you were, ladies and gentlemen. Tau Collier on the first base camera, Ignacio Gatti on the high home camera, doing the graphics, Joe Fariso doing the EBS, Adrian Royal directing and producing, Jason Gerbies, aka Chopper, and me calling the play-by-play, Damien Collins. It's been a pleasure, ladies and gentlemen. Stick around, because there's more to come from the 2023 Secondary Schools right here in Dynasty Ballpark in Christchurch. See you soon.
This is an opportunity that we can't pass on.
The decisions we make matter. The cloth you put on your back, that comes from somewhere. Ours is Ecotech, and it comes from here. One of these equals 38 of these, not in landfill. High-performance fabric worthy of what you stand for.
So sponsorship from New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic for our sports teams actually who went away to tournament week. We're a community who's driven by sport, but often money and the cost of travel and the cost of accommodation and uniform can be a barrier for some of our students. So to be able to have the support of New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic this year.
It's been used to get new uniforms and all that sort of thing. It makes us look a lot better than being in older uniforms from 2000. It's good that it's reversible as well. Yeah, so you don't get confused with the other teams. Yeah.
One of the things that our students get down on, if you like, in sport is not looking as good as the other team, and to come out with a new uniform for a number of sports, particularly our basketball teams who have been away at nationals, has been uplifting for the students, for our students and for our community. The support from Carbon Farming has been wonderful.
Big thanks to New Zealand Carbon Farming for everything they've done for us.
Without them, then we wouldn't look like this.
Whoops, running on empty? Enjoy a 6 cents per litre fuel discount at your local Caltex with Pumped every day. Ah, feels good, eh? Get it at any participating Caltex.
A big thank you to Apollo Projects for providing the funding.
It's really helped our kids to have more opportunities.
Gaining the extra funding really goes a long way to providing opportunities.
We are low on the socioeconomic index, so our students haven't got $200 when we're going away for these trips.
Students often miss out on opportunities because of the financial commitment.
More often than not, the student has to give up their sport.
With the funding from Apollo Projects, we've been able to lower travel costs to allow more students to participate in secondary school competitions.
Your generosity has enabled us to enable these students to be able to play in these sports, be able to just be the best versions of themselves.
We're really grateful, and I cannot express that enough about how and what it means to us.
When the radio's on and the sound is hot, you just have to enjoy. There's no way to stop. That's where it sounds like the best every day of the week. Better than all the rest. We let the music speak. All the best.
opportunity that we can't pass up.
Kia ora koutou katoa, nau mai hara mai ki Dynasty Ballpark I Otautahi, Christchurch. Welcome to Dynasty Ballpark here for the game of softball with the Kemu o Poi Uka. It is the 2023 National Secondary School Softball Championship coming to you live here from Christchurch. It is semi-final time. The big show is on the stage here for the last two matches that we'll bring to you live from Otautahi here on day 3 of competition. Is game number 47 on the schedule. The winner of this one will go through to the grand final tomorrow. The girls now Fleur will be a later time. We'll talk to you about a little bit more about that later. It's Westlake taking on Rosehill, two Battle of Auckland high school colleges. Rosehill College from the South Auckland region, and they're taking on Westlake from the North Shore in this one. These two teams have battled hard and fierce as we've gone through the first 3 days of competition to get themselves into the top 3. Awaiting them in the grand final is One Tree Hill. The winner of this one is who that will be up against. Top of the first innings. Westlake batting first in their white pants and red tops. Rosehill in the field. Black pants, as you can see, with a red and navy blue sleeves to their uniform. Let's have a look at the lineups for you. I'm Jason Gerbies, aka Chopper, on behalf of Ballpark Broadcasting. Of course, Whakaato Māori and Softball New Zealand here on the Māori Active YouTube channel. Great to have you along from it. Kia ora koutou katoa. Thank you so much for your tautoko, your support as we've gone through this national championship together. I hope you've enjoyed it. It's been a pleasure of ours to bring it to you as we see a ground ball to third base from the leadoff hitter from Westlake, over in time to get it done. Let's have a look at the rest of the batting order for Westlake now with Charlotte Graham, who just grounded out. The Italia Hurley is hitting 2 today. The centre fielder, Kalani Mariner, will be hitting in the 3 spot, the catcher. J.L. Lee will be hitting clean up today, first base woman. Lucy Cadnis Asperol, shortstop, is hitting 5. Hope Weller will be the right fielder hitting in the 6th spot today. After her is Neve Cadnis Asperol, second base woman. Tanisha Murray, Tashiana Murray, apologies. The left fielder is hitting 8 today. Rory Seymour rounds out the batting order for the girls from North Shore, Westlake High School. Ground ball to the first base for the second out here. So 2 quick outs to get us underway in the top of the first innings. Defensively for Rosehill now, Elena Paikia will be at left field. Acacia Nathan will be at centre today. Kai Maya Anderson will be the right fielder. At hot corner third base, Chelsea Tupuni. Shortstop today, Jasmine Hohua. At second base is Maya Lemon. First base woman is Sienna Duffy. Doing the catching is Trinity Waiwiri Toka. And on the hill for the Rose Hill will be Nathan Kaiho. Janaya Nathan Kaiho doing the pitching here for Rosehill. We're 2 away facing Kalani Mariner. And it won't allow me to go any further here Let me bring into my fellow co-commentator on this, one of the knowledgeable ko-matua of Poiuka, one of the elders of softball here locally in Otautahi, Christchurch. It is Kiri Makiri.
Kia ora whanau, ngā mihi. Down here at the ballpark again. Very nice, beautiful, relaxing day. It's a shame about the lack of sunshine.
Well, luckily enough, the young ladies out there on the paddock have provided the warmth and enthusiasm to keep us going here this weekend. Kitty, you've been around for the 3 days and watched quite a few games and commentated a few games. Well, what have you thought about the standard of softball you've seen in the 2023 edition of the Softball National Championships for secondary schools?
There's definitely variables. Some teams have a lot of great talent. Some are just building, so for the future it looks very good. And some teams have been around, like they've played in a lot of club teams all together, so you're seeing that as well. So it all bodes well good for the future. Actually, it's good to see these young tamariki out here enjoying themselves, giving all they got.
Given all they've got, indeed. Here, Lee now, clean-up hitter for Westlake, bangs the pitch, and it just goes foul down the line, as you can hear from our official behind the dish here. Mariner, the catcher, picked up the walk, who went down to first base. She's been replaced with a courtesy runner with 2 down here, and it's Hurley that'll come out of the dugout to run for her.
I don't know what this, when these teams meet up in Auckland, whether there's any love lost or not.
This one high pitch, just up and inside from the starting Kai Epa pitcher here for Rosehill, Nathan Haiho. I think there's a good sense of competition and rivalry between these two colleges, but played with great sportsmanship as well.
It's looking good.
This one fouls back.
Nice swing.
Yeah, 1 ball and 2 strikes. We're going to have Tony Smith, one of the local media staff and softball enthusiasts, join us in commentary in the bottom of the first innings. So it'll be a 3-man crew here for the semi-final time. Rosehill and Westlake. Winner will go on to play One Tree Hill in the grand final scheduled for Popo tomorrow. This one just inside and clips the leg, unfortunately, of the clean-up hitter. And that's a bit of a stinger when the weather's cold, isn't it, Kitty?
Certainly is. Certainly is. Certainly not intentional.
No whatsoever. No, the spirit and the sportsmanship that we've seen here at the 2023 edition of the National Secondary School Softball Championship has been simply fantastic, and we'll settle in with 2 away here now. 2 runners on for Westlake.
Hey, what?
And a hard hit ball goes to centre field. It's over the centre fielder's head. In comes 1, looking to score 2. Westlake, they were off to a hot start here in the semi-final. They lead 2 runs to 0. And we can see their batting lineup now for you for Rosehill when they come up to bat. They are going to be imposing for sure when we get to them. Up to bat now is the right fielder Hope Weller. So Lucy Cadnis Asperell with that hit to drive in 2 runs to centre field. Weller takes the first pitch just up and over the top. So I mentioned we've got Tony Smith going to join us in the bottom of the first innings. Great to have his experience and historical knowledge of the game of softball. We'll get to dive into that a little bit later on as well, because a lot of things have been happening with softball, not just this year, but over the course of the history of the game. And of course, we're now at the Secondary School National Championship. This one's just a little bit low.
Well, stop by the catcher. Prevents that run from coming around.
Trinity Wawiri Toka doing the catching duties today. Kai Hopu is catcher, and that one's a bit high, and that'll send Weller down to first base. You can see
load of bags.
Bases are loaded. 2 away here in the top of the first innings. And that'll bring up the bat here. A youngster, Neve Cadmus Aspinall, second basewoman for Westlake. First pitch is high. One Tree Hill already through to the grand final, while Pawpaw for the national title. The winner of this one will join them. And this pitch is a little high as well.
Outfield's in. Let's stop the runs. 2 down. Ball 2. Oh, must be peace.
This one pops up. Of course, not loaded bases. It's a runner on 1 and 2 at this point. Aspinall had cleared the bases with her big hit to knock in the first 2 runs of this game. And this one over the top. Good swing, good pitch. Levels the count now. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 away here. Westlake cross for 2 runs already in the top of the first innings. And a great pitch down the kitchen sink from Nathan Kaiho from Rosehill to shut the scoring here from Westlake, but not before. It's Lucy Cadmus Aspinall drives in the first 2 runs of the semi-final.
It's a great hit. This bodes well. This is shaping up for a very good game.
It sure is indeed. Before we go any further, as we head to the bottom of the first innings, let's bring in our fellow commentator for this one, Tony Smith. Kia ora, Tony. Thank you for taking the time. The 2023 edition of the National Softball Secondary Schools. What's it all about?
Kia ora, Jason. It's good to be here. I've always enjoyed this tournament at the back end of the season and seeing the next generation of talent coming through. And just an opportunity, I guess, for us here in Otatahi to see some teams from the North Island and maybe for local teams to see the sort of benchmark they have to aim for. And it's it's just great. Mixed tournament, boys and girls here at the same time. And just seeing the enthusiasm people have for representing their school and their rohi in a big event like this.
Fantastic, great enthusiasm indeed. Let's have a look at the defensive lineup for Westlake out in the field there now. Tanisha Murray, Tashiana Murray will be out at left field. Centre field, Taylor Hurley. Right field today is Hope Weller. Hot corner third base is Rory Seymour. Shortstop, Lucy Cadmus Aspinall with the big hit to drive in the 2 runs. For Westlake, second base woman is her sister Neve Cadmus Aspinall. First base today, Jaya Lee. Behind the dish, mainstay is Benkalani Mariner. And on the hill, it's the big tall redhead, Charlotte Graham. Offensively for Rosehill now, be led off by their catcher, Trinity Waiwiri Toka. Sienna Duffy will be hitting second, the first baseman. Jasmine Hohoa will be at shortstop hitting 3 tonight. And then the pitcher hits for herself, Janaya Nathan Kaiho in the clean-up spot. Arcadia Nathan Kaiho will be at centre field hitting 5 today. The left fielder will be hitting 6. That is Elena Paikia, followed by Chelsea Tepuni, the third basewoman at the 7th spot. Maya Lemon at second base, and then running out the batting order from the girls from Papakura Rosehill College is Kai Maya Anderson. Here we go, bottom of the first innings. First pitch swung over the top. Trinity Waiwiri Toka taking on Westlake's Charlotte Graham. Semi-final time here. And action is a paction.
Nice piece.
For sure as that one fouls back.
Shape it up, facing the pitcher.
It is, isn't it, Kitty? Kitty, what have you thought about how these girls have been taking the opportunity given to them in the matches you've seen?
Oh, it's great. It's they're taking every opportunity they get, and I think a lot of them will certainly learn from this and strive to be better next year, for sure.
That one goes back to the screen. Earlier on in the match here for the starting pitcher from Westlake, Tony, what will be some of her objectives as starting pitcher?
Well, she's got a good jump. Yeah, she's in a perfect position for a starting pitcher. She's got a 2-run lead. You know, her offense have given her. So all she's going to need to do really here is work her spots. She doesn't need to get too carried away and try and strike out batters. Just work her spots, pitch to her field. They've given her that buffer, and she should be a lot more relaxed than what she would at 0-0.
Full count now, so nice and relaxed. Ready to try and set the standard here. On the flip side, Kitty, for Rosehill, after giving up 2 runs in the top of the innings, what will they be trying to look to do here?
They'll just want to attack it, which this batter certainly is. So she's got the full count.
He's going to check the count here. We've got a walk, but of course the umpires are way more knowledgeable than what we are, and so are the scorers. So I think it must be full count now. Must be one of those foul balls Chopper have double counted or something, Kitty.
Yeah. So she hasn't really got behind in the count. She's up there. So she's had a good at bat, is what we call it.
Holds the swing, pops it up underneath of the first basewoman, Shirley, and
nice
records the first out here in the bottom of the innings.
Just goes for a wee high one. What I liked about it, she stayed in there, so she had a great bat.
That'll bring up to bat here, first basewoman now, Papatahi, first base. Sienna Duffy shows bunt, pulls back, full swing. It's one thing I've noticed in the ladies' game that we've seen start to be adopted in New Zealand a lot now, Tony, where the batter will have the bat out front, then come back to the swing. Some people say a timing mechanism. What has been your impression of it?
It's basically giving them the option of the short game or the longer game. It's game situation dominated at this stage. Rosehill are just looking to get runners on. And put a bit of pressure on the defence. So, it's a good option. There are times, obviously, where you want the full swing.
Well, this time, Graham comes through the zone, picks up the second out via strikes here. Trying something different, trying something new. That's Rosehill here in the 2023 edition of the National Secondary Schools Softball Championship. Shortstop Jasmine Hohua now steps in to go to work. First pitch to her is high and tight.
Yes, the pitch is shaping up for a very good game here. As long as you can keep control of it.
Next pitch
This catcher seems to be keeping control of her.
Yeah.
It's always good.
That's important, isn't it, Kitty, to have a
Most
good
definitely.
catcher with a good pitcher. It makes each other far better, isn't
For
that
sure,
tandem?
for sure.
2 balls now the bet count.
Oh, nice.
This one's up, ranging back, the second basewoman, and just comes off the toe of the glove. So, Rosehill will get their first base runner on here in the semi-final. Is Hohua, it's down to first base.
Probably a learning experience there, Chopper, just with the right fielder who was in quite shallow, perhaps overcalling the second base going back, and would have been in a better position to take that catch. But those are the things you learn from as you go on.
Well, clean-up hitter has up for Rosehill now. The starting pitcher, Janaya Nathan Kaiho. And off and running on the first pitch.
And she's gone.
She will get in there standing up. Hua showing a clean set of heels.
Nice. These kids are better off having a good old swing at these cuts at these pitches. Don't let them go past. You got nothing to lose even in the game.
Yeah, you can see the batting order for Rosehill again for you.
Here we go. Foul ball.
And that one fouls off Rosehill. Obviously stacked from top to bottom. We might bring that graphic up for you soon, and you can have a look at it.
Yeah, I think that's a good point about she is the clean-up hitter.
Yeah.
As a runner at second base, it's potential run there which would cut the deficit, so she should be swinging away.
Yeah.
1-2 the count now. Nathan Kaiho. Pitches
Nice.
down low and off and running to
Nice.
third base.
Stolen.
Oh, I tell you what. Ruhi. So Oma Whanoke. Another stolen base here for Jasmine Hohua. She started at first base. She's now only 60 feet away from grabbing the first run of the semi-final for Rosehill.
Gives the team a chance, doesn't it? You know.
What she's also done too is create some doubt in the catcher's mind. It looks like the catcher's reluctant to throw and is thrown behind the runner. So, that'll give the rest of her team quite a bit of confidence.
Laying the whittle. The challenge is Ho. Base runner, Hohua, sorry. Base runner. As we see a walk issued to the clean-up hitter, Nathan Kaiho. She's down to first base. So runners in the corners now, coast to coast here for Rosehill.
And comes his sister, Katia.
This will be interesting.
2 down runner.
So
the catcher's coming off to be changed.
Yeah, it looks like Sienna Duffy will come out and run for the catcher.
To the last out.
Pretty fair bet that she'll steal second and the runner at third will hold the throw, draw the throw.
Or make them throw.
Yep, and potentially that's only one swing of the bat away from tying the ball game. So
definitely.
Interesting first pitch here. Here we go. And off she goes on cue. They'll let her go to second base. So Westlake definitely firmly have a game plan and pattern here. They want to attack the batter and not so much waste time or opportunity of maybe.
Might do a squeeze play in here. Well,
big swing.
Maybe not.
I suspect Fergus McAlpine might have something to say about that in the break, where they just to keep the runners guessing a bit more.
2 strikes now, runners both in scoring position. Into the back, here she comes, looking for home plate, and she will get there. So the base running of Jasmine Hohua works a charm. If she wasn't at third base, she doesn't score on that pass ball. Now Rosehill, only 1 run away, 2 runs to 1 to Westlake at the moment.
That's where you got to get these games tight, especially the pitching stand view. There's no point throwing a bit of a wild pitch when there's a runner on third and 2 down.
1-2 the count now.
Oh, nice swing, nice pitch.
And boy, oh boy,
What a
Murphy's Law.
Yeah.
Tony, you almost see that every time a runner comes in on a slight kind of error or errant pitch, and then they get them out on the very next pitch. That's what Westlake have done. We're through 1 complete, ladies and gentlemen. It is Westlake leading the semi-final, 2 runs to 1. Back soon. Kia ora koutou katoa no mai hara mai ki te kemo o Pōuka. Welcome back to the game of fast pitch softball. You're watching the Whakaato Māori Softball New Zealand presentation of the 2023 National Softball Secondary School Championships. We're in the top of the first innings, top of the second innings. Rosehill's defensive lineup. You see Te Lemon and Anderson left to right in the outfield. Nathan Kaiho, Paikia, Nathan Kaiho and Hohua. On the infield, Duffy and Wawiri Toka is I'm just going to double check that for you. Wawiri Toka is the catcher. So that's okay. A couple of spots there, but what we do know is Nathan Kaiho is the pitcher. Janaya Nathan Kaiho is the pitcher. Westlake, you can see the offensive lineup. We're up to number 8 in the order, Tashiana Murray. She gets her first look at Nathan Kaiho. That batting order is good though. Graham at the top, Hurley, Mariner, Lee, Cadmus, Aspinall. She was the one that banged those 2 runs in the top of the first innings to give Westlake the lead so far. Hard hit ball. And a great running grab from the second basewoman from Rosehill. That was good from Maya Lemon.
Took that really well.
It's a great hit too.
It was. Yeah.
Great hit.
Good softball all round.
That's what you see. That's what you need.
So she backs her sister up there by getting the out.
Yeah.
Sure does indeed.
Saving her hits ratio.
Might cost us some chocolate later.
That's right.
Rory Seymour now hitting in the 9th spot, playing third base for Westlake. First pitch to her is a little high.
Pitch is starting to loosen up a little bit now too. Starting to warm up.
Semi-final time. Tony Smith in the booth here with us. These athletes, these young rangatahi, you see a low grounder that goes foul down the left side, 1-1 the count now. Tony, semi-final time. What are some of the thoughts and emotions that are going through these young rangatahi as they take the field?
Oh, there'd be an element of nerves there, I think, because it's sort of like a cup final, isn't it? The semi-final. I mean, you win, you advance. If you don't, well, you're playing for the more minor placings. But they should also be excited at the opportunity. I mean, these two teams have...
Bunt is down. Seymour trying to sneak one in, and it's bang, bang. She is safe. An opportunity given, an opportunity taken.
And like these teams have come a long way to be at this tournament, and to be in a semi-final, it doesn't get much better, does it? So
yeah, they've both travelled from Auckland, so whatever they put into it, they're getting out of it for sure.
Fantastic bunt from Seymour to lay the table for top of the order now. Charlotte Graham.
It's quite funny what you see about nerves. They don't seem to be that nervous. It's they seem to be just enhancing the moment, don't they?
They're quite laid back at the moment, yeah.
It's been a real festival of softball, and I think that's a good point you make there, Kitty, that these young rangatahi that are here in Ōtautahi Christchurch, these athletes, they've really entertained us, haven't they, Tony?
Yeah, I think they play without that element of the fear factor a bit, and both these teams, they would have been nervous before the start, but they both made a good start. They both scored runs, early innings, and it takes a bit of the pressure off, and now they can sort of be themselves, and we're seeing that, just in the way they've hustled after the out there and the support they have for hitters.
Yeah, good thing they're playing for their mates.
Yeah, that's right.
Nothing better than playing with your mates, for your school, for your kura. It's a great place to be right here at Dynasty Ballpark in Ōtautahi Christchurch. 2 balls and 1 strike the count here on Graham. Next pitch is right through the zone, but Seymour puts on a jetpack and slides into second base with a stolen bag.
Nice arm from the catcher too.
Yeah.
Tino Tede is the third baseman running out there on the field. Rory Seymour, very quick. 2-2 the count now. This one's down low.
Good catching there. I noticed when this catcher was warming up the pitcher before, how she was calling her, giving instructions where she wanted it. Nice framing.
Tino Tata, that was very close to the top of the zone there, just above it. Graham will go down to first base. So with one away here, loaded bases situation for Westlake. A real opportunity here, Tony, in the top of the second.
Yeah, it is, and also an opportunity for Rosehill too to get out of it with a double play. The old Putarua, their chopper, they can really swing the game back their way.
That's exactly what they'll be looking to do. Tyler Hurley shapes up for a bunt on the first pitch, goes foul. Hurley, Hurley grounded out first pitch back in the first inning, straight to the first baseman. Look at the first baseman now.
Right up, yep.
Ball is high.
Certainly not shaping up for a bun.
No, technically, Megan Fergus McAlpine, head coach for Westlake, down at third base there, Tony. A few options up his sleeve.
Yeah, he gave the bunt signal there, and I think now he's getting it a hit away. Which I think's the
Goes
right.
the swing, it gets to the back though. Is it far enough? No, apologies. Look, 2 runners on. I keep on skipping one. So they're down to second and third now. 1 away. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And that hitting away call chop is the right one. I mean, they've actually got the lead, a slender one, 2-1, but they are in front. So here's a chance to drive in 2 runs and just extend that lead and make Rosehill really work.
Nice catcher.
Hour and a half game time here in the semi-final. They are tied at the end of an hour and a half. They will complete the innings first. And we'll go to tiebreaker. Must be a winner of this game.
2-2. Nice.
Hurley the other way. Surely it scores a run, and it does. They'll trade it out for a run here, Westlake. They lead now with 3 runs to 1.
2 down.
Without seeing a signal, possibly a hit and run, not much they could do there really defensively. She had to secure the ball, which she did well, take the out at the cost of that run.
And comes the catcher.
Kalani Mariner. Clean-up hitter JLE is waiting on deck if required. First pitch is right down Main Street.
Good lead off. Obviously not scared of the batter. I think I might be by the size of her. So I'll look at my daughter all over again. Nice hit.
And ground ball, slow roll to the shortstop. Should have to be a strong throw, and the throw is good from Jasmine Hawkua to take care of the end of the top of the second innings, but it's not before Talia Hurley squeezes in a run for Westlake. They now lead 3 runs to 1. More action to come at the bottom of the second when we come back in just a short moment.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay an App to speed on through. Ooh, yeah. Feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go once. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Haramai, no mai, haramai. Ki Auto Tahi. Dynasty Ballpark is the location. Welcome back indeed to our presentation of the 2023 National Secondary School Championships. See the boys from St. Pat's up in the grandstand. Of course, St. Pat's are looking forward to their opportunity to play in the next time slot. We'll find out who those 2 teams are. The boys' semi-final will be after this one, and that one is scheduled for 5:15. 2 games in the boys section, 1v1 here on Diamond 1, 2v2. That'll be on Diamond 2. All of them have a chance, the last 4 boys teams in Division 1.
Good pace.
We'll find out who will get to the grand final tomorrow. So really shaking down interesting. Alfriston has looked good from Group B for sure. And Shirley boys, I love the way they play. They've been put themselves right amongst it. But we're in the girls semi-final here. Westlake taking on Rosehill. Bottom of the second innings. And up the bat for Rosehill will be Elena Paikia, the left fielder, Chelsea Tipuni, the third basewoman, and Mia Lemon, second basewoman. 1, 2, 3 for Rosehill.
Any business. Pitcher's just got to get in the zone at the moment. Needs to keep his team in there.
Graham now set and ready. Here comes the 2-2.
Nice pitch.
And it's a good one on the outer edge. Picks up the first out on strikes. Oh, Jason Gerby's aka Chopper. Great to have you along for the semi-final action here at Dynasty Ballpark. Of course, joining me in the booth on this one, two local, very knowledgeable gentlemen of the game, Kitty Makiti and Tony Smith.
Tony's more knowledgeable than myself.
And humble as well. We should have put that in there as well. Humble as well.
You ever read his writing in the paper? You'll see what I mean.
Complete pleasure to read the write-ups from Tony Smith. Worked a long time and still does in media here in New Zealand. A great exponent of great sports writing. And we're very lucky that he has also an interest in softball, so we get very good coverage of softball from Tony. 1-1 the count now. This one just misses the top. Chelsea Tepuni, the third basewoman now.
Good thing about this game, just get the bat on the ball, the way the ball goes. And nice swing.
We had a
good
chance to
pitching,
catch up with young Chelsea Tepuni on day one, as she was very kind to sit down with Whakao Maori for an interview. And a great character and a great player. She laces this one to left field.
Almost quite casual there. There was hardly any steps. She just met the ball and placed it out. Went with the pitch, which was great to see.
The other thing too, talk about the bats they use too. They're all different brands. But in today's game, compared to what I used to play with,
amazing technology indeed. And see that first pitch just skid underneath the bat to the backstop, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, Tepuni will scoot down to second base.
I started out in the wooden bat era. The early aluminium bats were a luxury, but they bent and broke.
Yeah, definitely. Well, these bats nowadays cost you between $500 and $700.
Rosehill trailing by 2 here.
Ooh.
As this one fouls back to the screen, but a big opportunity now with Tepuni in scoring position at second base to peg back into this lead. I've got a feeling, Tony, this is going to be a close one.
Yeah,
and that they're just looking to come back, and rather than the hero hit, if you like, just build some pressure. But you've got to be careful too when you're trailing that you don't give your outs up.
Up to second base, Cadmus Aspinall will take the out here. Tepuni, though, she'll skid on over to third base. So with 2 outs.
Does the job, moves around.
Exactly the job done.
And actually a better result than, say, a sacrifice bunt.
Exactly.
Because she put the ball into play, put the pressure on the field, and the same result. She's out, advances the runner as a sacrifice, but...
Can create that mistake sometimes.
Exactly, yeah.
But I like the way the second baseman fielded it. Both hands down and both hands to the ball.
The middle infielding in this game has been really good so far, both teams.
Well, the rangatahi of the athlete playing in the Rohe Mato right field is up to bat now. Kai Maya Anderson, she swings through that one. 1-1 the count now. 2 away here, bottom of the second innings. Westlake leading by 2. Semi-final.
1-1.
And a power pitch and a pick off the 3. And she is back just in time. They'll call time and let her get up. That was a bang.
Nice arm.
There was a lot more alert from the catcher than earlier in the game.
Extremely. She has got an arm.
I suspect Mr. McAlpine's had a word in the air somewhere.
I'd say so.
And this is the late cut or foul that along. And I think that almost hit the boundary. I don't know what you call that region in cricket, Tony. Off square or something like that.
That'll do.
Okay. Fair enough. That'll do. Back to the action here. 1 and 2 the count.
I usually ask someone in the office that one.
Nice strike out.
And Graham, boy, she is on fire here. Picks up another strikeout to nullify the threat from Rosehill. Westlake retain the lead here, 3 runs to 1 as we head to the top of the third in the semi-final.
The decisions we make matter. The cloth you put on your back, that comes from somewhere. Ours is Ecotech, and it comes from here. One of these equals 38 of these, not in landfill. High performance fabric worthy of what you stand for.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go once. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
Kia ora koutou, no mai hara mai, and welcome back to continued coverage here at Atiawa Christchurch. Semi-final action here on game number 47 on the schedule. 63 in total matches over 4 days of competition at the 2023 Secondary National Championships. And 47's a big one. It's semi-final action between Rosehill in the field right now and Westlake up to bat. It is Westlake with the lead. 3 runs to 1 at this point. Very, very tight ball game. Westlake are up to their clean-up hitter here now, Jaya Lee. And this one's down the line, will go foul. Joining me in the booth, and this one is Tony Smith and Kitty Makiri. Boys, I know we're only in the top of the third innings. What's been your impression of the semi-final so far?
Mine personally is everyone's starting to warm up now and getting into their groove. So I think exciting things will happen during this game. I just need one team just needs to get into it and it will break open either way.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I've been impressed defensively with the middle infields from both teams. You know, they're very smooth. They look like athletes, and cool heads too. And on that front too, Charlotte Graham, I've been impressed with the way she's come back. And there's been a bit of pressure on her. You know, she's come back with strikeouts in 2 innings after conceding a run, and then with a runner at third base. So, you know, composure, game management. Those are the things you're looking for at this level.
Cool heads, cool heads.
Cool heads, composure, work ethic, all happening here in the semi-final. Thank you for tuning in to Whakaata Māori's Multi-Active YouTube channel. Of course, Soccer New Zealand's event page as well for the semi-final action. Top of the third innings. Jaya Lee working hard, full count on here now.
She's looking in the business too. She's really in the zone here.
3 balls and 2 strikes. Facing the pitching of Janaya Nathan Kaiho from Rosehill.
Oh, nice.
Hard hit ball from Lee.
Nice hit.
And down to first base. It skids past the outfitter. She looked to turn the corner now. And it's a stand-up double from Jaya Lee to lead off the top of the third innings here for Westlake.
Found the gap and away she went. It's like I said, you know, once you get the bat to the ball and bat of that stature, man, she has a nice swing. Nice at bat. And the pitcher wasn't doing anything wrong either, to be honest.
And again, yet again, she hardly took a step to that ball.
Yep.
She just waited back, met the ball, put it out in her power zone, out to left field.
Well, the top of the first innings, Lucy Cadmus Aspinall, the shortstop for Westlake, ripped one over the centre fielder's head to plate the first 2 runs of the ball game for Westlake. She'll turn a bat again here now. 2 balls to count.
I'd be putting a sacrifice in. Put it down.
One of the options for sure. Fergus McAlpine, head coach here for Westlake.
Ooh.
Again, he's possibly thinking, I've got a 2-run lead. Why take the bat out of her hands? But yeah, it's an option.
Well, I think that blast over centre field in the first innings kind of helps him sway his weights in a little.
That's right.
She does that again, I get another run straight away. But,
Yeah, but then you look at corners, they're both back.
Yeah.
So, you know.
It's options, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Opportunity. Nathan Kaiho now.
Nice hit.
Hard hit ball to shortstop. She'll throw it over, and
Gets
they'll
the out.
get the out at the same time, though. Lee will get the 3. The throw is ajar. Lee is up now, looking to come home, and Cadmus Aspinall with the magic touch
Safe now.
allows another run to come in for Westlake. They lead 4 runs to 1.
She just made the fatal error of not touching home plate when she passed. She's safe. She's safe. She came back and touched.
That's
But
as long as you touch it.
I've played in a game where I've had a home run and the runner in front of me never touched home plate. He lost the final.
With 1 away now.
I did that after hitting a home run in the national tournament. Missed first base and was out.
Oh, no. Did all the hard part. You just got to touch those big white sacks on the ground.
You make a mistake like that, you never make it again.
No, you don't. No.
You never want to make that mistake ever again. That's for sure.
You get reminded about it all the time.
This one fouls off into the foot of Weller. 2 strikes to count now.
So Rosehill need to get back into this game. 3-run deficit. It's only half the game gone though. Nice change-up.
Good way to come back.
Nice change-up.
Nathan Kaiho finding a rhythm, finding a way, and you just mentioned it, a different pitch gets the job done.
Both these pitchers have got real potential. They're young, and if they work at it and get stronger and throw a bit harder, they've got good futures in the game.
Yeah, definitely. And you got to put a bit of heads up to the catches here. Both of them, I think, are extremely good.
Showing bunt as the corners come charging in here.
The thing about the game, it's just all technique, and these girls are starting to learn it.
Brilliant that they're learning on the job in the game at the National Championship. Second basewoman, Neve Cadmus Aspinall now. This one pops up.
Yep.
And it'll go out of play.
And in terms of learning the game, it's great seeing coaches like Fergus McAlpine, one of the country's sort of young, up-and-coming coaches, getting involved at this level, and that's what these schools need to tap into. Is they might not have teachers or parents with the expertise, but go and ask a community coach, bring them in. It'll raise your game.
Certainly does. It's like I touched on yesterday about the Southland tournaments now in the under 15s. It's absolutely brilliant to see players in like 20 teams playing in the same venue, boys and girls. It just really puts the emphasis on the sport.
This one pops up and a spinner. Right hand English, left hand turn Clyde, and Aspinall, just like his sister, a little touch of magic today, Tony.
Yep. Sort of, a bit of a good hustle, and just somebody who plays percentage softball. So great to see.
Yep, just putting the ball in play. Let the ball do the work.
Tayshiana Murray now. Starting left fielder for Westlake. As you mentioned there, Kitty, up high in the first pitch.
Catcher's dream, throw down to 1.
this one straight back to Nathan Kaiho, and she'll take care of business here and throw it over in time, but it's not before. It's the Cadmus Asperhel. Wonderful touch. She grabs another run here. Westlake extend their lead 4-1. More action to come in the bottom of the third innings when we come back. Thick and fast is the action here at the 2023 National Secondary Softball Championship in Atiawa, Christchurch. Thank you so much for tuning in to Whakaato Māori's Māori Active YouTube channel. Of course, Softball New Zealand's event page for this one on Facebook. It's great to have your patronage and support and tautoko I tēnei rā with the Kemua Puika in this great game of softball. Thank you so much. This one will pop up. Graham will take the first out here in the bottom of the third innings. Rosehill trailing by 3 in this game at this point. But as we know, Tony Smith joining us in the booth in this one, 3 runs can erase, that lead can be erased in the blink of an eye.
I guess they just have to concentrate on getting runners on base at the moment, Chopper. The bunt game's probably been taken away from them. They're 3 runs down. They don't want to give up any outs cheaply, so they've got to head away. And interesting how she's a bit further up in the box than most of these hitters to Charlotte Graham, which is a good sign. It means she's aggressive, she wants to hit the ball.
Sienna Duffy now, followed by Jasmine Hohua, who was outstanding back in the first innings. And then Janaya Nathan Kaiho will be the third batter from this point.
Two strikes. Nice hit.
Up the middle, and it's a beauty. A dead ride, Kitty. And just what the doctor ordered for Rosehill. Duffy with a good one down to first base.
And she got the reward for being a bit more aggressive in the batter's box. So that was great. That's what they needed. Hopefully it will spark this Rosehill team up. And they can chip away at that lead.
Been really impressed, Kitty, with the shortstop here for Rosehill.
Yes.
Jasmine Hohua. Bunt is up, it'll go foul though. But she's made things happen, hasn't she?
Yeah, definitely. And that's the glory of this game. Just put the ball in the play and let the fielders do the rest. And hopefully you got the gas and the wheels just to move yourself around and move that runner at least.
I think you were saying in the first innings where she stole 2 bases when she got on, Tony, that she laid the whittle, she laid the challenge for Westlake offensively from Rosehill.
She did, and she's a player that likes to keep the pressure on.
Nice swing.
That's what's needed here. Yeah, good swing.
I think the first baseman was a bit shocked there.
Jaya Lee, the first baseman, had come right up with a possible bunt. She pulls back in an almighty swing. She turned around and looked at the pitcher and goes, "Whew, thank goodness."
Yeah, definitely. And especially where she was standing too. Right in the centre.
2 strikes the count now.
Nice hit.
Up the middle. Double play. 1. Looking for 2. They'll get the lead runner though.
Yeah.
But unlucky there, she was just a step off second base. If she'd been able to step on there, she would have got the double, but she had to tag the runner, the lead runner.
And that's it, moving the runners and, you know. By mistaking, the game can change.
Game can change in a dying concert. You see here on the Ballpark Broadcasting Action replay.
Nice field.
It might have been interesting to see what would have happened if that lead runner had stopped.
Yeah, look at this.
Oh, one to the right field. It's a long one too. Rosehill, they could grab a run here, maybe two, and they come a play, and she will score. Rosehill, just like that in the blink of an eye, now trailing by 2, 4 runs to 2.
That's what this game needed.
Mm-hmm. And again, you can't blame the pitchers for any of this. They just do what they do. Nice wee hit.
Yeah.
Make a mistake. Away you go.
Nathan Kaiho with that drive.
And it's not as if the outfielder was made a disappointing mistake either.
No, gallant effort. Hard hit ball. This one's hard hit as well. Up to right field.
Makes up for
Weller will take the catch and complete the innings, but it's not before Rosehill said, Westlake, we ain't done here, as they pick up a run off the bat of the pitcher, Janaya Nathan Kaiho. 4 runs to 2, top of the 4th coming up next in the semi-final action here in Ototahi, Christchurch. Top of the 4th innings here. Westlake leading the ball game 4 runs to 2. But we've just seen what Rosehill will do. They will never give up here. Tony Smith, Rosehill scoring that run in the bottom of the 3rd innings. How important?
Great for their confidence. It shows that they're still on the hunt here, and they just need really a good defensive inning and keep that score still at that 2 runs and keep chipping away at it. You know, so I think if they hadn't scored, then it would have been a wee bit of a confidence blow. So great work to keep the pressure on Westlake and remind them that the game's not over yet.
Rory Seymour, third baseman, will lead off here. Then we'll go to the top of the shop. Charlotte Graham and Talia Hurley. 1, 2, 3 for the girls from Westlake.
It's I like the way these pitches are shaping up. Of putting the effort in for sure.
Yeah, Jania's pitching better than she did in this same game yesterday.
Oh,
so,
really?
You know, quite a lot better.
This one comes through.
Nice pitch.
Kind of looks more like getting into a groove as the week goes on. Which is often the way.
And it's pretty hard for them to come into games like this, and especially in this weather, being so warm. As our viewers can attest to.
This one's wide, and down to first base will go Seymour. So lead-off runner on here for Westlake.
Up comes Charlotte.
Looking to try and answer right back after Rosehill scored their run in the bottom of the 3rd innings. Top of the shop, Charlotte Graham now.
She's definitely an all-rounder, isn't she? Nice one.
Sacrifice bunt down, and it's a beauty. Not only does she move the runner over to second base, but Graham legs it out. She's safe at first base as well.
Probably wasn't expecting that the Rosehill field, they were back a bit, as you'd sort of expect, really, with the score being what it was. So, bunting for a base hit, always a good tactic at this stage of the game.
Maybe another one. Yep.
Shapes up.
Ooh,
this
yeah,
one's
counts a
foul
short game.
this time.
Have a look at the old short game, eh?
Well, the tactics have changed here from Fergus McAlpine in the top of the fourth innings. These two teams face each other on day 2. It's a big scoreline for Westlake in the game, 12 runs to 3 over Rosehill, but that was a different day. This is semi-final time. This is when you turn it on, don't you, Tony?
That's right, and even in that game yesterday, I saw that game, and there were glimpses of Rosehill's potential. Probably the gap wasn't as big as the scoreline indicated. So, yeah, semi-final, it's all up for grabs, and it's basically starting with a clean sheet.
Good pitch through the bottom of the zone. Love this. You're watching this infield there from Rosehill. They're ready to move, aren't they?
Definitely.
One of the keys there, Chopper, is watching where the batter's set up in the box. Like it's virtually impossible to hit to bunt at the back of the box.
You can see the points table at the beginning of day's play today, and it shows that One Tree Hill were undefeated. They did go on to beat Kaya Point to finish top of the shop, so they're through to the grand final. Then it's the Westlake girls, and of course Rosehill that rose to that 2 and 3 spot. That's why they're facing each other now in the semi-final.
Ooh, nice.
This one's a late cut. We'll go foul. 2 and 2 the count now.
None down. Top of 4. Runners on 1 and 2.
Shirley. Posing figure at the plate. Hard swinger, but a hard pitch by Nathan Kaiho gets the job done here for the first out.
Clutch strike out there, wasn't it?
Definitely. See, they're not scared of each other, which is a good thing. Like the pitcher's giving it all. Batter's having a crack. What more could you ask for?
What more could you ask for, indeed? So, Kalani Mariner now, the catcher, steps in to go to work. First pitch is down the kitchen sink.
Here we go.
Oh, next pitch is high. What a catch!
Great catch. Great catch.
Fantastic. Trinity, Waiwiri, Toka.
I can't even do that in my sleep.
She was almost in orbit,
wasn't she?
Yep.
Just
sprung out of that catching position and wha-bang! Got that one.
Have to start calling giraffe.
Mariner now pulls this one down the line. They'll get the runner at going to 3. A double over the top. Westlake maybe an opportunity. Graham now rounding third base. And she'll have to hold there. A lot happening in that play. You can feel the semi-final tension just a smidge, can't you?
So got an out there on third.
Game of margins, isn't it? She was that close to getting a double play and getting out of the inning.
Yeah.
Just that pressure throw.
That's what it's all about, eh? It's those moments in these games that certainly pour on the excitement on the sidelines here, especially in the commentary box.
God, be excited, that's for sure. I'm right with you on that one. Jay and Lee now. Clean up hitter. It's the person they want up to the plate, that's for sure.
Nice late cut out of the right field, should be all right. Oh,
hard hit ball from Lee. And it is down to left field. She'll drill that one all the way to the fence. 1 comes in. 2 comes in for Westlake. Lee looking for third base. And she will slide on. It's a sliding triple to J.R. Lee that adds 2 runs. 6 runs to 2 now.
Just as well she grabbed the base, eh?
Hindsight's a wonderful thing. I was about to say, in senior softball, you might think about an intentional walk here, but they don't tend to do that at this age grade. So.
Yeah, nice setup. Up the line, nice line drive. Just like the way she slid in the third and grabbed the base.
Here she comes, here she comes. Hold on to it, Gil.
Got to take out the coach there.
Brilliant.
I'd love to know the conversation between her and the third baseman, Chelsea Tapuni, right there. I bet you it would have been funny.
See, I actually think that's one of the most exciting plays in softball, a hit to the corner.
Yeah.
When there's runners on base. You know, people say, we go crazy about home runs, solo shot home runs. They're actually quite boring. With that, it was action all on the diamond with the base runners and the hitter.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, everyone's all setting themselves up for a play.
This one pops up out of play. Lucy Cadnis Asparell's having a marquee match here in the semi-final for Westlake. Back in the first innings, she drove one over the centre fielder to play 2 runs. And then in the third innings, she smashed one to the shortstop that plated another runs. 3 RBIs on the day so far, half of Westlake's total of runs. This one's in the dirt.
And she's also stood out in the field as well. Yeah, she's been pretty smooth at shortstop.
Right time, right place. Cadnis Aspinall.
Yeah, nice power bat.
See, her mother is the assistant coach at first base. I wonder with the talented kids, daughters she's got, I'd want to be there too.
Yep.
Good pitch though. We've seen this out of Janaya Nathan Kaiho. When you think Westlake's got the edge on her, she finds something deep inside to throw the pitch, doesn't she?
She's got a big heart, eh?
Yeah.
The catch is getting it going as well.
This one pops up. And a great play by the catcher, Trinity Waiwiri Toka. Go gadget arms to get the high strike. Fast legs, twinkle toes to grab the pop-up as well. That'll do us through the top of the 4th innings. It's not before big bats from Mariner and Jaya Lee add 3 runs to Westlake. They lead 6 runs to 2. More action here coming from the semi-final, bottom of the 4th when we come back. Fourth innings here on day 3, game number 47, semi-final here of the National Softball Secondary School Championships in Dynasty Ballpark, Westlake, with a 4-run lead here posted in the bottom of the 4th innings. Rosehill, though, we've seen the effort from them. They haven't given up the whole way through. The last innings, they squeezed a run across. Can they squeeze more across in this game, Tony?
Ooh.
This one's up. Foul out of play. Sorry, can they squeeze some more runs in this game?
They definitely can, and this is the inning. This is the big inning for them. It's got to happen now, to close that gap. And I was thinking actually about Rosehill's most famous pupil. There's a fellow called Kieran Reid who lives in these parts. He actually he grew up in Papakura. He went to Rosehill College initially. Was invited to play first 15 rugby for St Kennigans in town. But he didn't like it there, and he came back to Rosehill College, and that's the sort of spirit that you have in places like Papakura, and that's what they need now to really draw on.
I couldn't agree any more. Here's a big pitch from Graham. A big pitch from Graham to pick up the first out here. And we'll take us through the bottom of the fourth innings. The whittle has been laid by Graham all day on the pitcher's circle. But as we've seen from these young ladies from Rosehill, as you mentioned, a great school to play for, especially with athletes like Chelsea Tapuni, the third baseman.
So the other thing is, the flip side of all this is you look at any sportsman who's worth his salt and stuck to one club throughout everything is pretty rare nowadays.
It is, yep.
Got to say, I'm a loyal fan of staying with one team, one club, one kura, one group of mates.
I made it pretty known to my daughter, once she starts one club, she stays there, unless that club doesn't have another team for her to play in.
Of course.
It's any time you leave. And the other thing too is you got to put back in what you take out.
Hard hit ball up the middle, off the glove. Cadence Aspinall will have to transfer it quick, and she does. The shortstop from Westlake, top shelf today.
Like she's got a glove to it and slowed it down a little bit for the shortstop.
She's
Good out.
An all-rounder at shortstop is Lucy. She's certainly had a great game. Both sides of the ball, as they say in the footy codes.
A throw, bang, bang at first base. You see there on the instant replay. Ooh, that was close to Tuni Tino Tata. She's quick down the line. Tino Tere. Very quick. That'll bring up the bat now.
Lemon.
Yeah, Maya Lemon, the second base woman.
Nice hit.
What a play.
Stop.
Can the throw get there? It does. The glove
Great
work
outs.
from the third baseman, Seymour. I think the work she's seeing by a fellow teammate, it's rubbing off. It's contagious.
That's great.
Receiving was good too at first. I mean, that's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
difficult play to make with a runner coming at you.
Oh, well, fantastic indeed. That's a quick bottom of the fourth innings. Top of the fifth coming up next. Westlake will look for some insurance runs. We'll find out when we come back if they can do it. Top of the fifth inning has been an action-packed semi-final matchup between Rosehill on the field and Westlake girls batting here. And we get underway here. Hope Weller will lead off here for the Westlake girls. Should be followed by Neve Cadness Asperhill and Tashi Anna Murray. Been a good game so far. Westlake, they struck for 2 runs in the top of the first innings off the bat of the shortstop Cadness Asperhill. Rosehill then replied with 1 run themselves in the bottom of the first innings. Westlake, they improved their lead with a run in the second. Rosehill replied though, showed some grit and determination, get their own run in the bottom of the third. Then 3 critical runs by Westlake in the top of the fourth innings, especially off the bat of the big bopper, J.R. Lee. That's the scoreline right now, 6 runs to 2 as we continue here through the top of the fifth innings. A fantastic semi-final so far here. Kitty Bakiti and the commentary here with us. How do you see this one playing out?
I'd say in all honesty, it can still split wide open here.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely.
Either way, right? Either way.
Either way. But they have a 4-run advantage here. So if they just keep the ball, keep hitting the ball,
this one's
getting
down
on base. 2 more runs here would close it out for this team.
Down to first base goes Weller. Lead off a walk here, and it looks like they're going to bring in a pinch hitter here for Westlake. In for Neve Cadnis Aspinall will be number 5, Philippa O'Vie.
Why?
Gets a look in the batter's box.
You can almost say why, but for obvious reasons, getting this kid a bit of a game.
Exactly. Takes a whole team, doesn't it?
Definitely.
Top to bottom of your roster.
Definitely.
To become a national champion.
That's it. That's the reason why.
Now going to first base, and she is safe. Look at the dugout. They are ecstatic. And a fantastic play here by the pinch hitter.
This is what you want.
That's what you want as a coach. You bring someone in to do a job, and they do it straight away. And great to see. You've got to involve the whole team.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't have people sitting in the bench that don't play.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen teams that sit guys on benches all tournaments.
Tatiana Murray now shapes for bunt. Does not attempt it though, so too low.
Some teams are very good at using their whole squad. If you look at Nathan Nukunuku's teams at Ramblers or Auckland, he uses every player in every game and generally gets a result from them when they come in. It might just be to run or to pinch hit.
Bunt is down, just a little bit foul though off Murray. Right, 2 runners on here for Westlake. Get it underway in the top of the 5th innings. No outs yet. 1 ball and 1 strike to count now.
Coming up for the bunt.
Shapes for the bunt. And can't quite get it. Moves the count 1 and 2.
That's just to keep them guessing bunt attempt, I think, isn't it? That's sort of... they're good to see them on their toes because she was a lot quicker to that than she had been on the previous play, which...
Janaya Nathan Kaiho has been pitching the whole way through for Rosehill. Hard hit ball from Murray, and line straight out to the 3rd baseman. It happened so quick, it was hard to pick up myself. Must have got it on the full. Runners had to retreat to their bases. So 1 out here. Rory Seymour will be really good today.
1 down.
Yeah, safe bunt back in the 2nd innings, and then led off the 4th innings with a walk. Gets her 3rd opportunity now.
I'd be putting a squeeze play down here, even if they're coming up. Just get the ball in. But these runners got to come off their bases pretty quick.
You just want the count favouring the batter a bit more, perhaps. But
oh, nice hit anyway.
3rd base to Punney's been good. Lead runner.
Oh.
Can't quite get it.
So as a player, like before the ball's even hit, as a fielder, you got to know exactly where the runners are, exactly what you're going to do, where you're going to throw it.
Yep, there's a shorthand thing called bistro. And, I'll tell you about the bistro later. When we get a chance.
I'll come back to the bistro for sure. The only one I know is the one where you eat. So Charlotte Graham now, she'll step in. Big opportunity here for Westlake. First pitch. She drives it looking for a gap. Centre fielder will make it just comes out of her glove. And Weller will come in to score for Westlake. They extend their lead here, 7 runs to 2.
Yes, the fielder got to it. Just unfortunately, he fell out of the glove.
As Tyler Hurley, a centre fielder, comes up. Bases loaded again here with 1 out. Bistro, please tell us.
It's a system that Ed Dolish, the former national coach, used to teach 40, 50 years ago, and it still holds true today. So bistro is B, batter. What is the batter? Are they a long ball hitter? Are they a bunter? Are they a short game player? Inning, what stage of the game is it? S is basically the strike situation, strike count.
Yeah.
T, tactics, runners. R is runners. Where are the runners? Have I got any runners on? O is outs. How many outs? That dictates everything you do defensively. So if you keep that bistro in your mind and keep your mind off the bistro at the end of the game, you can't go too far wrong.
Yeah, it's definitely a thinking game. You obviously want a bit of talent to play this game of softball, but if you can think ahead of the play, maybe grab some of those factors you mentioned out of bistro. How many outs? Where are the base runners? What's my opportunity? If you can put some of that together, maybe you've got the formula for a great meal next time you go out for dinner.
Yeah, Chopper had a senior moment there. S is actually score.
Of course.
And that's critical. You know, what is the score? In this case, Rosehill really probably want the outs more than the run, the lead runner.
What a bag, 3 balls, 1 strike.
Hitters count here for Hurley.
Oh, nice swing.
Swings at that one.
Swing.
She doesn't get cheated, does she?
No, she doesn't. So you see the different techniques in these young ladies too. And it's quite invigorating.
Big pitch, big swing.
Nice swing.
And that one will go foul down to the right side. Westlake.
What I still like about the pitcher, she's still chucking it down there.
Yeah, she hasn't been phased.
No.
She
stayed at her task.
It's great.
And in moments like this, she's found a way. Who wins this time?
Oh, inside.
And just can't squeeze it in the zone. And that'll now allow another run. And the pinch hitter who came into the ball game, remember, that was Philippa Ovai. Not only got a hit, but she scores a run here in the semi-final. That's a great story for Westlake.
Done her job, isn't she? Absolutely.
So an RBI walk for Hurley. 8 runs to 2 now.
I think one of the key things for pitchers at this age is the temperament.
Yes.
I mean, we all go for athletic talent, but it is, their temperament. Can they bounce back from a difficult situation like this? And so far, Janaya has shown she can.
She has, She's got
talking about bouncing back, Makiri, it's great to bounce back with good support of each other, just like the support we've got here at the 2023 Secondary School Nationals. I want to thank Apollo Projects for their sponsorship of the event. Of course, New Zealand Carbon Farming, Caltex and Bailey's. And you can't go better than Whakāto Māori and their support of the New Zealand Sports Charter here for Sports Week. And Auto Tahi, it's fantastic to have their support. Without those support of those sponsors, Tony, we simply cannot produce the talent and give these rangatahi the opportunity that they have today.
It's great to see sponsors getting in at this level of the game, if you like, the flex routes, isn't it?
It's so positive for many players without them even knowing it. It's like it costs X amount of dollars just to get here, but then to put it on, and you get all the support from locals coming in and doing this for free.
Yeah,
it's great. But then to have that sponsorship is even
fantastic. Makes the world of things indeed. Well, it looks like we're going to have a pitching change here. This pitching change brought to you by Ballpark Broadcasting. We'll be back shortly with more action here live from Otautahi in the semi-final.
Whoops, running on empty? Enjoy a 6 cents per litre fuel discount at your local Caltex with Pumped every day. Feels good, eh? Get it at any participating Caltex.
100.9 and 94.9 Atiawa Toa.
When the radio's on and the sound is hot, you just have to enjoy. There's no way to stop. That's where it sounds for the best every day of the week. Better than all the rest. We let the music speak. All the best throwbacks, 90s and more. Atiawa Toa. All the best throwbacks.
Kia ora koutou katoa, no mahara mai ki te kimo pōuka. Welcome back here to continue coverage at Ototahi Christchurch's Dynasty Ballpark. You're watching the semi-final. Excuse me, apologies. You're watching the semi-final here. The semi-final action between Westlake and Rosehill. Top of the fifth innings. Westlake have just played another couple of runs here. Rosehill have had to make a change on the hill. Sorry for the pun. And I tell you what, a move here, Tony, you can allude us what's happened here positional-wise for Rosehill. Doesn't normally happen this way.
No. One sister's left the mound and replaced by another. So you don't
nice swing.
Don't often see that. I'm struggling to remember the last time I've seen that in the game.
I haven't seen that for a while.
And it's the pitcher has gone to catch and the catcher has gone to pitch. Our new pitcher now is Trinity Waiwiri Toka on the hill, and we get to see what she can bring here in the semi-final.
Ball one, strike two. Couple of big cuts at this ball too. Yes.
I
Kalani Mariner.
Chopper, I'll go back about 40 years to the last time I've seen that. And it was probably the Hall brothers.
That's really?
Jimmy Hall. We remember Jimmy, the New Zealand player. His older brother was Alan, was a pretty handy pitcher. Alan was the starting pitcher, Jimmy was the relief. And they were both pretty difficult to get away.
Yes.
Mariner watches one on the outside edge now. That'll
Just
level the
outside.
count. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Westlake, tactically here, I think they've played their cards under the tutelage of Fergus McAlpine very, very well in this game, Tony.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, and that's what we talked about before, having the benefit of having a kind of specialist coach coming in, and just giving Kayako and parents a hand at this level. So
takes a village.
And so if you're a school here and you're looking at what can we do to close the gap, maybe that's something you can do. Go to your local club and ask somebody with pedigree. I mean, like Shirley Boys High have done that.
Fantastic to see them. This is where it starts, isn't it? The college system, and we see a walk to Mariner, and that will push another run across here for Westlake. That's a big run, though, Tony. 9 runs to 2 now is a 7-run margin. If Westlake can get 3 outs in the bottom of the 5th innings without relinquishing a run, this game will terminate early.
Yeah, that's right. And obviously they'll be keen to do that because it gives them a bit more of a rest before the big day tomorrow.
Big show tomorrow, eh?
JLE first pitch, he blasts it to centre field. One comes in. Here comes another. Westlake have got the train rolling as they pump him into the station. 11 runs to 2 now.
Nice blast.
Yeah, she's just effortless, isn't she, with her swing? It's just beautiful to watch, actually.
Very nice.
I'd like to see how she would go against sort of like senior pitchers.
Yeah.
I think she'd actually manage that leap quite well, quite quickly.
I mean, it's just the sheer size of it too,
JLE has followed the lead of Lucy Cadmus Aspinall out there today. It's been awesome to watch them play. JLE has been on base every time. Hit by pitch, 3 hits now, 4 RBIs. A pinch hitter into the ball game is Mo. Eli Sani Mo. She sees the first pitch come down through the zone. 1 away here in the top of the 5th innings. Westlake have broken out. This one just inside. Westlake did get away the first time they faced each other, 12 runs to 3. This one really, really tight though. Until now in the 5th innings. 5
Ball
runs.
1, strike 2, strike 1.
Yeah, 5 runs plated so
1
far
out.
by Westlake.
Catching.
Waiwiri Toka just trying to find the strike zone.
So Chopper apologised for my siblings reference before. This is actually Trinity Waiwiri Toka, who started at catcher, of course, on the mound. And You'd probably, as a catcher, hasn't done much pitching, but looks to have potential. I mean, good athlete, throwing the ball quite hard, but perhaps without the control you get from practicing regularly as a pitcher. That'll come.
It sure will. We've seen her talents behind the dish. She's made some fantastic catches and running grabs, and I'm sure with a bit more time, she'll be also dominating on the mound.
So if you're a pitching coach somewhere up in Auckland, you'd be making a little note in your notebook.
It's pretty hard though, like switching from a catcher to a pitcher straight out. May seem easy for a lot of people, but it's not.
Hope Weller now after the walk to the pinch hitter Mo down
But like you
first
said,
base.
great athletes.
Yeah.
And I suppose they've been doing this all their lives too, out in the backyard, having a pitch, having a catch, swapping over.
Everyone's been a pitcher in the backyard at some stage,
exactly.
That's right. Although it's interesting now, particularly in the men's game, where people want to be hitters rather than pitchers.
Yeah.
Back in the last century when I was a kid, we all wanted to be Kevin Hurley, or even if we couldn't be.
Or Gina Weber.
And I think in some ways in New Zealand softball we have to get back to a little bit of that. Produce more Daniel Chapmans in the men's game and more Gina Webers, as you said. Because the talent's there. The raw talent is definitely there.
This one up the middle and a flick over to second base, gets one. Looking for two. They'll get at least one out there, so 2 away now. Westlake do plate another run. Margin is now 10. We'll see on the Ballpark Broadcasting replay. Just had to get that back foot on the base, didn't she?
Yeah.
Well, still in the ball game. 2 hits in the innings now, 2 at-bats, I should say, for Philippa Ovai.
We got another substitute.
Yeah, she was the one that came in already and substitute. She stayed in because it's still in the same batting innings.
Yep.
So 2 at-bats for her. You know how when she got that hit, how the dugout erupted for her. Oh, she's got another contact.
Nice arm.
And she's all out effort at first base. You got to love it. You got to love the enthusiasm, don't you, Tony?
Yeah.
Well, that's brilliant, isn't it? That's what you want as a coach. You've got a good lead and you've got a head-first dive into first base. That shows commitment.
It sure does indeed. Well, Westlake go on a tear. They score 6 runs in the top of the 5th innings. 3 outs for the ball game when we come back in the bottom. Back soon with more action live from Ototahi at the Secondary Schools National Championship. Westlake, a commanding top of the 5th, have put them in a good place here as they lead by 10 runs. 3 outs needed, and they'll invoke the run rule ahead rule. If you're ahead by 7 after 5 innings, the game is completed, and Westlake will book their place in the grand final against One Tree Hill tomorrow for the title of national champion here in Ototahi, Christchurch. But Rosehill, they haven't stopped plying their trade the whole way through here, Tony, and I don't expect them to stop right now.
No, they won't give up. I mean, they've they'll have to be really satisfied at what they've achieved here. I mean, at least they're going to finish third place, and that's quite a good achievement. You've come a long way from Papakura down to the south, and you go home as third in the country. It's, you know, not to be sneezed at. So, you know,
bronze medal.
Yeah,
It's a medal, wasn't it?
Hold their heads high and see if they can just whittle away the lead a wee bit, get a couple of almost consolation runs back.
Well, we can tell you coming up next on Diamond 1 will be Shirley High School taking on Alfriston. Shirley, one of the local high schools in the boys Division 1, and Alfriston from South Auckland, just up the road from Papakura actually, so that'll be a big matchup. That one's at 5:15 this evening. The winner of that one goes straight to the grand final. The loser will play the winner of the game on Diamond 2 that's about to start. As this one is hit.
Good out.
And the second baseman, Cadmus Aspinall, will take care of that one. Over on Diamond 2 at 5:15 are the 2-2 place getters from Group A and Group B. And that is St. Pat's Silverstream and St. Bede's, Tony. St. Bede's have made it through to the top 4.
Fantastic. I mean, St. Bede's are a school that's noted for its rugby and Māori Cup. They're hoping to win the Māori Cup rowing at Lake Karapiro this week. So to see them making staking a claim in softball is great. Absolutely good sporting school, and as is St. Pat's Silverstream. So
the bunt is down and the hustle is good. We talked about Rosehill not giving up here, and there's determination like that will pay dividends down to first base. One away here in the bottom of the 5th innings. Brings up the bat here, Sienna Duffy, first basewoman.
Nice steal.
And down at second base, looking for third now. The throw is high. And will she go? Or will she stay? She'll slide back into 3. It's entertainment, wall-to-wall action here in the semi-final, all led by Trinity Wayward Itoka. What's happening here on Diamond 1? Bunt is down. Possible safety squeeze. She's running for 3. And Rosehill will score a run, and they're not finished with that either. Down to second base she goes. Sienna Duffy and Rosehill.
Changes the game a bit.
12-3 now.
And they've completely thrown the rule book out the window, the tactics book out the window. You never bunt at this stage of a game when you're that far behind, but they have, and they've put the pressure on and got a result for it. So good on them. There's no one way of playing this game.
Time called here, and head coach Fergus McAlpine will come out there and just pass on what he would like to see them. And I guess at this point he's got an opportunity to win this game. Maybe the way he wants them to finish this game is important. The way he wants them to start in tomorrow's grand final.
Yeah, I guess what he's saying here is forget about the lead runner, just take the outs.
Yeah.
Forget that lead runner. They can run around the bases all we like. We've got a 9-run lead.
One batter at a time.
We want the outs.
One down here. Charlotte Graham steps back on the rubber. It'll bring up to bat here Jasmine Hohua. I've got to say, outside of Trinity Wayward Itoka, got to be one of my favourites out of this Rosehill team so far with the standard of play from Hohua.
Extremely good.
Yep, been very smooth at shortstop.
This one fouls back to the screen.
And she's always looking to make things happen in the batter's box too, which good all-round player.
You can see the determination in her eyes. Just steely look, prepared to lay the whittle. 2 strikes to count.
Nice
and a change of pace. That's intelligent work from the battery there.
One for the game.
Down to their last out now is Rosehill. We've just been notified from the wonderful organisers here from Canterbury Softball Association hosting this event with Softball New Zealand, that the loser of this one will face Kaiapoi for the bronze medal tomorrow. So I like that. You actually have to win the bronze medal.
Yeah,
I
right.
love that idea. Fantastic. So there'll be a big match tomorrow for that bronze medal.
Yep. And for local fans, chance to come down and see that Kaiapoi team led by Mackenzie Bailey McDowell, who's probably been one of the junior standout players of the season in New Zealand this year. So it'll be a good game, because this has been a good game too, and Rosehill will give Kaiapoi a good run.
Sure will indeed. Well, fantastic. Looking forward to that tomorrow. Action starts live here at Otautahi's Dynasty Ballpark at 8:45 a.m. before the big ones at 11 o'clock and 2 p.m. Set your alarms wherever you do. Make sure you tune in to Whakaata Māori's Māori Active YouTube platform. Of course, Softball New Zealand's Facebook event page as well. That one will go foul off the bat. Down to the last out now, Rosehill.
Talia Hurley.
And we'll have an opportunity here through the original starting pitcher, Janaya Nathan Kaihar. She lifts one up, and you caught it early. Call him Nostradamus. He flies out to Talia Hurley to end the match. It is Westlake through to the grand final, 12 runs to 3. They lock it in on the back of the great shortstop, Cadmus Aspinall, and the punch from powered first baseman Jaya Lee. 12 runs to 3. That's an emphatic point made ahead of One Tree Hill tomorrow in the grand final.
Yeah, great result for Westlake, and great result for North Harbour Softball, which will be dear to your heart, Chopper. So, to come down here and make a final and, put yourself in the chance of the gold medal, it's all you can ask at this level. Brilliant result.
To me, the winner of the day is definitely softball.
It is indeed.
It's definitely.
I like that.
Both teams.
I love that, Kitty. Couldn't have been said better myself. The MVP of the semi-final is softball. Thank you so much for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned. More action coming in here live for you on the semi-final action here on Diamond 1. It'll be Shirley High School locally here from Christchurch, taking on Auckland's Alfriston College. That'll be a banger, looking to start at 5:15 to see who can book their place directly through the grand final. Congratulations, Westlake, as they will win this one. 12 runs to 3, as you see a little bit of a replay of an earlier game between Shirley and St. Pat's today. And that was a banger of a game. Shirley played certainly outstanding. Alfriston, Shirley, semi-final, 5:15. Catch you with more action coming up next. It'll be Damien Collins and Carl McElroy with the call on that one. 5:15. Back soon. tēnei pō mo te kemua pōiuka. Welcome back to continued coverage here from the 2023 National Softball Fast Pitch Secondary Schools Championship here on day 3. We're up to semi-final time. It's the big one. It's the boys. The big boppers are in the house. Shirley High School taking on Alfriston. Shirley, one of the local high schools here in Otautahi, Christchurch. And Alfriston, one of the big boppers coming out of South Auckland in this one. Thank you so much for tuning in to Whakaato Māori Active YouTube channel, of course Softball New Zealand as well. It's been our privilege to bring you that presentation on behalf of all of the rohe and the kura that have turned up here for the first 3 days of action. It's simply been go to the woes. Fantastic indeed. I'll leave you with our 2 commentators for this game. It'll be Damien Collins and Carl McElroy.
Thank you, Chopper. Kia ora and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Dynasty Ballpark here in Christchurch for the 2023 Softball New Zealand Secondary Schools National Championships. It's Division 1 time. It's the major semi-final. Group A, the leader of that one taking on number 1 in Group B. It's Alfriston taking on Shirley Boys High School. Damien Collins with the play-by-play. And joined in the booth, Carl McElroy calling the colour. G'day, Carl.
G'day, Damien. Good afternoon. Nice to be here. Fresh afternoon down here in Christchurch.
One I'm sure you're used to down here, mate.
Maybe not in March.
Well, we've had ourselves a season. We started it all down back in NFC right here at Dynasty Ballpark, and we're going to finish it off right here at Dynasty Ballpark. And new infield, mate. You happy about how it's turned out?
Yeah, it looks great. Haven't had a chance to play on it yet. It's only really just been finished at the back end of the season. So this 2
was finished this morning or yesterday afternoon.
There you go. Yeah, a few delays getting the turf down. So it's been out of action here for about 8 or so weeks. But good to see some games on it.
Absolutely. I'll let you do that one. I'll ride on this one. Well, on the hill is Rico Ratu throwing it in for Shirley Boys. Both teams undefeated through pool play to get themselves in the top spot. Big hit. It's going back. It's going to hit the 1 or 2 bounces, hits the fence. Going to score 1, going to score 2, and go standing up into third is Hunter Bailey.
Yeah, fantastic piece by Hunter. He's hitting in the 6th slot and doing the pitching for Alfriston today. And loaded bags opportunity and comes up with the goods. Bases clearing triple.
Absolutely. Left field just couldn't get to it. Made all the attempts in the world, but he just has it go over his head. Well, that's going to bring in Violin Tapaki, the first base for Alfriston. Alfriston from South Auckland taking on Shirley Boys from right here in Christchurch. Must be cold out there. There's a few boys with hoodies underneath their playing top.
Absolutely. You'd be lucky if it's 7 degrees out there at the moment, I think.
I love our summer sport. Well, driven down to the shortstop, Hapeni Kimurua, who makes the play over to first, and that will retire the side, but not before they score 3 from the loaded bases hit to start this ball game. 3-0. We're going to be back with the bottom of the second. No, bottom of the first. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Dynasty Ballpark for the major semi-final of Division 1 Boys National Secondary Schools Championship. Alfriston taking on Shirley Boys High School. Alfriston with a good start, driving in, we think 3 runs. We're just going to get that clarified. Oh, no, they've updated the scoreboard. Yes, it is 3 runs. You're right, Carl. Well done. And now Shirley Boys are going to answer back by coming in and trying to get going with the sticks. They had a good game earlier today against St Patrick's College Silverstream, getting the dub over them. And it seemed in easy fashion, just doing the hard graft throughout the game to get a good win over a good side who are now playing over on 2, with the winner of that playing the second place of this one. So we're on the home stretch towards Championship Friday. That sounds weird saying that one. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. A1 versus B1. We'll see what Shirley have to do with the sticks. Well, leading off for the Shirley Boys High School team is Dane Jorgensen from the left field, Rico Ratu in the 2 spot, Kapeni Kumaroa, the shortstop, in the 3, Leroy Cherry in at 4. In the 5 spot is Kairo Asifo, the catcher, in at 5. The 6 spot, Naaki Kennedy. 7, Blake Knighton. 8, Keegan Piper. And 9, Yuki Mori. And Dane's been a good lead-off for this team throughout the last couple days. Getting on base most of his at-bats. Haven't seen any stats just yet, but I'm sure he's on there.
Yeah, it's exactly what you ask for in a lead-off role. Patient at-bats, seeing plenty of pitches. And when the right one comes about, he gets the bat off the shoulder.
Absolutely. Well, the left fielder, batting left-handed, has a 2-2 count. Looking to start strong for the Shirley Boys team here. Big swing and a miss for the strikeouts. And that's a good start there for the pitcher, Hunter Bailey, for Alfriston. And from one pitcher to another, it is Rico Ratu. He's been doing all the heavy lifting for Shirley Boys and been doing it well. And of course, with a surname like that, you'd expect it.
A lot of these boys will be familiar with one another from a lot of rep tournaments earlier in the year. I think a few of these boys playing for counties, Alfriston, and then the Shirley Boys side locally, a number of them Canterbury reps, and also playing club ball together, I think. I recognise a few familiar faces down there with the PCU club.
It's definitely been played in good spirits, I have noticed, over the last couple of days. Little digs and banter on the diamond. Once outs are made or runners are on base, all played in good spirits, and that's exactly what we want to see here at our National Secondary Schools Tournament. Rico Ratu off the handle, pops it up to the first base. Vailin Tapaki, who makes the catch for the second outs. And with 2 down, that's going to bring up the shortstop, Hapeni Kimarua.
Yeah, good start here by Alfriston. Pitcher Hunter Bailey throwing plenty of strikes on the mound, nice and early.
Well, the first offering is up top for the ball. One thing I've definitely noticed here over the last few days, Carl, is just everyone backing up everyone. You know, like colleges, you're not expecting really to have good hard hit down the hot corner, but Murray Tururi makes the play over to first for the third out, and they will retire the side with a quick 3 up and 3 down. We've got one completed in this one with Alfriston taking an early lead, 3-0. Welcome back to Dynasty Ballpark here in Christchurch, ladies and gentlemen, for the 2023 Softball New Zealand Secondary Schools Division 1 Boys Tournament. It's Alfriston taking on Shirley Boys High School in the major semi-final to book their spot in tomorrow's grand final of the Division 1 Boys. First offering to the batter, Jazan Tapaki is fouled away.
A good healthy cut. First pitch for the 8-hitter.
Leaves that one on the outside for the 1-1 count. Through the zone for the strike called. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Carl, you still involved with Papanui, is it?
Yep, still coaching the Papanui side. It's my 5th year, just gone.
What title are you up to, mate? 5 from 5, is it? Yeah, okay. Just quietly, humble, I like it. Well, Jackson tells everyone what number you guys are up to, so I thought...
Yeah,
thought I'd ask.
Had a good wee run down here. Like to take a little bit more of that success at a national level, though. To be fair,
yep.
That's sort of on the cards for us. We've just got to work a little bit harder, and yeah, good things will happen.
Well, you got to be pretty happy with how your age group's coming through. You know, your 117s girls, 1 boys 19s, runners up was it, and runners up in 19 girls as well. So no, you guys are definitely got a good setup in here, and the nation's noticing.
Nicely tidy up by Rico. Over to first base for the first out. Yeah, good run. Got some good coaches involved for the age group teams down here at the moment.
Yep.
And that knowledge sort of feeds through, and you can see it in the results. So. Had a similar instances, a number of years ago when we had some good success with the rep sides, and then it showed in the years to come thereafter with it flowing into our Red Sox and Red Hawks programs.
Outstanding. Oh, in a bat now for Alfriston is the left fielder, Jason Rosehill. In the 9th spot. What I was saying earlier, Carl, is with the high schools, usually, I know back in my day, it was only 4 of us ballers and the rest were extra cricketers or whatever, but noticing these teams around, there's a lot of good talent in there with, what I can see as ballers, but the boys around them are actually supporting them and doing, asking heaps of questions, heaps of energy, and it seems to be a really good mix of everything that I've seen so far.
Yeah, you did right. A number of softballers in the club, from the club scene, and mixed in with a few cricketers sprinkled in the mix, and getting a wee taste of softball, which is great to see. Trying something different. That's what secondary school sport's all about. Trying something different that you probably don't do on a Saturday.
It's pretty much the only reason I went to secondary schools was to play sport. So,
yeah, fair. But yeah, good to see the likes of the Shirley boys side playing in the Div 1 competition.
Yeah, long time steward in the Division 2, making the step up to Division 1 this year.
Yep.
And yeah.
Yeah, definitely remember that way back in the day when I was playing secondary schools. They always had a team in the local competition, but back then you actually had to qualify, winning your region. I'm pretty sure.
That's right.
So,
yes, you did. I remember losing our final 1-0.
Yeah, a lot of
Corey Wallace put me over the fence.
A lot of good schools miss out, but I think it's open entry. I think these days.
Big shot down the hot corner, dribbles into left field, and Rosehill will stand up on second base for the double. And Alfriston here to get their sticks going for sure.
Yeah, good bit of hustle from the 9-hitter. You know, that could have been just a simple jog down to first base, but just running hard that first one and gave himself an opportunity to stretch it out into a double.
Well, now batting for Alfriston is their lead-off batter, Jackson Tapaki, from the second base.
Got Alfriston off to a good start in the first innings, led off with a single out to right field.
Yeah, that hit happening just before we got live. We were all ready to go. And then computers said no. Well, big hit going to centre field. Unable to get it. Bounces off the glove. They'll tag up with their runner and score at home. Rosehill will score at home. Well, Jackson Tapaki safe on second base. And Alfriston now adding another run to their total. We'll take it up to 4-0 as we are in the top of this second innings. Alfriston calling time. Just going to have a quick korero on the mound there. Tell me, Carl, I haven't been out there just yet, but what I see from looking into that mound, is it built into the actual diamond, or is it just...
No, I think it's just a mat on top.
Mat on top?
Yeah, pinned down on top. So it's at the same surface
There's
level.
no lip on it, that's all.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yep, nice consistent playing surface. You're not going to get any bad hops out there.
No.
Fielding on a carpet.
Yeah. Yep. Well, they put Cohen Bailey straight on. They're not going to have him do anything in the batter's box. So they create the force at 3 with the 1 down. But 2 runners on, they're going to bring to bat Karios McCabe, the catcher in the 3 spot. Catchers in a 3 spot. Oh, you'd be expecting them to hit, wouldn't you? And he got it early, got it big, and it jumps into left centre. Tapaki will tag up at second base. Was it Cohen at second base?
Cohen's still parked up on first. No opportunity for him to get down to 2. I was just going to touch on that previous hit that went out to centre field with quite a strong breeze coming in over the centre field shoulder. It was a hard hit ball, but it just seemed to die up there, and that's why it just dropped on him early. So he made some good adjustments on that fly ball out to centre this time round.
Well, I know at Fraser Park, mate, our wind actually helps us going from home plate out. So it's coming from centre field at Dynasty, is it?
Yeah,
this today anyway.
Yep.
Well, they take the cheeky second with the runners on the corner to Alfriston. 2 out, 1-1 the count. 2 runners in scoring position. And Nate Murray, the centre fielder, in a bat.
Certainly brought the bats in this one, the Alfriston side. You know, their run through pull play, and that one is hit hard out to centre field.
Very hard out to centre field. Round second, goes running into 3 with a slide and stand up. Alfriston are here to play. And Shirley boys, who have done so well throughout this tournament, don't know what to answer with 3 big smacks to the outfield in a row. Alfriston take an early lead, 6-0, with 2 down at the top of the second. Inside pitch is the first offering for a ball. Bowed away, takes the count to 1-1.
Just going to say earlier, Alfriston, they haven't scored too many runs through their pool games. Relatively close, sort of 5-1, 5-2. But in this one, they've come out of the blocks firing on a cold Thursday evening in Christchurch, and that's what you have to do, get the jump on your opposition and be up for the challenge in a 1v1 playoff game.
100%. You know yourself, Carl. It's whoever turns up on the day. Well, that gets past shortstop and will dribble into left field with another runner scoring. With Murray now safe on first base. And that is going to bring to bat Hunter Bailey, the pitcher. He's going to have a hack. Well, Carl, an experienced coach, experienced player. Of course, you've played for many years. What would you be saying to the boys from Shirley with this early batting display from Alfriston?
Yeah, I think they've got to keep the energy up in the field and just get out of this innings first and foremost, and not go into their shells too early in the game. It's a long way to go. They're a team that scored a lot of runs through pool play as well, so they've got the talent there to do it.
Yep.
Just making sure that they don't go quiet out there in the field and keep battling away, chipping away, 1 run, 2 runs at a time.
Yep. Well, that's what they've been doing throughout their games. It's been a bit different leading the game, though. But one thing I have noticed throughout this secondary schools tournament, regardless of the score, I haven't seen the heads drop yet. You know, and it is very, very easy, especially, you know, 7-0 in the top of the second. But hopefully this is another one where the boys just keep on charging forward, keeping their heads up and supporting each other.
Yeah, a lot of pride playing for your school team at a tournament like this. So.
Oh, yeah. I still get 1 rugby game a year for my old high school, my old college, and yeah, it's a very proud day. Probably get about 10 minutes on the field and then a few hours with the boys, but it's it's always good to have the boys back together in the colours of the Cambridge blue and white. Foul down the hot corner. Takes the count to 2-2. Is your high school in this tournament?
No, I don't think they probably ever have played in a secondary schools tournament. Had a lot of softballers at my high school, Hornby High School, in fact, in Christchurch.
Right.
A lot of rec players, but unfortunately we couldn't qualify.
Yep.
Up against a strong Aranui High School back in the day, actually.
Okay.
Aranui was very good. Shirley boys also had a lot of softballers.
Another big shot to shallow right, where Leroy Sherry did everything he possibly could to get to that ball, hustling in, even making the dive, but couldn't just gather it in time. And now a runner on second base and another runner score at home. And that's going to bring to bat Vailin Tapaki, their 9th batter of the innings.
It was a tough one. Right field's playing pretty deep out there, and you'd think off the bat that would have probably travelled a little bit further, and it just died out there.
You see here from the replay, ball, he did everything he possibly could to get to it.
Yeah, and that fly ball ended up probably 4 steps out of the infield in the end. So she's moving around up there a little bit.
Clips the outside corner for the strike called. And the count now is 1 ball, 2 strikes. Runner on 2. 2 outs here in the top of the second. Fouled away.
Can't ask much more from your pitcher at this point. Throwing plenty of strikes, giving opportunities for his field to get the outs.
That's exactly what Rico Ratu is doing. Another foul ball. Can hit them away all day. Gets him swinging for the strikeouts as his team has a chuckle at him as he runs back to the dugout. But that will do it for the top of the second innings, but not before Alfriston add 5 runs to their total. We go to the bottom of the second. Alfriston 8, Shirley Boys High School 0. Welcome back to Dynasty Ballpark here in beautiful Christchurch for the 2023 Softball New Zealand Secondary Schools National Championship. It's boys Division 1 time. It's the major semi-final, A1 versus B1. Winner books their spot in tomorrow's grand final on Championship Friday, and the loser taking on the winner of the minor semi-final being played on Diamond 2 right now. I know St. Patrick's College Silverstream's over there, but I'm not too confident in who the other is. Beads. It is St. Beads. Yes, we joked about a good old traditional against Beads and Pats before. Escaped my memory. St. Pat's plays 6 traditional games a year, and one of them's against St. Beads. I don't think they've ever had one in softball, though.
No.
More first 15 or first 11.
Traditional rugby schools, that's for sure. But you know, when you've got a sprinkling of a few softballers and a couple of parents or a teacher that's keen on.
Well, the parent that's keen on helping is Craig Wallace over there, so that's all right. That was my school with my 3 or 4 ballers and the rest cricketers when I was back then. I think we were actually national champions in cricket back then. It was very much a cricket school. But now it's awesome to see all of them over there, all ballers.
Yeah, and a sprinkling of Hutt Valley players, no doubt. Age group players down here as well. I did.
I managed a few in the under-17s. But it's all happening on Diamond 1. The major semi-final, Alfriston have turned up with an early lead here, but Shirley Boys High School, they're here to play as well. They've proven they've got the goods throughout this tournament. And all they need to do is just keep on chopping away like they have been doing in their previous games. And they'll stay competitive in this one. They can definitely put bat to ball. Wise on the bases.
Yep, 4, 5, 6 in the order, so a good chance to get things going and get the spark going for the Shirley boys side. And there he is, lead-off walk.
That's what you want from your lead-off to get on base. Leroy, Sherry, and now that's going to bring to bat the catcher, Cairo of Sefo. He's been putting bat to ball as well. Another catcher that can slam it when he needs to.
Exactly the time when they need it right now.
Yep.
And not going to be expecting too much short ball with an early score line like this. They've got to hit their way out of it.
They sure do. Good aggressive bounce off the first base by the runner. And one thing I've seen all through this tournament is the catchers not being afraid to throw it. Trying for pickoffs at 1, 3, or even 2.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. Nice and energetic from a catcher, keeping the runners on their toes. Puts that doubt in their mind around how big their jump's going to be the next time round.
Well, that one was a strikeout and the first out of this innings. And that's going to bring to bat Naoka Kennedy. Sees the first pitch for the strike with one down at the bottom of the second here. The dribbler out to second base. Can't collect the ball. Will Shirley score their first run? And they do through their leadoff. Leroy Sherry. And that's why you run out everything, smacking it into second base, and now you're standing up on third. You'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely. Capitalising on that small little error there. Could have been a double play, potentially, and ended up they score one run out of it. Good aggressive running there from Shirley boys. Hopefully that's a spark for them this innings to knock in another one. They've got a runner on third now.
Well, we said that they need to keep on chipping away, and that's exactly the start that they needed. One down here in the bottom of the second with a runner in scoring position. And Blake Knighton, the centre fielder, into bat, will be the second out. And that's going to bring up the 9th spot. Designated player, Keegan Piper. Designated player batting at 8. Fair enough.
So 8 hitter up. Still got the runner on third, so still an opportunity here with the DP.
Back of the box hitting. The curls out the back. I hope that's not another mullet. They're everywhere these days. You should see some Bernards. Oh, wow.
Anything goes with their haircuts these days, I think.
As long as nobody brings back the fringe, mate. Those were terrible days. Two down here in the bottom of the second. Runner in scoring position. Goes swinging at that one. First base coach thought it was the third strike. Kept on, started to walk towards the dugout. Got reminded by the umpire. Fouled away on the rise.
Yeah, nice and aggressive there, but pitchers hanging in there as well, throwing plenty of strikes. I could be wrong, but I think the pitcher out here might be in the Junior Black Sox program somewhere along the lines.
Well, we've got a sprinkle of them all over the ballpark this weekend. Junior Black Sox and Junior White Sox. A few developing Sox as well. Well, hit back to the pitcher Hunter Bailey, who makes the play to first, and that will be the third out, but not before Shirley Boys High School score their first run at Alfriston. Lead this one, 8 runs to 1. We'll be back for the top of the third right after this.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay an App to speed on through. Ooh, yeah. Feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
So sponsorship from New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic for our sports teams actually who went away to tournament week. We're a community who's driven by sport, but often money and the cost of travel and the cost of accommodation and uniform can be a barrier for some of our students. So to be able to have the support of New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic this year.
It's been used to get new uniforms and all that sort of thing. It makes us look a lot better than being in older uniforms from 2000s. It's good that it's reversible as well. Yeah, so you don't get confused with the other teams. Yeah.
One of the things that our students get down on, if you like, in sport is not looking as good as the other team, and to come out with a new uniform for a number of sports, particularly our basketball teams who have been away at nationals, has been uplifting for the students, for our students and for our community. The support from Carbon Farming has been wonderful.
Big thanks to New Zealand Carbon Farming for everything they've done for us. Without them, then we wouldn't look like this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Dynasty Ballpark for the major semi-final of the Division 1 Boys Softball New Zealand Secondary Schools National Championship. If you want some softball supplies, I wonder where you could look. Maybe that website. They're downstairs if you're around. Come and have a check. Pay respects to Brad Rona's jersey up there. Why is there no Canterbury New Zealand jersey up there? I mean, you're not going to go past B-Man, of course, but surely there's someone else.
I'm sure Barty.
Barty, come on, Barty.
Barty might have a
Where are you, Barty?
Around.
Come down and see us, mate.
So the 9 hitter, the left-handed hitter, third baseman.
The adrenaline's probably still coming down from that shot to the hot corner before. Yuki Mori. Have you ever seen anyone in the stands during a softball tournament during our summer? Well, no, it's not summer anymore, but beanies, scarves, Kathmandu, big jackets.
Yeah, 100% most seasons, Damien.
Oh, is this a Christchurch thing, is it?
No, not at all. I was actually going to say 1, Haitaitai Park,
okay,
and 2,
all right, settle down.
2, Fraser Park.
All right, just pass the buck there. I feel deflection, Carl. I'm feeling.
You set yourself up for that one, to be fair.
I sure did.
Nice pitch by Hunter Bailey. Picks up the 9 hitter with the strikeout.
Well, it's going to bring up the top of the shop. Dane Jorgensen, the left fielder, just getting a second bat of the game. It's usually Shirley boys that are running amok.
They certainly have been the first couple of days of the tournament. Number of hitters with some healthy averages over the past couple of days. Dane being one of them.
Leaves the up top pitch for the ball. One down here in the bottom of the third. Alfriston by 10 runs. But Shirley.
Oh.
Yes, call him safe.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he was trying to be a little bit cheeky there, but it backfired.
Absolutely, did it ever. Yeah. Or was he thinking that his second baseman was going to come across and cover him? I don't think he needed him, that's for sure. He has 2 steps off the base and pays the price for letting him on.
Second was there pretty quickly. But they've given him a runner. And now a big foul ball. Well, here's the replay, Carl. Ball goes down to first base. And I don't know if he realized.
I think he was giving.
Yeah, I think he went to give it.
To the second
and
base.
I don't think he actually realized where the runner was. Because let's be honest, that's why you run it out.
100%.
100% why you run it out.
You got a lead-off left-handed hitter in the box. He's normally one of your speed men. And full credit to him.
Oh, I've seen it many times. Someone will ground out to the first baseman and, just waltz back to the dugout, if you will. But that's exactly why you run it out. Shirley boys, they keep that out up their sleeve. Good catching. Good camera work from Ignacio Gatti on the high home cam.
Nice and aggressive from the catcher. Got a few runs to play with. Why not throw it around?
Rico Ratu fouls that away.
See if the Shirley side can capitalise on getting this runner on base here. Right part of the order. Ratu, one of their leaders, Kumara in the 3 slot. If they can string a couple together, pull it back, just bring that scoreline a little bit closer together.
Fouled off, goes straight back. And once again, nobody tries to take it in the grandstand. But at least this time it didn't hit anyone. 1 ball, 2 strikes the call. Rico Ratu gets a slower pitch, slams it out to left field.
Yeah, nice piece by Rico. Hard hit ball.
Moves the runner into 3.
Yeah, good aggressive running. Hard hit ball to left field. At times, normally you'd see the runner park up on second, just station to station, but got a good jump. Runners in scoring position now for Shirley. Right part of the order, 3-hitter up.
Yes, runners on the corners now. Ratu puts his head down and gasses it to second base. Alfriston will just let him do it. And Hapini Kumarua now in a bat.
With runs to play with there, probably Alfriston could have had a crack at the runner there. Probably doesn't matter too much giving up a run from third base. Let's try and get outs.
Down low, will take the count to 3 balls. 3 balls, no strikes.
Bailey, the pitcher, a little bit cautious with Kumaro at the plate.
Three and 0 count. Goes for the walk-off thinking it's the inside pitch, but 9 out of 10 times that ball's going to be down the middle.
Normally get a little bit of leeway, the pitcher, on a 3-0 count. Put it somewhere close, it's going to be a strike.
Well, it gets it between the 5-6 hole. They'll score 1, Shirley. They'll score another. And they've clawed 2 back. Here in the bottom of the third, we're still 2 outs up their sleeve.
Nice and aggressive and a good hitters count. 3-1, 3-hitter up, 2 runners in scoring position, and does the business for Shirley boys. 11-3.
I think. Oh no, it's just for the guards. The way they were indicating, I thought they were sending him to 3 for some reason, but no. Well, Shirley boys now with a runner on second base. Clawed a couple of those runs back to now be sitting on 3. And with a runner on and 1 down, that's going to bring to bat the right-hander, right-handed as well, but right fielder Leroy Sherry.
Nice and aggressive. Little bobble from the catcher. Jumps on it.
Doesn't even hesitate to gun it down to third base. Still can't get over that coach running around in green pine Jordan 3s. Been wanting those shoes for ages, and look at the state of them. Oh my God. Carl, I like shoes.
I can tell.
Everyone around in Softball New Zealand probably knows that as well. Fouled away by Sherry. Ooh. Good base running, good sliding on the outside, knowing that the ball was going to get thrown from home.
Minimum sack fly here you'll be wanting from your 4-hitter. Runner on 3, less than 2 out.
The aggressive pop-up from the catcher. Love to see it. 2 balls, 1 strike. 1 down in the bottom of the third. Hunter Bailey on the hill with his wind-up. Fouled away from Sherry.
sprinkling of Richmond Cares players in this lineup for Shirley boys as well, actually.
Yeah. There's a couple PCU helmets out there as well.
And here's your sack fly, and honestly thought that one was going to stay fair, but it just goes to show how much that ball's moving around out there. And the right fielders today have had a heck of a challenge on their hands.
They sure have. Getting their steps in for sure. 2 balls, 2 strikes to call. Leroy Sherry, right fielder for Shirley boys, in at bat. Good little battle here. Another foul ball. No, he gets a piece of that, sending it to left field.
Left field running around in
One
circles.
bounce to the fence. Left field looked everywhere trying to find that in the air. And it just went straight over him with one bounce to the fence. And that's some good hitting from Leroy Sherry. And he'll go sliding into third base, scoring another run for Shirley boys. And they're on the comeback now.
Yeah, nice cut. Ball uppish in the zone. Asked for a minimum sack fly and got a bonus out of it by snaring himself a triple. Take that every day of the week.
Absolutely.
So pass the bat on to the next guy. Exactly what Alfriston have been doing the first couple of innings. And see if Cairo can come up with the goods this time around.
Cairo Sefo, the catcher for Shirley Boys High School. Hits a foul down the third base line. Well, we're almost in an hour into the plate of this one. Start a little bit later than the 5:15 start. Of course, the grand final will be 7 innings, but these games are an hour and a half. Or 90 minutes, whatever you're inclined. Kairo Sefo, the catcher for Shirley Boys. Is that going to bob? Ooh, good catch.
And what's the runner's taken off? I'm pretty sure that was only one down.
It was only one down. The runner probably thought, to be honest, he probably wasn't probably the 2 down run. He probably thought it was going to drop in no man's land. But the big palm of Colin Bailey went up and caught it. And that will retire the side but not before Shirley Boys High School add another couple runs to their total. They still lead this one though, as we'll go to top of the 4th, 11 runs to 4. We're back, ladies and gentlemen, here in the major semi-final of the 2023 Secondary Schools National Championship. It's Alfriston taking on Shirley Boys High School. It's the top of the fourth, with Alfriston leading this one 11 runs to 4. Well, Carl, what do you do to slow down this batting display that Alfriston have put on against the Shirley Boys?
Yeah, good question. I thought when the Shirley Boys side started to mix up their pitch selection a little bit more with bringing the change up into play and trying to keep the hitters off balance, because they were timing up Rico pretty well the first couple of innings. And they had a fairly close, a pretty quick innings last time around. Limited damage. Just got to get quick outs here. Probably time isn't on their side, unfortunately. And it's been an absolute run fest from both sides. You probably wouldn't sneeze at 4 runs yourself from Shirley Boys after 3 innings, but the fact that they've given up 11 makes that job a little bit tougher.
I just saw Rico Ratu trying to heat up his hands. I think they might need to take the packs off Alfriston. We'll share them around, maybe tag in and out. But it's cold for the lads out there. And if your pitcher's trying to warm up his hands in between pitches, oh dear.
Yeah, well, this week's probably been the worst that we've had down here all summer, to be fair. I know we've had a pretty rough season of softball all around the country.
All over the country, mate. Hard shot to centre field. One bounce to the centre fielder, where Blake Knighton gets the ball and throws it in. But a lead-off of Hunter Bailey doing the job. And that's going to bring to bat Valen Tapaki from first base, who sees the first pitch for the strike.
Still going with the same tactic, Alfriston, trying to get their runners into scoring position. Just trying to keep this lead that they've got ticking along, scoring each innings. Bailey down there at first base, he's having a whale of a game. He's on track to hit for the cycle, to be honest. Triple in the first, double in the second, and now leads off the fourth with a single to centre field.
And he's going to steal a base as well. Wow. I know it went past, but he was already well on his way.
Definitely showing he's got the skill set, that's for sure. The only thing counting against him to hit for the cycle was probably that stiff headwind.
Well, he's now, I was going to say standing up on second base, but he was just having a moment there. 2 balls, 1 strike, the count here in the top of the fourth. Hits that. They'll tag up the lead runner, get the out at 1 for the force, and that will be the first out here in the top of the fourth.
Yeah, nice play by the shortstop, Hapani. Check the runner. So had to double pump him. He knew he had some speed. Hold back on the throw, and easily takes out over at 1.
Jazan Tapaki in a bat now for Alfriston. And he does the old couple metre lead, and then when it's thrown back to the pitcher, it takes off. So
delayed steal.
Yes.
Don't see that one very often. But playing with confidence.
Absolutely. Well, they're going to have a pinch hit here. Xylon Leaf will come in for a hit. Just the one down here in the top of the fourth. Hunter Bailey on third. Leaf in the batter's box. Rico Ratu doing everything he can on the hill for the Shirley Boys High School.
Yeah, been really impressed with his pitching, actually. Haven't seen him play too much, but throwing plenty of strikes. on a wet, cold afternoon. What more can you ask for?
Yes, absolutely. They haven't turned on the lights yet, though. So, still a bit of light out there. Even a bit of blue sky there, Carl. And gets him looking for the strikeout call. And that's going to be the second out on the top of the fourth. And with 2 down, that's going to bring us a bat. Another batter coming in for a hit. Christian Rosehill.
Yeah, great opportunity to use your bench in this situation. Control the tempo of the game. Got a few runs on the board. Just keep chipping away.
Clips the outside zone for the strike called. Rosehill goes closer to the home plate. And with 2 straight, puts him in the hole. 0-2. And gets him swinging on the third for the strikeouts. And he has a bit of a laugh as well, looking to the outfield where he would have hit it. Well, that's going to do it for the bat with Alfriston. What do Shirley Boys High School have in order for their answer? We'll find out at the bottom of the fourth right after these. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Dynasty Ballpark for the major semi-final of the 2023 Secondary Schools Division 1 National Championship. Thanks for joining us here, wherever you may be. I know you've mentioned the cold night. Well, I've got a few texts back home, and apparently it's even worse. So you wouldn't be surprised at all, I'm sure.
No, not surprised at all. No.
Well, Shirley Boys, it's bat now. They're going to lead off with Naaki Kennedy in second base. Naaka, sorry. What's the green uniform in Canterbury?
Green's Richmond.
Richmond,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. So a few green belts out there.
Yeah, I've noticed.
And Kennedy, I think he might be with their reserve grade side.
Big swing and a miss for the strike. Oh, and 2. A lot of movement in that batter's box.
Yeah, every batter's got their wee quirks in terms of how they get themselves set.
Absolutely.
Some like to wave the bat around, some are dead still.
Goes swinging at the rise pitch there for the strikeouts. And that will be the first out of the bottom of the fourth. And that's going to bring to bat Noah Hall coming. Oh, no.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, it is. Noah Hall coming in for a bat. Number 31. Sees it go through Main Street for the strike called.
Lives and breathes as softball, young Noah. Been around it for a long, long time.
That is definitely not Blake on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Just outside. 1-1. Rough nickname. Inside for the ball.
Just need some base runners here, Shirley boys. Just to try and keep chipping away at that margin. Pitch selection there, just a little bit off from Noah.
There we go. There's the right name on the screen. Noah Hall coming in for a pinch hit. 3 balls, 2 strikes is the call. And he takes the walk.
Ooh, I think everyone was waiting around for a different call there, but that must have been close. But nevertheless, gets the job done for his team. Comes
That's
in with
the
a
one.
pinch at bat.
Oh, well, there you go.
Let's have a
How
look.
close was it?
Oh, no, yeah. No, good call by the umpire. A little bit up.
Now in is the designated player, Keegan Piper, for the Shirley Boys High School team. Leaves that alone for the ball.
A lot more patient, these lower order hitters from Shirley boys. Just need to keep chipping away. Make the battery work really hard for the out. Get on base for their top order, who's been doing the damage. Had a good last innings, the Shirley boys side. Stringing together 3 or 4 hits. Another one down in the zone.
3 balls, 1 strike, the call. 1 down with a runner on 1. I'm sure Noah wants to do some running out there. Swung on a miss will load the count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Connects is straight up the middle. Noah has a look at coach at 3. Decides to stay at 2. Surely that's what they needed. A runner on 1, a runner on 2.
Yeah,
1 down in the bottom of the 4th.
Station to station. Dad down there coaching on 3rd, Craig Hall. Can't afford to throw away outs here at this stage of the game.
Yukimori in at bat now. Hits it down his counterpart in the
Spinner.
hot corner. And that will load the bases for Shirley. And here we go.
Now's the time. Wee bobble there by the 3rd baseman. Came off the cap of the bat. Spinning out there on the turf. Didn't give himself a chance to make it out. And top of the order up.
It is the top of the order up. Alfriston coach is out there having a hui with his infield. Are they going to make a pitching change? Are they going to leave him out there? Or is it just calm down, boys, just keep on doing what you're doing?
Yeah, no panic. They got runs on the board. Yeah, middle part of the game, time getting away on Shirley boys. In this one, they've got to capitalise and knock a couple more in.
Well, still got 2 outs up their sleeve here in the bottom of the 4th. And with getting those couple runs in the last at bat,
so we know Dane's got speed. Beat out an infield single down to first base, so can't afford to leave it to chance, the defence from Alfriston.
yeah, lefty with wheels. I haven't seen him look like he's going to slap yet, but maybe that's coming.
Time for the long ball, Damien.
Yeah,
Load
absolutely,
of bags, one
absolutely.
down. Open the shoulders up. He's got to get the right pitch for it. Patient from the lead off. 3-0 count.
Three and 0. Will it be down the zone? Will it be inside? It should be about that time, shouldn't it?
Time to flip the light switch, maybe. It's getting a bit dark out there. Nice pitch by Bailey.
You've just got 2 new turfs, mate. No money for the power bill. Oh, you got speakers up there as well. Well, 3-2 now. Bailey coming back. But that will be up in the zone, and that will drive in the run. Will bring in the run, sorry, of Noah Hall, who crosses home plate with a massive smile on his face.
Yeah, great job by the young kid. Need to be a wee spark for the Shirley boys side in the 4th innings, chasing the game. Just sense a little bit of a momentum shift the last innings, actually.
Yeah.
Shirley boys hitting back with three runs in the 3rd, and then a quick innings on the defence, and then bounce straight back into the offence. Load of bags, 1 down, 2, 3, 4 hitters up. Here we go.
We're in for a big finish, I'm sure. Well, they get the force at home of the lead runner. Yeah, but it keeps the bases loaded. And we're still at the top of the order here. The shortstop, Hapini Kumarua, into bat now. Can he find a gap?
Outfield playing deep.
Sees it go through for the ball.
Find a bit of green, he'll score 2, maybe 3.
You can say that here. Fraser, we can't say find a bit of green, because that could be foul. That could be infield. Yeah.
Could be a bunt.
Yeah, it could be a bunt. Two balls, 1 the counts. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Bases loaded. Shirley Boys High School on the comeback here. The voices are getting louder down there for their home side.
Again, nice and patient from Harpany. He was actually the lead-off hitter for the Canterbury 19 side at the recent Nationals here in Christchurch back in January.
How'd you get on that one?
Here's a piece. And he's lost it, I think.
He has indeed. That's going to score 1, 2. He's going for it. The in the park home run. Wow. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Hapeni Kumarua sends it to right field, where unfortunately the right field just lost it in the sky. Tapaki couldn't get to it. And with the wheels gassing around the park, he clears the bases and scores himself.
Yeah, fantastic from Harpany. That's the experience. You know, I think that's a routine out, never giving up on it and hustling it out, running hard.
And you talk about never giving up there, Carl. Well, look at how this game has changed. 11-1 just a couple innings ago. Alfriston were up. And now we have a ball game of 11-9.
She's a runs fest, this one. But,
she sure is.
What the fans want to see.
You know, looking at the time, we could be close to time up. But, of course, they're in at bat, so they'll just keep on going. Well, second conference on the hill.
They've got to make a change.
They have to make a change.
As I understand it. I could be wrong, but...
I was sure of it. I could be wrong as well.
Yeah, second time the coach comes out of the dugout, I'm pretty sure he's got to make a change, and sure enough he is.
I think they have. Yeah, they have. He knew what he was doing. We were just making sure. Coming into pitch.
Third baseman, in fact, coming in for a hurl.
Richard Murray to Rudy. It's going to finish out the game for Alfriston. Let's just see on that replay again.
Nightmare place to field tonight, isn't it?
Yep.
Right field. Neither side has had much success out there. Shirley boys making a late charge, and Alfriston trying to shut the door with the pitching change. Not sure if we'll go another innings just yet, but
well,
see if they've got one last shake.
Absolutely. Well, I think it's pretty close to time being up for this major semi-final. There's still a chance for whoever comes second in this one. Grounded out to the hot corner. Who can't make the play. Shirley boys with another base runner to play with and keeping that out up their sleeve. Oh, you got to love it.
Yeah, it's a tough ask for the pitcher coming in. He's coming in cold.
Yep.
No warm-ups,
No
or
warm-up.
might have thrown a couple out there. But
5 pitches in isn't warm-up. Gets that early, sends it left field. Comes in, scoops it up. Holding them up at 2. And Shirley boys high score with 2 runners on. Sending out the temporary runner just in case they have to play again go into fielding again. And coming up for Shirley boys is Naka Kennedy from second base. 2 runners on. Down by 2 in the bottom of the 4th. Leaves the first for the ball.
Got to be patient here. Haven't seen too many strikes just yet from the pitcher. As I said, he hasn't had too much of an opportunity to warm up. Build the pressure. Capitalise on the mistakes.
He leaves that one as well for the 2-0 count. Swung on a miss for strike 1. 2 balls, 1 strike.
(3-1). Good hitting count.
Kennedy, who started the innings at bat.
Good take there. Make the pitcher work hard. Yeah, gone through the order this one, haven't they?
They have indeed. At the right moment. Fouled away. We'll give him another shot. But it is loaded with 3 balls, 2 strikes. who will book their place in tomorrow's grand final of the Division 1 secondary school boys.
We've got some lights on.
Oh, that must have hurt us.
Yeah, well, it's a close one, and I'm not sure. Are we looking at a tiebreaker here?
I hope you haven't just jinxed it. But yes, that's what Shirley Boys High School will be wanting for sure.
Long way to go yet. 11-9. Runners 1 and 2.
Is that no man's land, or is that going to be caught? That is going to be caught by Jackson Tapaki at second base. 4 innings completed, and I think that is the ball game, ladies and gentlemen. Tip of the cap for the comeback from Shirley Boys High School, but just wasn't enough to get past the line. They'll get a second chance, though. They'll take on the winner of whoever won between St. Patrick's College, Silverstream, and St. Bede's College. But Alfriston have booked their spot in tomorrow's grand final in the Division 1 Boys National Secondary Schools Championship. Carl, wow. How'd you find that one, mate?
Yeah, two quality teams going at it. I think the only difference was Alfriston, quick out of the blocks, put the pressure on early, and I think there was 5 or 6 on the board, pretty quick, smart, and Shirley was always chasing the game, and that's what bet them in the end. They fought hard right to the end, but potential there. They'll take that confidence into tomorrow, I'm sure.
100%. Well, could we have just seen a final before the final, maybe?
Well, hopefully neither team has actually played their final. You know, you want to
well played.
take the lessons out of that one and be better tomorrow.
Absolutely. Well, Carl, appreciate you coming in and calling the colour on that one, mate. Thoroughly enjoyed that game between Alfriston and Shirley Boys, but it's all done and dusted here on day 3 of the 2023 Softball New Zealand National Secondary Schools Championship. On the behalf of the team, Caitlin Davison, Ignacio Gatti, Joe Farizo on the graphics, Adrian Roll behind the desk, calling the direction is Jason Gerby, aka Chopper, Carl McElroy calling the colour, Damien Collins on the play-by-play. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us on Whakata Māori, Ballpark Broadcasting, Atiawa Toa FM today. We will see you tomorrow for Championship Friday.